very warm welcome to one and all to CMA's 28th Annual Management Convention. CMA needs no introduction. However, Calicut Management Association is one of the best LMAs, and over the years it has proved its prowess by the varied programs it conducts. The involvement of the next generation in the talk series is an innovative way to attract youngsters to management opportunities. Today, we have gathered here for the 28th Annual Management Convention, and we will witness excellent speakers who will share their words of wisdom on relevant topics. So without much delay, let us begin the 28th AMC, and I request all the participants to kindly keep your mobile phones on silent mode. I now request everyone to kindly rise for a silent prayer. Thank you. As we begin, we now have the CMA President, Engineer Anand Mani, to deliver the welcome address.
Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Faisal Kotikolan, valuable past presidents, immediate past President Chartered Accountant Sujit Kumar, valuable corporate members of Calicut Management Association, fellow CMA members, registered delegates, students, and all others. So delighted and honored to deliver this welcome address, and I'm standing before you with pure joy and pride. Truly saying, I am overwhelmed by seeing you all in good numbers this fine morning as part of the 28th Annual Management Convention of CMA. The joy and pride I feel now cannot be explained in words, but it can only be experienced by me. The theme of this convention is trends, transition, transformation in management, ideology and perceptions. Indian business landscape has undergone a seismic shift in the last decades, redefining many things, not only industries, but driving unprecedented innovation. Standing in the present, it is always hard to imagine how much the world will change in the next decade. Today, mostly at many point of times, we all seem clueless on the kind of situation that is developing on the ground day by day, and what path each and every business will take or will have to take. Sometimes it is scary. It appears to be scary. It will become progressively more difficult than complicated, and hence a complex integration needs across all the above words what we have coined: trends, transition and transformation. Now, as we are poised between the lessons of the past and the possibilities of the future, let us not let the past drag our thoughts to make us down, and do not let the future to be frightened for us. Chances comes with positives and negatives. Hence, what is of utmost importance and needed today, as we feel, is focus. Focus is of extremely important. A focused and time-bound based accountability through management principles has to be in force in an organization. And we must thus explore to find new business avenues. Leadership needs to change about thinking, the way of the thinking when they really plan to scale up. I believe it is possible to create better results within any set of limitations or compelling circumstances if there is a desire, commitment, and perseverance to find the best solution for transformation. And today we have a great personality here, Mr. Faisal Kotikolan, who did it. Foreseeing the trends, foresaw the transition that is needed, and thus transformed business through his own ideology and perception. Since I know him, I had always observed him and found he always encourages alternate thinking, critical thinking, and doing things which lead to a positive change. In an earlier talk in CMA, I remember he saying, think and plan what Calicut can give to the world. That was one of his address to us a few years ago. Maitra and Tula are the landmark examples of such thinking created by Mr. Faisal. So today, to put things into a perspective, Mr. Faisal will address us on the topic trends, transition, transformation in management, and its ideology and perception. Thank you very much for this gesture, Mr. Faisal, for accepting our invitation and being here. Friends, I wish to inform you all, he flew all the way from Dubai yesterday night to attend this convention, to address you all, and CMA proudly welcomes you to this gathering. He is leaving back tonight. He has one of his good friend, I forgot the name, Raghu, who he has brought, who is another big personality. Welcome, Raghu, to this convention. Without a doubt, each one of the speakers whom we have aligned here for this AMC stands out as an authority to speak on this topic and subject, along with their respective sub-themes. And I'm sure the entire audience will get some chilling insights of both present and future. I am sure the talks will help you all to enrich your knowledge, to grow your business exponentially. So let us look around with a realistic expectation and effective approaches for transformation of our businesses. Always have in mind what's next for you on your career front for transformation. For everything in life, there are multiple perspectives, and every perspective depends on the time and beliefs of the times. So let us create opportunities to script a new successful life and learn in changing the management through trends, transition, and transformation. Dear speakers who have come out over here, we at CMA is proud to be able to bring to you this budding audience this fine morning to hear you. So as I come to my conclusion, I welcome each one of you and express my grateful thanks to the entire audience and gratitude to each of the every speakers for being with us today. I just want to conclude by saying that CMA is happy and proud today beyond words. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. We now have the theme presentation by CA Sujit Kumar, immediate past president.
Good morning all. President Engineer Anandamani, Chief Guest Faisal Kotikolan, and other dignitaries, past presidents, delegates, fellow members, invited guests, and friends. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as the convener of this convention, which brings together some of the brightest minds in the management and finance. We gather here at a pivotal moment in time, a time when management as a discipline is not just evolving, but being redefined by forces of change that challenges long-lasting ideologies and perceptions. Management is no longer confined to structured hierarchies, rigid decision making, and traditional financial strategies. The very essence of how we lead, strategize, and create values has undergone profound trends, transitions, and transformations. This is evident in every sphere, be it corporate governance, digital disruptions, financial innovations, sustainability imperatives, or reimagination of leadership paradigms. The past few decades have seen significant trends that have reshaped management thought. Technology, data-driven decision-making, and AI-powered analytics have revolutionized the way business function. Financial and management professionals must now operate in a world where agility, adaptability, and strategic foresights define success more than ever. Transitions in management ideologies have also been remarkable. The shift from profit-centric models to sustainable and stakeholder-driven approaches reflects a broader societal change. Today's businesses must balance financial growth with ethical leadership, ESG principles, and social responsibility. More organizations, both globally and locally, are aligning their practices with the principles of environmental sustainability, ethical sourcing, and community engagements. The transition from traditional management methods to more modern approaches is evident across various sectors, particularly in Kerala. Kerala, a state known for its progressive social values and high literacy rates, has embraced these changes while balancing its rich cultural heritage. The transition has been particularly noticeable in sectors such as tourism, agriculture, and information technology. And finally, transformation in perception. How we define leadership, innovation, and resilience are shaping the next generation of management thinking. That is very vital. The rise of decentralized organizations, hybrid work cultures, and AI-driven decision frameworks are disrupting conventional wisdom, forcing us to rethink from financial strategies to employee engagement models. Now, even employees are also looking at the organizations, how they can grow and become global. What has been the most striking is the transformation in the principles and perceptions of leadership and the role of managers. Traditionally, management was viewed through hierarchical authoritative lenses. However, there has been a distinct shift towards more inclusive servant leadership model where leaders are seen as facilitators who inspire, mentor, and guide their teams rather than command and control figures. In Kerala, this shift is closely tied to its rich history of social reforms, education, and human development. With a high educated workforce, there is a growing expectation for leadership to be more empathetic and adaptable and socially conscious. I think Faisal sir can give more insight into how we can become so global. He proved it. Furthermore, present-day managers are increasingly recognizing the importance of work-life balance and mental health, aligning with global trends that place greater emphasis on employee well-being. In a state where social welfare and healthcare systems are robust, this transformation in management ideology emphasizes well-rounded development of individuals. In conclusion, the future of management is being shaped by the evolving trends of technological innovation, sustainability, inclusivity, and social responsibility. These transformations are not merely a reflection of changing business practices, but a deeper shift in how organizations view leadership, employee well-being, and their role in society. As we continue to navigate this dynamic landscape, it's clear that the key to successful management will lie in its ability to adapt the changing demands of the workforce, embrace innovation, and stay connected to the broader values of social and environmental responsibility. Ultimately, management is becoming more human-centric, emphasizing collaboration, empathy, and shared purpose in the pursuit of organizational success, on what this convention aims to achieve. Over the course of this convention, we will explore these themes through insightful discussions, expert panels, and thought-provoking sessions. We will question existing management dogmas, challenge outdated financial models, and embrace the new era of business intelligence and leadership. As financial and management professionals, it is our responsibility to not just react to change, but to drive it. This forum serves as an incubator for ideas, a platform for meaningful dialogue, and a launchpad for shaping the future of management. With that, I wish you all an intellectually stimulating, engaging convention. Let us not just witness change, but lead it. Thank you, and let us embark on this journey of transformation together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For an auspicious beginning, we will now have the lighting of the lamp, for which I request the President, Engineer Anand Mani, Mr. K.E. Faisal, C.A. Ravi, Mr. Srinath Muchalot, Mr. K.A. Naushad, PMA Ghaffur, IPPCA Sujit Kumar to kindly come onto the stage. Thank you. We will be beginning our sessions right now. First and foremost, let me introduce our chief guest. Mr. K.E. Faisal is a visionary force behind a transformative portfolio of businesses that redefine industry standards and champion holistic well-being. As a founder and chairman of KEF Holdings, Mr. Kotikolan embodies a relentless commitment to innovation, sustainability, and social responsibility. Moreover, as a co-founder of the Faisal and Shabana Foundation, Mr. Kotikolan spearheads initiatives that empower communities and foster inclusive growth, reflecting his unwavering dedication to societal upliftment globally. Other than his business and philanthropic initiatives, Mr. Faisal is a chairman of UAE India Business Council UAE chapter, a powerful 19-member body created in February 2023 under the patronage of both nations' foreign ministries, with an aim of achieving the SEPA objectives. Some noteworthy projects under his leadership include the MR and UIBCUC consortium investments in J&K, Bharat Mata project, and the India Hospital Social Initiative. In 2023, Mr. Faisal was appointed to the prestigious Board of Directors at the Sharjah Research, Technology and Innovation Park, under the leadership of Sheikha Bodur bin Sultan bin Mohammed Al Qasimi and the American University of Sharjah's Advisory Council of Development and Outreach. He is also director on the board and member on the Clinical Services Committee at BIAC Healthcare. He graduated with a bachelor's in civil engineering from Manipal Institute of Technology, earned an MBA from TAPI Management Institute, Manipal, and completed MS in industrial engineering from Bradley University, USA. Beyond these, Mr. Faisal has played an instrumental role in significant and impactful social economic initiatives. Furthermore, it has made significant contributions towards aiding those affected by various disasters such as Kashmir and Chennai floods, Haiti earthquake, and supporting differently abled individuals through Spastic Society of Karnataka, India, and Rashid Center for People of Determination in Dubai. Mr. Kutikolan's leadership extends to the helm of Mitra Hospital as chairman. He promotes a care pathway model focused on customer experience while spearheading infrastructure advancements and technological innovation and maintaining high-quality standards. Revolutionizing the healthcare landscape with his visionary leadership, Mr. Kutikolan serves as the founder of Tula Clinical Wellness, aiming to emphasize preventive care and sustainable living through an integration of modern medicine and traditional healing that underlines the illness to wellness philosophy. With a trailblazing spirit and a deep-seated commitment to making a positive impact, Mr. Faisal E. Kutikolan continues to inspire and lead the way towards a brighter, healthier, and more sustainable future for all. Can we have the AV, please?
Everyone has a journey, and it has to begin somewhere. As we unveil your story with precision, we allow you to rest as ancient wisdom guides you. Imagine a place where we live in harmony with nature, without any change. Every raindrop collects and flows through the veins of the architecture. And as the sun appears, it fuels our entire existence. So our journey continues as we introduce our holistic ecosystem that builds the true meaning of clinical wellness. This way, Tula becomes more than a destination. It becomes a lifestyle.
With a warm welcome, I request Mr. K.E. Faisal to speak on the topic Trends, Transitions, and Transformations in Management, Ideology, and Perception.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskaram and Ramadan Mubarak. It's a holy month of Ramadan, so wish you, everybody, a good month. I don't know whether Anand Mani's got a magic wand of choosing the topic, trend, transition, and transformation. Exactly after 2 months, what we are witnessing around the world is a big transformation in different trends. I don't know how many people follow Donald Trump. He's shaking the world upside down. But we have to really watch carefully. And these are the trends and the transition and the transformation happening not in 10 years. I would say it's going to happen in the few years' time. And all of us just listening and embracing what he's talking, we need to lead it. We need to take the essence out of it, and we need to see what we can do to adopt that very quickly. The world has not been shaken the way it has been shaken in the last 100 years. And for me, personally, from India, from Calicut, from the Middle East, it's a golden opportunity what he's trying to achieve. He wanted to take away the American supremacy from the world to take it back into his own country, because that country has been crumbling for the last decades. America has got the largest deficit in the world, $36 trillion. Correct? Now, this year, he has to pay $7 trillion just to pay the interest burden. So that is why you see all these changes are happening so quickly, because otherwise, automatically, he loses the supremacy of the biggest power in the world. So what is it for us? For India. India is the fastest growing nation in the world because of the sheer population of 1.6 to 1.7 billion people. And we've been like a crocodile, limping and limping, but each one of us sitting here, we need to see now we have to ramp up the pace. For me, this topic has been in my DNA for the last 30 years. I always looked at opportunities. I always looked at trends. I always looked at how to transform things. It's not for just myself or for my company. How do we transform for the larger causes? How do we transform for the larger society? That is important. Then only the transformation happens. Correct? So if you really see what Kef Holdings has done in the last 30 years, I left Calicut and my elder brother is here. We used to work together. And many things, I learned out of him. He was my first boss in Janata Steel, and how we started, to build the first steel furnace in Kerala. Correct? He was instrumental. I was learning out of him. And this PK always been the trendsetter. If you really see at that time, my father, I was beaten up in Pudiyangadi by 1,000-odd people during the strike in flour mill. He never gave up. We never gave up. He said, we need to change the way people behave and believe. And these are the trend-setting events in my life. So all the learning, for me, it is from here. But I was fortunate to go abroad and go outside and learn, but always ask myself how I can be a beneficial citizen to my own place, which is Calicut. It's a very special place for me. And that's why I'm here. All the investments, profits I made outside Kerala and Calicut, I said, where will I put it? I want to put it first in the place where I was born. And everybody said, why are you doing this? Because Calicut is a small village or small town. It's not even a tier 2 city. But the most important reason I had done or doing here, I've invested more than $200 million, more than 1,500 crores in the last 7 or 8 years. Why? Because we have the largest opportunity in the world because of the people. It's all about people. If people are good, you can change anything. But we need to believe in that. I would love to see 50% of the women sitting here. I love to see young people coming in. That is what I think Calicut Management Association should be doing it in the future. Because we need to trigger this. Then change happens very quickly. The transformation happens very quickly. We need to transform now. You see the highway, all the time when I come from Chalambra, where I live now, I live in Malappuram district, to Calicut city, I see change happening every month. The transition is quick. How we used to build roads in those days when I was a small kid, and now things are changing. You see the junction here, Malappuram Junction. It's open in 3 months. So the technology, the innovations, the AI, these are all the tools. But most important is, as leaders, how are you going to embrace all these things? We need to use our intellect. Today, everybody is having information on your phones. But how do you process them? This is what is important in leadership. How do you process all these informations? How do you listen to all the speeches of various leaders from the world? And how do we take it for our benefit, for the society, take it for your first. Everyone has got a selfish interest. But for the larger cause, this is what is important. If you really wanted to make money, I'll tell you a simple tool. Think of others. Feel for others. It has to come within. Then money comes automatically. Money becomes a secondary. See, I follow 7 laws in my life. I believe that everybody's got potential. It's called law of potentiality. But to really get that law of potentiality, you need to start giving. You don't need to have money to give. You can give love. You can through smile. And that is what people can do easily. But we are so self-centered. We are so selfish. The moment you see somebody in front of you, you will see, how do I extract maximum from him? Instead of thinking, how can I help him? How can I give? That's called law of giving. The third is, we need to have good intentions in life. Law of intentions and desires. The moment you have a good intention, things will follow in your place. Fourth, law of least effort. When you do all these things, you see things happening. You see the nature. The bird fly whenever the bird wanted to fly. You see the river flowing. Correct? It's all least effort. They don't put that effort. We just putting so much effort. Why? Because we wanted to make money. That's why we struggle with stresses. We don't take care of our body, mind, spirit. Correct? Every day morning we're getting in, how will I make more money? This is the problem. We need to detach. That's called law of detachment. We need to detach from the physical things. You need to go more into your spiritual asking. The moment you start detaching from the material things, you will see how happiness comes to you. Most important thing, law of karma. If you do good, good will come to you. If you do bad, bad will hit you one point of your life. Or maybe afterlife. May not happen in your lifetime, maybe your children will have an effect on that. The seventh most important thing is law of dharma. We all should have a purpose in life. If you have a purpose, you will be happy. Don't do a business without a purpose. And this is what, I've been following because, the correct word of transition, transformation, I've applied in all my businesses. I started my foundry in UAE. I went around the world, studied the foundry trend. What was the trend at that time? US was shutting down the foundries and moving into China. My question is, why they are moving into China? Correct? Because they say it's cheaper to produce in China and it is emitting a lot of red category pollutions into the atmosphere. So we wanted to live happily. So push the problem to China. Correct? So we went to China, me and my elder brother, I think in 1993. Me and Moidu went to China together to study what Chinese are doing it. Then the question for us was, hey, why cannot we solve the problem of pollution? And that's what we changed. We saw the trend moving, but we transformed it. We said, hey, let us get the concept of green foundry. Let us solve the problem of the pollution. And this foundry can exist anywhere in the world. So we started the foundry in Ajman. Correct? In 10 years, we became the world's best foundry because of the technology. I adopted the technology called vacuum technology. So you can melt the metal in a vacuum furnace. You don't have to, open furnace will take the pollutants to the atmosphere. And that was the reason why the wealth came to me. That one decision, it was an 8 million euro decision, but I knew that is a giving solution to the larger cause. That is protecting this environment. We are not polluting. We are not harming. The moment you think like that, you will find solutions. Of course, that gave me a lot of money. I never expected that kind of a money I could make because the world came to me. I used to be pre-booked for 1.5 years of my capacity because there was nothing exists in the world at that time, at the price, at the quality, at the technology. So every time you have to see when the trends are changing, how you can take it and transform it. This is called buddhi. We need to use buddhi. And we as Keralites, we have enough and more buddhi, because I've been around the world. Sometimes we have too much of buddhi, we use it for wrong purposes. Correct? So if we use the buddhi for the right purposes, trust me, I'm a very, very proud Malayali, and we all are. We all know that. But we can do much better. Collectively, we need to work. These associations should be collective, transformational associations. It is not for just sitting here, and having a good coffee, tea, glass of beer. No. We need to think how we can change Calicut now. If we don't change Calicut, Calicut will never change. This highway, which is coming from Mangalore to Trivandrum, can change Calicut, every business. Trust me. For us, Maitra Hospital, now for me it's easy to bring patients from Cochin. It takes 2 hours to Maitra by end of this year. From Kasaragod. You see India is changing. Highways, roads, airports, everything. Connectivity. Business is all about connectivity. How do you connect so efficiently? I want all of you to have different programs for different businesses with young people. Then the change happens quickly. All the senior people should be advisors, giving their experiences. This is an opportunity for Calicut. Trust me, I'm not just coming and trying to just say something. For me, I'm excited. I'm expanding Maitra for another 150 bed. We are expanding now. We are building the best oncology center in the world in Calicut. Anything you do, you be the best. Don't compromise anything below that. You be the trendsetter. Others should follow. And that's what we are going to do in Maitra. Be the best hospital in India. And it is currently now, but we are not marketed like that. We want healthcare to go word of mouth by word of mouth. We don't want to put big advertisements. That is not meant for education healthcare. It has to evolve through people's experiences. I'm sure many of them have good experiences, some will have bad experiences, but we are going to correct it. And that's what I always ask, what is something which I can improve in Maitra? Most important is Thula. You have seen the video. Our biggest asset is our knowledge on healthcare in Kerala, Ayurveda. We have not utilized Ayurveda to the way the world is looking for, because the experience of Ayurveda was the problem, not the science. I got the first global patent for Ayurveda bed in the world, from all over the world, 181 countries. That is going to transform Ayurveda. Everywhere you will see in all the spas in the world, there will be something made out of Calicut. And the factory is in Europe. But the knowledge is from where? From Calicut, from Kerala. That's the biggest opportunity I'm going to give it to the people of Kerala. Take Ayurveda to the world where the whole world is struggling with mental health, with spiritual health, and physical health. Health is 3 aspects. Spiritual, mental, then comes physical. From where else we can take it to the world? From here. Okay? And this is what I wanted to leave behind. So many opportunities. All the AI, artificial intelligence, and people talk. It's a tool. It will change many jobs. It will change trends. It will change many things. But don't forget the core of human intelligence. People are actually, we are going against our fundamental philosophies. This intelligence, what God has created with billions and trillions of cells, cannot be overtaken by any artificial intelligence. The name artificial intelligence itself we can make out. It's artificial. Do we want it to be artificial human beings? We don't. We shouldn't. So we have to do something about it. Collectively. Because it will spoil our culture. This is the transformation we want. How can we protect that from Calicut? We can do that. We are a smaller population. How can we get away from the political, religious conflicts? We need to start thinking about it. It's not going to take humanity anywhere. We are all human beings. And today, everybody wants to divide. And that is a Western thinking. Western thinking is isolate people so that you can influence and sell more products. That is Western thinking. And that is coming to East. This is what we need to change. We need to think about that. So we should never allow the religious conflicts. We should never allow that to happen. And everybody is responsible for that. We are brothers and sisters here. We are not Hindu, Muslim, Christians. It's a shame. And that was the beauty of Calicut when I was growing up. And that beauty, we have to keep it. But when you go outside India, outside the state of Kerala, it's scary. When I land in other cities in India, I'm scary immigration will stop me. Should never happen. So we have a lot to do, a lot of opportunity, and it's a time, and this topic is very, very apt for us to think deeply. It should not be a Western topic. We should take and see how we can transform. Or we can create a community which is so beautiful. And the people in Malabar, trust me, that's why you are going to see more and more of my time in Calicut. And I always talk to my brother very close. How can we do things more better? And we need everybody to assist each other to do that. So thank you again. Thank you, Anant. I'm here to take few questions. And real pleasure. I have a lot of few classmates, Prem, Kaushik. We are all studied together in St. Joseph schools. It's a beautiful feeling, correct? Seeing the same old friends, smiling at each other. So you connect back 50 years without any problem. And that's a beautiful human being we all are. Correct? So let us keep that human and don't embrace artificial intelligence the way we have to embrace it. It's a tool. Keep in mind. Don't give extra importance to this artificial intelligence. Use the tool for the benefit of your life, your business, and the society. Thank you. Any questions? I think
Yes,
I'm feeling.
In fact, I have two questions. Let me appreciate what you said. You said we are not Christians, Hindus, or Muslims. We are all brothers and sisters. I really appreciate what you said.
Thank you.
So referring to one of your early experiences in Calicut, you said you were beaten up. You said it was physical. Yes. And naturally there was emotional and economical beating up also was there. That's what I understand.
Yes.
How did you said you did not give up. How did you overcome that? Especially that physical, getting beaten up physically at that time and did not give up means, how did you overcome that?
Very good question. Thank you. I think that is where your spiritual teachings and your parental advices come to you. We say, you get one slap, you should not be giving other slap to that person. We need to see through your work, through your behavior, how you educate those people who have beaten you up. Correct? Because we never reacted. I was admitted in Medical College Hospital. I was in the ICU. My father is a legendary man. Correct? We learned everything from him. Correct? We said we will fight, but not the physical fight. We will not give up our rights. See, this is what is important. What he taught us is that you fight for your rights. We never give up. So the strike went on for 9 months. So we had many incidents like that. So he says, you be strong with your values. You be strong with your right and wrong, and you face it. I was 22 years old at that old. I told Dad, this cannot happen. I'm P.K. Ahmed's son. I'm going to go with an open jeep back into that and, I will go through the factory. He said, no, don't act rash. Because at a young age, he choratalapunnu variyallo. He said, don't do all those things. We will not give up. We will fight together. So I think tit for tat is not going to build a good society.
Sir, one more question. I will ask you very briefly. You said you were mentioning about the 7 laws.
The thing is forgiveness. You have to forgive people.
Yes. You are mentioning about the 7 laws that you always practice in your life.
Every day I read it.
Yes. Out of that, just one question about that. You also mentioned the law of least effort. What I have been practicing is law of maximum effort.
Correct.
So my question is this. What are the conditions for the law of least effort to be effective in our life?
Good question again. You know, I was talking to Raghu yesterday. We were catching up after a long time, so we slept till 1 o'clock. He asked me, what are this law of least effort? If you really see, everybody say hard work, hard work, hard work. I work very hard, but paisa kittunnilla, you know. This is everybody's complaint. See, if you see the nature, where does we get the energy from? What is hard work? That means you're putting maximum energy for your cause, what you're working for, correct? Where does the energy come from? Where does the energy come from? Where does the energy come from?
From what we hear?
There are two sources of energy. No. Where does the real energy come from? Anybody? Within. But how do you get to within? How do you take it in?
Through food.
Sun. When you wake up, morning sun, that is where the energy is given to you by God. You have to absorb that energy. Second, where do you get the energy from? Food. Nutrition. You need to eat the right food. If you eat our full-time paratha from Calicut, you will not get the right energy. Even though my father makes maida. You need to have the right nutrition. You need to have the balanced food. Correct? Once in a while, paratha is okay, but my father has moved to atta and wheat paratha and all that. He also embraces change, boss. So I think these are the two things which you need to start doing it. You'll see with the least effort, money will come. Why? Because you will have 10 people's energy to think and act. I wake up every day for the last 30 years before 5:30. Every day. I slept at yesterday 1:30. I was up at 5:30 because the body gets used to it. Then what do? You go and walk or run. Why? Today, I make fun of Raghu. Raghu is a runner. Americans has got the habit. Run without thinking, run and run and run, and finally all the knees goes. They are not looking at the energies. How will I make money? How will I make money? How will I make money? So we need to learn these fundamentals from universe. So we need to learn about cosmos. How are we connected through energy fields? So if you do that, everybody gets up at 5:30 and go out. Calicut should be full in the morning. You will see the power you will have. You can do 10 people's job by one person. You see everybody come to the office tired. Before coming only, he's eaten paratha and chicken curry and mutton curry for breakfast. And he's yawning. That is energy. We need efficiency. Good food. These two things if you do, you will see your mental capacity is much, much better. You can think better. When you think better, what happens? You perform better. You take good decisions. How do you make money? By taking the right decisions. It's not about you working 18 hours a day. That's a wrong concept. And body needs rest. Tell me how many hours of rest a body needs, our cells needs. Minimum 7 to 8 hours. That means you have to sleep at least by Chakuniyatan. എത്ര മണിക്ക് ഉറങ്ങണം? 10 മണി. You can live another 20 years. Yeah. You have to sleep at 10 o'clock. Then if you sleep 11, 12 plus 5, 7 hours. Practice that. And that should be the movement in Calicut. This is what actually Management Association should be working with the schools. We have to build the generation from the schools. How do you embrace that to them? How do you change the way the food is being cooked? How do you make children wake up in the morning? These are very important. This is how you will get the least effort, because you will only work 8 hours. You have a good rest. You think better. your intellect will become better. So you don't too much of phones, you will not use it. You will only take what you want and leave the rest. What is the point of seeing what others are doing? Absolutely, it's not going to help you. It is going to make you crazy. What others are wearing, which car is driving, I mean, is it going to make your life better? No, it's going to make your life disaster. So all this we all have to start thinking, and that is called law of least effort.
First of all, compliment you, because I am for the first time in such a forum listening to somebody who says that transformation starts with spirituality. In fact, you said spiritual, mental, and physical. Now, in the Indian philosophy, the Purusharth, we say dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Dharma is the first part. But today, very sadly, that is lacking everywhere. You mentioned of President Trump. You see, he's not very consistent. Had he been consistent, then you can say that kind of transformation he's trying to bring about is likely to be worthwhile. But he's very inconsistent. Today also, when you look at businesses, one issue that we face is basically the lack of dharma. Dharma can be interpreted in a number of ways. Let us say that it is not just about truth, it is about morality. So what I would say is that, or what I would suggest is that, as you said, we need to do something for Calicut, not only Calicut, maybe for Kerala. We need to think of how do we bring back morality. Because today you look at the political scenario also, if morality is lacking, and that is why you have the drug problems now. Children are totally confused. Because there is no morality. See, when they look at their parents or when they look at their elders, they see a lack of morality. And this is a question that is not being actually addressed.
So I'll give you my thought onto that, and it's a very valid question. First of all, Trump, we always now talk about Trump. He does not have intellect. He has buddhi illa. And we all know that. Americans knew it. But Americans made him the president. Why? Majority of the people in America don't have buddhi. Only Indians, good Indians like Raghu went there. And Satya Nadella, we were classmates together, me, Satya and Raghu. And Raghu's roommate was Satya. Correct? We all grew up and played together. These are the people, if you see Satya as a classic example of how he is bringing a culture into Microsoft. Correct? So a lot of few Indians come from the Indian philosophy are there still. But I am urging all of them to come back. He's come back now, he's working for Adani. So many people are coming back. So the problem of America is the intellect has come down with time because they became too addicted to material things. This is a problem. Second, we have to always think, who are you bringing in this podium to speak? We have to look at their background. Don't bring anybody because he's got too much money. Bring people with moral rights. People who grew up with morality. Very important. Today you see I get disgusted with names. Just because, but nobody's asking how he made the money. What has he done to transform society? Everybody covers the blind eye. Correct? Because everybody is using that person to make you something bigger. So these are fundamental things. That's what I said, right and wrong. We need to stand up for right and don't stand up for wrong. And that is called guts. Where do you get the guts from? Wake up in the morning, you go and do the walk, be with the nature. You don't need anybody. You will connect spiritually with somebody much, much better. And this is what I always say. Don't get carried away with people. Don't get carried away with material things. Start living your life for the larger purpose. Then you feel these things can be resolved. But it's a very philosophical thinking, but it is applicable. I'm like a rebel. I don't go for, when I go for any meetings, I do 100 research. Why should I come? Why they want me here? I have a team to do the research. What is the purpose of Mr. Anandamani and CMA? These things are important. At the same time, you have to do the same thing. Who is this Mr. Faisal? How did he make this money? This research is important. Is he worth standing on the podium and addressing 200 people? And if you do that, a social change will happen. What happened is, the bad people will become better people. We can change people. It's the society who makes the people. I always say, what I am today is because I am from Calicut. What I am today is because of my family. My father, my mother, my brothers and sisters. And the people, my classmates, Prem and Kaushik, we all grew up that time. We did not even know anything about anything, correct? We played football and, we just had a good time. Don't forget them. Embrace them. I hope I answered your question.
Sir, yeah. You have been surprising the world many times. First at Dubai with the KEF, then Nadakav Girls High School, Prism Project and all, then Maitra, then Tula. You must be having a different dream project left for Calicut. If that's not a secret, would you reveal that?
These two, and I said, I earned with all the knowledge, and transformations I created. I earned $500 million. That's the actual money I earned. Now, 50% is put into Calicut not to make money for me. I said, I don't need so much of money. I said, I will put this money to transform next generations. What do you need for next generations? Education and healthcare. Today, Maitra Hospital is a reactive healthcare. That is modern medicine. But what we are trying to do through Tula is a preventive medicine. You should prevent diseases coming into each person. And now you will see a new brand I'm starting in Maitra called VIA. Whatever research we have done, we have 3 patents in Tula. We have this Ayurveda bed, which is coming up in VIA. We have this Tula Life Index. In 24 hours of 7 parameters checking, you will know where your spiritual, mental, and physical health stand today. Please, it's accessible to everybody. Tula is the most expensive transformational place in India and in the world. Per night, it costs $2,500. I purposely put it because I want the thought leaders from all over the world to come here. You will see that it's already there now. I have Russians, I have Germans, oligarchs sitting today in Tula. Now, this is opportunity. Now we have to tap it. You'll have billionaires coming here because they're all paupers in the mind. So they come here to transform. This is what we are doing. How are we doing that? Through our traditional wisdom, our spirituality, through clinical psychology. So we have a lot of techniques we have developed. So that's the second patent we got. It's called Tula Life Index. Now also will be accessible to everyone in the Calicut by June onwards. Nihaj is here. Praveen. Where's Nihaj? Please. My CEO is there. Praveen is my head of marketing. Please. And that's a mandate I given to Nihaj and Praveen. This should not be only for the super rich who comes there. This knowledge has to spread to every citizen in Calicut. And now the mandate is with him. Now everybody has to push. How do I make Calicut from an illness to wellness? How do I make people not get sick? Everybody said, sir, Maitra Poti Povule. Maitra will never close. Maitra Vittu Povule. No, never. That is a transformational project for the Calicut. Tula is a transformational project for the world. Through that, we are bringing transformation through Maitra. So these 2 important projects are so powerful. And the Nadakav school. Today, thousands of schools are following that model. The biggest one is coming up in Srinagar in Kashmir. Our foundation is doing that. That's much bigger than Nadakav. Is opening in next July, this coming July. Because that is where hundreds of years of conflicts have wiped out generations of students. So when I went as a chairman of UAE India Business Council, I met the governor Manoj Sinha. I told him, I come here to do the groundbreaking of Emaar Mall, but the people don't want the mall. People want education. Then I said, I will give you 20 crores and I'll follow the model of Nadakav School in Kashmir. He was shocked. Today, almost the structure is completed and it's opening in July. See, I don't expect anything from Kashmir or Mr. Modi or anybody. I'm doing it for the next generations. That gives me energy. All I'm interested in is higher energy, not the energy from the political tapping at the back. No. So this is the thinking, it's a radical thinking, but everybody should be thinking like that. We need to move away from preaching human beings. You will see a lot of people now, putting various dresses, creating a godly image. We should shun them. We are human beings with equal platform. This is what we need change. And that can happen only through educational reform. Correct? So we need to really, these two things is what I brought to Calicut. I thought through deeply, and everything is, I put my money back, and do I expect? Money will come, because you're transforming thousands and thousands and millions of lives. See, I'm fully booked in the month of May. Who's who of the world? 35 rooms are fully booked for a month in Tula. And people are paying $2,500. I met the German couple who are leaving tonight. What do you think? He said, Faisal, is too cheap. Because this lady was suffering from osteoarthritis at the hip for 18 years. The pain was 9 out of 10. Today it is 0 out of 10. You know what saved them? Saved her? Iyengar Yoga. We did an integration of Iyengar Yoga, physiotherapy from Maitra, and fitness. We have a French sports scientist in Tula. Those 3 people sat together, took the MRI in Maitra, figured out she needs surgery if it has to go to a modern medical facility. But through these 3 things, which is India's knowledge, today she is going back with 0 pain. She was swimming, she was dancing, she was climbing stairs after 18 years. This is called transformation. Imagine if we are providing this to citizens from every city in India. It will be flooded, Calicut. We need more hotels. This is what we are going to market through VIA. We are going to market it in Chennai, Madras, Bangalore, everywhere. Because I worked 5.5 years in research in Tula and got the global patents. That is important. Otherwise, there will be a lot of people copy. I have no problem in copying. But they will destroy without the proper knowledge. I'm willing to give this knowledge to the right people. Because I don't want to keep this knowledge with me. Because the whole idea is to transform generations. So these are the 2 things we are working on. Through the foundation is educational transformation, and through Maitra and Tula in the healthcare transformation.
Hi, sir. My name is Suhail Siddiq, and I am a PGDM student at Safi HR Institute. First of all, I would like to thank you because your energy is wonderful, sir. As a student, I am surprised actually by the energy you are exuberating to all of us. My question is, as a business leader, you have navigated multiple challenges in scaling KF Holdings globally. What are the most critical leadership traits that young managers and professionals like us should develop to succeed in today's competitive business environment?
Patience.
Thank you.
Today, everyone wants to jump, not 1 year, within months. Today, everyone thinks that I know everything than everybody else. There's a thing called aging through experience, or experiencing through your age. We need to have patience, because I remember me and Moitika, we started working at the age of 13 with my father. 13. When we were studying in St. Joseph School, every weekend he takes us to the shop. Every weekend. Every summer holidays, Moitika, 30 days or 60 days, we used to work in Velingadi. 2 months, 60 days. 60 days, what are we doing? Tukam Kutwa. Tukam Kutwa is every machine workers rice distribute in there. One side he'll send Moidu and Ali, or me and Ali on one side, Moidu is the eldest, he'll send Moidu there. And we used to go climb up to the bags of rice and sugar. Now our job is to write down the weighments. We did it for 2-3 years. 2-3 years, same thing. So now both of us are very good in mathematics because of that. Because if 10 total correct. Second promotion after 3 years is cashier, not main cashier. Correct, no? We have to recount to make sure that the notes are 100. Correct? So we all can count cash. So this is the layers we've been trained. Because of that, me, my two brothers, all of us have learned so much. We could apply this in various businesses. So my answer to young people like you, choose the right company with purpose. Don't just join a company without a purpose, because that company will collapse in no time. Only purpose will take the company forward. So you have to choose the right company and go with patience up and up. Most important thing is when you wake up in the morning, when you do your fitness, when you connect with the nature, you will be happy. You will be able to take any challenges. You will be able to find solutions, because life is not easy. Everyone goes through the challenges. How do you handle that challenge? How do you even, your boss is firing you, you have to smile back to him. You will see in 2 minutes, his firing will stop. But the way you react to him, the way he reacted to you, what will happen? Boom. Collision happens. Correct? So this is what actually today's management is not teaching. You know, how do you handle situations? To do that, we need to work on ourselves. You said that your energy is vibrant. Because I worked with Raghu, we were in the gym together, 1 hour, even though we slept at 1:30. Both of us were in the gym till 8 o'clock, Raghu, correct? And we left at 9 o'clock because I thought it'll take 1 hour, because I wanted to be here on time. I didn't want anybody to wait for me. That is called respecting others. See, a lot of people say that chief guests, they'll come. With the 10 people coming. Correct? Why? He wanted to feel important. Oh, and everybody stands up. These things has to change. People coming with the entourage of guards. Why? Because no self-confidence. That's the reason. If you have self-confidence, if you believe in God, spirituality, you don't want any of these things. You are connected. You are connected to a higher purpose. You do all these things because you are not connected. And this is what I'm always telling today, is spirituality and mental health and physical health comes the third. You develop these two things, you will see how you are enhancing your energy, how you will perform better in schools and jobs, and how you're progressing faster, because everybody will notice. I'll give you a small example. I used to live in Philadelphia for my first job in America, and I didn't have the money to live in Cherry Hill in New Jersey. It was 2 hours of journey every day. I leave at 5 o'clock. I used to have a cup of coffee, and I used to be in New Jersey in Cherry Hill at 7:30 every day. So what happened to me? And I used to, 8 o'clock is my shift time. My boss, President John Mortimer, he comes at 7:45. And you see an Oldsmobile car every day at 7:30. So he told the secretary, who's this car? Every day 7:30 there. It was me. He invited me to meet him. It was a big thing for me to meet President of Inductotherm. Since then, I was this blue-eyed boy. So what happened? I started climbing the ladder faster. And that is what I say. These are the things which you'll have to develop. Your self-discipline will take you to heights. I hope I answered your question.
So, branding a business is a very important role. And brand name plays a big role in that. You have selected name like Maitra and Tula. Is there any reason behind this?
Of course. I don't like Western branding. There's no purpose in those brands. So Via means mother's womb. And when myself, my brother Moidu, my brother-in-law Dr. Ali Faisal, we were sitting and debating what name to put with various agencies, we never liked any of them. One guy who's from Calicut came and said, hey, there's a word called Via, Maitra. So he said, what is the meaning? In Greek, it's called mother's womb. what does it say? The highest protection is in the mother's womb. And that is why we chose Maitra. We said we want the highest protection for every patient coming to our hospital. Tula, world is going completely out of balance. Tula means balance in Sanskrit. Tulas. We need to bring back the balance in today's society. And that is where we chose Tula, and because we want to bring thought leaders from all over the world to Tula and teach them how to balance. I'll give you an example. Amitabh Kant spoke here. Amitabh Kant got 30 calls when he landed previous night. So morning, he said, Faisal, I want to go for a walk. I want to know what Tula is. So I took him for a walk at 6:30. He also is an early bird. And he was going, I was showing the farm, I was showing the spice garden, I was showing this sound sonarium. So we ended up in the biggest lake. I have the largest filtered pool in Asia is in Tula. It's 120 meters by 40 meters. So we can do kayaking, we can do underwater swimming, underwater yoga and therapies. So he said, Faisal, what is this? Such a big, you have built it. So I said, we do kayaking here. So no, I have to rush now. Anand Mani called me because I have to be here and another 30 people. Exactly, this exact thing. And he said, Faisal, I have a lot of calls because he directly reports to Prime Minister Modi. So we finished the walk around 8 o'clock. He went to the room. He's such a busy bureaucrat. And when he came out of the room at 9 o'clock, I was kayaking with another Englishman. When he saw the kayak, he got excited. He said, can I come? I never done that. I said, come, Mr. Kant. So Kant came in. And he was kayaking. And you see, he's a very, like me, he also radiates energy. And I said, Kant, you need to relax. Go to the fountain, just lie down on the kayak, and just close your eyes. You will not believe it. He opened the eyes after 15 minutes. I was getting bored watching him, so I went into the water. When he woke up, he said, can I come into the water? He dived into the water. He stayed with me for 2 hours. He cancelled all the appointments in the city. He said, I don't want to go anywhere. And he said, after many, many decades, Faisal, I got the highest peace here. That's exactly told me, Metiga. And that is what a nature can do. That is where the water can do. You'll connect back to yourself. Correct? And this is an example which happened on 22nd in the morning. He cancelled all 30 meetings. So we all have to take a pause. We all have to ask questions to ourselves. Why am I running like this? It's very important to reflect back on your life. What you want to do in life. Is it the objective is to make more and more and more and more? There's no end to it. But where will you go? You go. Can you take it and go? 6 feet under. Nothing. It's time now for all us to reflect back and see in the crazy world, and thank God Mr. Trump is the president, because we can transform Calicut faster, India faster, Kerala faster. So let us take this advantage, even though my Raghu says he's a US citizen, but for me he's from India, and we are classmates. So Raghu, don't tell this to Trump. So thank you guys.
Due to this shortage of time.
Thank you. I told you, make people at school have to wake up every day in the morning and go to feel the sun energy. Nobody will take drug because that's a natural high, and teach people how to do yoga. See, natural drugs are to get high. The artificial drugs. But the biggest drug is our own breath. You breathe properly for 20 minutes, you don't need any drugs. You will walk like this, running, and you have all the energy. Do that. All of you sitting here, just start a program. CMA invites all of you to breathe. People don't know how to breathe. I'm telling you, this is a fact of our life. We have stopped breathing. We have stopped living for a purpose. We don't move. We eat and eat and eat. We go for 10 kalyanams back to back. And please everybody. Try to please yourself. then you automatically will please others through your energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be moving on to the next sessions for the day. Before that, Mr. Faisal, we request you to kindly be back on the stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Faisal, for your inspiring talk. I'm sure all of us have got a lot of insights from his words today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be continuing the sessions for the day. We request all of you all to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we please request all of you all to be seated, especially everybody who is outside the hall, requesting all to please come in. Our first speaker for these sessions is Mr. Jay Narayanan Unnikrishnan, also known as Jay, Director, Optin Solutions Private Limited, a deep tech startup. Mr. Jay is a seasoned professional with 21 years of experience in FMCG and retail industry. He is a postgraduate with a specialization in marketing management from IIM Calicut, Calcutta, and retail management from ISB Hyderabad. Mr. Jay has spent 21 years in FMCG and retail sector and held various leadership positions in Colgate, Palmolive, and Walmart. His expertise is mainly in the areas of sales and distribution, channel management, retail management, and operations. And in recent times, he's involved in mentoring startups and consulting. We very warmly welcome Mr. Jayanarayanan Unikrishnan, and he will be speaking on the topic Transitions and Transformations in Retail Industry. Most welcome, sir.
Hello. Good morning. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I think after this vibrant speaker, our chief guest, let me see what more energy can I bring into this small talk on retail management and what's happening on the retail from a transition and transformation point of view. Yeah, so before, whenever we talk about retail, right, the first thing which comes into mind is consumers, correct? And because everything starts from consumer, right? So we will see what is the consumer trend. So just let me take through what is the flow of my talk will be on. So I'm going to speak about what is the current trend in, what's happening in the consumer part. What is the consumer behavior? I'll talk about some 4 to 5 trends and then how it is going to impact the retail landscape. What is the transition happening in retail landscape? Followed by the technology. How the technology is transforming this retail environment. And then, challenges, followed by take up some questions as the time permit. Right? So as I said, once we start with retail, the first thing comes about consumer behavior. So let's look into some of the trends that we see in this retail environment. So this is speaking about digital shopping, right? Today we all know what's happening. Everything from essentials to non-essentials, we are all going, digital, right? Everything is purchased with the click of the button. And if I look into some of the numbers, right? If you look at chart, the numbers are so mind-boggling. If you look at this retail segment is going to grow around 20% CAGR, and we are putting around $350 billion is what we are expecting for the Indian retail in the next 5 years. In 2024, we ended up around $120 billion. So if I look, this segment is what is going to lead this space. So that is one. That is the first, the behavior trend that we see from a consumer point of view. Now, I don't have to explain this chart because our speaker has already spoken length and breadth about health and wellness. Yes, this is the thing. I just want to give some numbers to it. If I look globally, India is the country which is driving this category, this segment, this industry that we are talking about, and exactly what our speaker spoke about. Globally, this is not happening great, but in the last a decade, if I look into, Ayurveda is something which has become the talk of the town. Now, I've spent close to around 17 years with Colgate Palmolive. We never had a Ayurvedic toothpaste in the last decades, and I think in the last 5 to 6 years, we were forced to come up with something called Ayurveda, right? And that happened with a lot of companies, a lot of categories. And that is what is driving the consumers and thought process that is happening around the globe. The next one is basically, I'm going to speak about, today the consumer is not interested to own something. It's more from an experience, right? So it's ownership versus experience. This is talking about, this Rento Mojo is nothing but a company, a startup which rents everything, right from your fashion to, electronics, furnitures, and that's the trend. I think the new generation or the new generation that is getting into a space where more than owning, they believe getting an experience out of it. And this is after post-pandemic what we have seen. We have seen that there's a surge in people traveling, exploring, going to different places. So the consumer trend or the behavior is trending towards, and how it's going to impact we'll talk about as we see the further slides. Just to put a number to this, around 78% of the millennials, around 78% of the millennials, they wanted to explore rather than buying a product, spending their money on exploring rather than buying a product, or buying a desirable product that they want to look into. So that's the overall trend going on. We all know the consumer has become more conscious, so it's not about price versus value. Price is what you pay, but we are more interested to see what we are getting out of that pay. I think that's a big trend, and we see this happening in our retail environment. People want to know what is it. People want to get into whether they are getting paid for what they really giving the buck for. And now this is all about AI, VR, AR. We can put a lot of buzzwords to it, but net people wanted more experience. Correct? They are getting personalized shopping experience that is coming into your home. So that is what all about AI, and I think that is what I will be talking about, how it is going to impact on the retail. The last one, the last consumer behavior trend that we see is, ethical consumption, sustainability, ESG. These are the buzzwords that we see right now. And here you see about, this is a company, right? We are okay of buying a refurbished product, which was not the case some time back. Apple, Samsung, they all are selling the refurbished brand, right? So this is the order of the day. Look at the next one. What is it? It calls second sale. We are okay of buying second product. Or a better word to it is that, circular economy that we call it, right? That people are ready to, buy used products, which is a trend. And the last, quality over quantity. I think we can call it as a minimalistic lifestyle. We want few, but we want a good one, rather than having too much of quantity. So this is, to summarize, this is the trend right now in the global platform, right? And if I reflect from the Indian point of view, more or less the same. There's nothing much change as I see right now. Now, how it is going to impact the retail landscape, right? So let's look into the retail. We started off with a mom and pop store, a kirana store. It went to a larger self-service format, and from there we went to e-commerce, right? And then there's one more thing that is happening. I don't know how many of you know about it. Quick commerce, right? The product is on the move. So I'll talk about in detail as we move on. But this is what the transition happening in the retail space at this point of time. Yeah. Now, we all know this buzzword, e-commerce and omnichannel. What is it basically about? Amazon, Flipkart, and there are many more platforms which is driving this e-commerce. But omnichannel is all about the experience that the consumer is going to get as they move on. So, means there are many such, omni-channel platforms or people are looking into to ensure that, a consumer gets a bit out of it. Yeah. Can I have a bottle of water? Yeah. So coming back, the quick commerce and hyperlocal retail. Let's look into quick commerce. Now this is the neat thing in this, the key thing happening in the market right now. What is quick commerce? Quick commerce is delivery of your stock in 10 minutes, right? And how it is possible for them to do it. Let me give you a number. There are close to around roughly 20,000 pin codes in this country, right? And I was told that, close to 6,000 pin codes, there is a dark store. What it means, literally, when somebody orders, the pin code, in that pin code, there's always a dark store sitting, ready to serve the product to you, right? So that is the way this landscape is changing. And this is what something which is driving in many of the big cities. I'm sure as we see on, cities like Calicut is also going to witness these changes as we move on. And then hyperlocal, some of those Udaan, for example, Udaan is there in Kerala. They pick up from the nearby store, try to deliver you, and they are going to go to all those markets where retail or distributors are not able to reach. So this is something which is being also driven from this space. Most important, as we spoke about in one of the consumer behavior, experiential retail. If you look at this store, right, this is not about selling the product, it's about giving an experience, premiumizing a customer, right? They wanted the customer to feel the larger part of it, get into a larger, it's just not buying a product, but buying an experience, how you engage the customer with the experience. And that's how a brand like Apple doing worldwide. And this is what the retail space is changing into, or this is a transformation that is what we see happening in the large scale. Now, I spoke about one of the points, technology integration, how technology is transforming this retail space. What is happening? So this is a small, just a picture to show that how the buying cycle of a consumer is being captured, right? Consumer's data is being taken out. A machine learns the entire thing. They gives a requirement to the marketing. They do a customized promotion. It goes back. The products are moved onto the shelf. And then end of the day, the consumer gets a very personalized, experience about shopping. And this is what is happening. Now, how the technology is helping to transform this space. Yeah. We all know India is leading this. Digital payment is really making big, ensuring that every other retailer is able to run on this without any issues, which is not the case in some time back. Now look at this one picture on Amazon Go. Amazon Go is nothing but a retail environment where there is no human intervention. You go, you pick up stuff, you just walk on. Automatically everything is being taken. I think this is what is the future that we see coming up in this space. Yeah. Just put a number to the digital payment revolution that we see. And this is what one of the reasons when I put across digital shopping. Why digital shopping is one of the consumer behavior, and we see how this country is going to grow at a 20% CAGR. This is one of the things that is going to drive. The payment solution we see is being one of the primary reason when we see consumption going up. The retail space is going to capture the entire portfolio. Yeah. So I put across a future of retail, how it will be. The future of retail, if I look into, it will be with AI, robotics, robots, right? A lot of machine learning, experiential trial on, virtual purchase, right? And end of the day, if I go through this, the cycle of buying of a consumer starting from the store and exiting, this all being digitalized and giving an experience which has never happened before. Yeah. So now, summarizing, right? We have seen the consumer behavior, the top 5 behaviors, right? Followed by how it is impacting a retail space, and then what are the challenges? Now, what are the challenges that is going to come up in this retail space? The two important things which I'm putting it here is definitely privacy concerns and data security. What is going to happen to this? And I think it's a big question for all the retailers at this point of time, and I'm sure things will work out as we move on. And second is the supply chain disruption. Now, I would take a minute to speak on this. In the last 20 years, I have been in this industry. The first store in India was started in Hyderabad. Yet great wholesale club, Spencer. They started the first retail store, followed by Food World, Trinetra, Subhiksha, Heritage, and they were Metro Cash and Carry, Walmart, and we had Booker's, right? Unfortunately, all these names are no more there in the retail industry. If I look in the last 15 years, all of them have shut their shop. Now, why? What is that they are finding it difficult in this environment to work on? That is one part which is, unless and until our supply chain, innovation or investment and how you take it to the next level with innovative approach, retail is going to be a bleeding in this country. And I'm sure that is what today, if I look into the big retailers, they're investing in their supply chain, how we can procure at a cheaper cost, how you bring it to a consumer, because that is the only way to sustain this business. Otherwise, making money in retail in this country is a challenge. And that is what we have seen. If I look into all these stores, there are close to around 2,000 stores that is shut up in the last 15, 20 years in this country. Yeah. Definitely economic fluctuation is a point, because the changes that is going to make or mar is definitely this point. And I'm seeing, and if you go back and look into some of the last couple of years, I think Walmart, when it came to India, okay, let me speak about something on this. So I was part of the Walmart team, and Walmart came to India in 2007, right? They said that because FDI was 100% on cash and carry, they said, let's come with a cash and carry store, because retail was not doing well when they had a partnership with Bharati Retail. So when they came with 100%, FDI stores, there were 36 stores in this country, cash and carry, known as cash and carry format. Good or bad, the stores were in Punjab because the consumption was very high and they were running really great. But at some point of time, as I said, because the supply chain or investing in supply chain and things were not, the way they were expected, they bought Flipkart, and now Walmart as such is no more in this country, right? So, in short, all these big players tried their footprints in this country, but yes, the challenges were very high, and that was the reason they moved back. Yeah. So economic fluctuation was one of those points at that point of time. Consumer resistance could be one which I foresee the challenges that is going to come, because the change in technology may not be very futile with a lot of people. So that could be one challenge, and that we are foreseeing coming up. Last, human resource. I think as our speaker spoke about, the talent is something which is really a challenging as far as the retail is concerned. And to give a number, I think Walmart is the biggest employer in this world. Around 2 to 2.2 million people work for Walmart, which is the highest employer in the world, right? So retail as such is very human-centric, and I think this would be one of the challenge for retail to flourish this. So how they take this forward is what the challenge that we look at. So that's it from my part. So as I said, when I look at a consumer on the shelf. So today when a consumer goes to the shelf, there's a lot of reading being done. And today it's happening in some of the formats, right? The reading is done how they are looking into it, how they are picking up the shelf, which pack they are looking into. Those data get fed up back, right? The machine picks up all the learning. And then when they go and do, this is the end, when they go and look into the trial, which can be done on a virtual piece, the entire data is getting reflected back. And that's how integration of data happening, capturing from a consumer point of view, and then it is being fed right on the back end. So if you look into the journey of consumers, a journey from start till the end, the store actually knows what, which, where they are going to pick up things, and that's how it is moving towards. Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying, no? So privacy, they have to see how they do it. And if you look into some of those points, even today, when you go to a store, you give your phone number, you give your purchase details, everything is captured, right? Now, in one more example I can give on this, right? One promotion that we did. Toothbrush. Toothbrush is a category, high margin category, but it is not in our buying list. So if all of us today sitting in this room, you go back to your washrooms and see all the brushes has come to be changed, right? That is how it is, because that is not in the buying list. So what company does, they pick up the data, what the brand does with the retailer, they pick up the data and see how many people have purchased on what date and what is the gap, right? And then they give a customized promotion, 20% off on your next purchase of toothbrush. And you see a 30% retention coming up. So this again, it's all about data, machine, giving data, giving the brand what should be done. So it's all about how the technology is transforming the buying behavior, at the same time enabling to ensure there is people have a healthy toothbrush at home. So we can see both the ways. Yeah?
This map, what does it change? What have you changed with respect to the retail, with respect to this screen?
Sorry?
With respect to this study, how is the change happening now with the retail?
So if you see in the future, what I'm going to see is that consumers, as the consumer enters, right? When he enters, his card is punched, for example. He has a data card which gets punched. This is mine. Everything comes to the back end that, okay, this is what he is looking into. This is what he is going to pick up. And those will have customized promotion reflecting on him, right? So that's what we see. The consumer is being directed towards what we intend to sell to them, because we have a data. We know what should be pushed to that individual, right? And that's what I put across, right? If you look, everything is being automated. There's nothing which, when he starts off here, right, his data is captured, and we know what is his background for the last 6-7 years, what he has purchased, what she has purchased, and basis that the movement happens. Yeah?
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, one question. In the retail space, you are talking about the challenges. But how do you overcome the challenge of differentiation? Because I can have the same product of the same quality, what you have. So why should people come to me That is the one question ultimately that comes. Of the same type, same quality, price also of the. So what is the differentiation that I can have? Can you please enlighten me on that?
Yeah, so, see, your question is how two retailers are going to differentiate themselves, correct? Yeah. No, that's the question. Like, now let's look some of the retail formats. Okay. So you have a Reliance here, right? You have a More or Spencer's. Just take an example, hypothetical example. The products or the brands more or less the same, but the way it is being displayed, the promotion that is being given, right? It matters from a consumer point of view, correct? That is one important part. Second important part, how and why, as I said, why retailers are not able to grade, because the nearby store, the Kirana store, there is a personalized touch also, right, which is missing in all these retail formats. And from a cultural point of view, I think this is one of the biggest learning, that how to bring that, the emotional connect with that store or with that retailer, which will drive, footfalls. So that's always a challenge. I think driving footfalls is always a challenge. Right? It's not something which can be done from a brand point of view, but yes, that has been, one of the constant push that we see from a retailer point of view, how to drive more footfalls. Yeah.
Hi, Zai.
Hope I answered your question, right? So we can connect back on this.
Hi. I would like to ask two questions.
Sorry?
I would like to ask two questions,
Yeah.
actually. So, I'm Debraj. I'm a final year MBA student and currently working as an account manager at Battlecorp Cybersecurity Labs, which helps to secure, companies like yours to be digitally secure. So, you mentioned the privacy concern and data security as a point. So, my first question is, which are the major threats digitally being affected to the retail industry? And second question, what's your take on the Kirana Pro, which is an initiative supported by ONDC in retail sector?
Sorry, so to just check with you correctly, the first question is, what is the data privacy that is happening, right? So as I said, right, there is huge data, and consumer data are like millions, because I can decide how to change the behavior of a consumer, right, with the data, pushing what I want. So that is something, a big threat, not only in India, but globally, right, today. And that is the reason why you see today they take consent, we are supposed to sign, and all those stuff that is happening, right? And so that part is always a question mark. I don't know how things are going to, because regulation is coming up, right? If you see in this country, there are many regulations coming up. And I think from an Indian, compliance point of view, our country is really on a higher order when it comes to setting up compliances. Now, implementation is a different thing. MRP is only there in this country, right? And that is the reason the consumer in this country know what a 100-gram toothpaste costs. But if you go to any part of the world, it's weird. The pricing is weird. Sometimes 200 grams is more cheaper than 100 grams, because pricing is very different. But here, every individual knows, and because of the MRP regime, that is one. Second, retailer can't make too much, because fixed. A manufacturer gives X, MRP is B, so A and B, suppose. The gap is only A minus B, which is not the case in others. So the consumers are well protected in this country. So I'm sure when it comes to data privacy, etc., you will see things happening on that front.
So my second question was regarding the Kirana Pro.
Yeah. So what is that? Sorry?
Kirana Pro, which transforms the Kirana stores to dark stores and helps e-commerce to be much faster, supported by ONDC.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts?
So now this is the hyper, local activity that we are talking about. we have to coexist in this environment. That's the point. And if you look after post-pandemic, I don't know whether how many retail smaller stores have closed down in this country. Nothing has happened. Only the last stores have been closed down. So I think the ecosystem and is so strong that people or the small stores are trying to see that how they complement this business. And that is where this ONDC plays a larger role. Yeah, and which is, I said, a dark store. Dark store is nothing but, you can be part of that ecosystem where your store can be a dark store, and then you supply to the nearby pin codes when the order is directed towards you. So that's all about.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm not able to hear you.
So my name is Rinsha, and I'm an MBA student of AMC School of Business Management. So my question is, how can organizations ensure data privacy and compliance with the regulations while integrating advanced technologies like AI and IoT?
So you mean to ask that how organizations or retailers ensures data privacy? That is what you meant? Again, data compliance, right? Yeah. So see, that is what I said. I think if I look into, again I said, just give a relative example to you. I don't know whether I'm going to answer the same question, but there is 100% FDI, foreign direct investment, only in cash and carry in this country, right? They can't come on a retail sector. So again, the compliance were very strong. Otherwise, everybody would have come and ruled this country, which is from a country point of view, yeah, very strong. So if I look from that point, all these retailers that I spoke about, Metro Cash and Carry, a German retailer, had some 36 to 37 stores in this country. Okay. Walmart had around 36 stores, cash and carry. Booker, the UK retailer, has some couple of 3 stores in Bombay. ShopRite, which is an African retailer, had a large supermarket in Bombay in 2006, 2007. All these stores are no more. Right? Metro has been sold by Reliance, Walmart and Flipkart became one. Your Booker has closed down, ShopRite has sold operations. Now, why, if you ask me, I think our compliance were very strong, right? So they can't do things in a shortcut or, to ensure that they move out of the FDA rules and do business. So in one way, it has protected the other businesses, small businesses in this country. So that's what I said. So I'm sure the compliance would become more stronger when it comes to all this picture, is what I foresee. Yeah.
Hi sir, my name is Fatima Rifana, and I would like to ask, how do cultural impact products preferences in different global markets?
How cultural?
Cultural impact on products.
On products from a global point of view, right? So last week I was in Botswana. So Botswana is a small country in Africa, right? So I was with one of my clients, so we are trying to launch a product there. Now culture, there everything is large size. Now this is a small country where consumption is very high, right? In our country, the consumption is not so high. If I look at Botswana as a country, around 30 lakhs is the population, but the consumption is more than the Tamil Nadu business, if I look from a apple to apple comparison, right? Why the consumption is so high? So the culture there as such is people buy bigger things, bigger packs. So when you go to a store, you will find 2 liters of Coke, right, or 2 liters of soft drinks. You will not find this 10 rupee price point or 10 rupee. So the culture, which is like not buying behavior, will definitely impact on the product. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
We will take one more question.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Sujit. I'm an architect, and it was a very interesting graphic that you showed there about that retail store. Yeah.
Sure.
So as you're rightly saying, nowadays it's all about e-commerce and also quick commerce. What are your thoughts on what the future of physical stores, that is a brick and mortar stores, where do you think that is going to go?
Yeah. See, as I said, let me give some numbers to you. In 2002, 2001, 2002, if I look into the overall business, right, it was only 3% was supermarket business, right? So 97% was happening through the small stores or the retail store that we spoke about, our Kirana store, all these stores. It has moved from 3% to 2024, if I look into around 8 to 10%. So still, the 90% of the business is with these stores, right? And if I look into the projection from an Indian market, hardly will reach around 20%. So 80% still nice because of the supply chain or because of the supply chain, one. Secondly, our Kirana stores are much efficient. Our wholesale is much efficient than the organized retail. And that is why they are shutting shop and they were not able to get the things right. Right? There are 5,000 SKUs, we call it, right? The selling unit, the products. The retailer, if you go, he knows everything. There is no out of stock. He knows, and a customer goes there, never goes out of, he ensures that he had the product for him. So already AI and all those things are working in these small stores. Correct? Maybe not, maybe in a very organized way, but they are definitely more efficient. So at any point of time in this country, I don't think they are going to go out of business. I think they have to upgrade to see how they complement this change, right? How they also adapt to some of the technology that is being used, right? And like ONDC, like people can become a partner with an Amazon to sell their product in that, or they become a partner in the quick commerce, right? So that they are able to deliver that, the last mile, which is very difficult for somebody to come and set up this supply chain to do it, because already you have a well-set supply chain within your. So at any point of time, I don't think our retail, the small retail is going to out of business unless and until they also upgrade, pick up technology and see what they can be doing. So that's what I said. The numbers also speaks the truth, right? It will not go beyond 20%. Last 24, it was 8 to 10%. So still 90% of the business is with the Kiranas and the wholesalers and the unorganized retail that we call it. I hope I able to touch upon some of the points that you spoke about.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jay.
Thank you.
Due to the time crunch, we are just closing the session, but I'm sure he'll be available for all of you all to speak to him.
Thank you very much.
As a token of appreciation, may I please request Engineer Anand Mani and CA Ravi to go on the stage. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be breaking for a tea break right now. It's 12 o'clock. We hope to see you back in 12:10. In 10 minutes, kindly do come back. Thank you.
What is the situation of comfort and convenience or preference? Because old shops, everywhere, I come to your shop because you are Jay known friend. You come to me because of proximity. ചായ വേഗം കുടിച്ചാലേ ഓ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ
Please note, we want all of you all to be back in 10 minutes. So kindly proceed and have your tea first.
Hello.
Hello. May we request all of you all to kindly take your seats. We will be continuing our program. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you all to kindly get your cup of tea inside and please occupy your seats. Next, we have Mr. Ajit Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, Birla Opus Paints. Mr. Ajit has got more than 3 decades of rich experience in manufacturing and projects. He has worked with Asian Paints for more than a decade and with ICI Paints for 16 years in various roles. In his current role in Birla Opus Paints, he was instrumental in setting up a brand new R&D facility and 6 manufacturing sites. He holds a postgraduate degree from Government Engineering College, Jabalpur. He has also completed an executive MBA from IIM Kolkata. He is a trained Six Sigma Black Belt and was the cricket team captain in Farouk College. Very warmly, we welcome Mr. Ajit Kumar to share on the topic, Transition and Transformation in Paint Industry from a Manufacturing Lens. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Thank you, guys. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How are you guys? How are you all? Good? Superb. Thank you very much. And thank you guys for inviting me for this small talk. And let me see whether I can do some justice to, the 45 minutes which you guys have given. Can I get the... Before accepting this thing, I was thinking, what is it that for me when I'm coming here? What is it that for me? This is the fine. Okay, thank you. So I will. Is enough? Okay, can you all hear me? Okay, if I'm putting my mic down, just wave. I'll put it up. So, as I said, I was thinking, what is it that for me? For everything we do, we always look at what is it that for me. So I was looking at this function and thinking, what is it that for me? I thought, I will be able to connect with some of my old colleagues or maybe some people whom I studied. I don't know whether I will or I will not. Okay, my topic is, so I'm a paint man. Last 35 years, I spent entire my career in paint, worked with Asian Paints, then, another paint company called ICI, then with another paint company called AkzoNobel, and finally landed into Aditya Birla, and taking care of this new project of Birla Opus. Let me give little bit more about my background. So where am I coming from? I come from a place called, maybe some of you know this, 17 kilometers from this place, which is called Pudukkode, Ramanattukara. Anybody from that area? Nobody? Fine. And my initial schooling were in that same village. I did that. Then I went to Farouk College. Anybody from Farouk College? Wow, fantastic. A lot of people. Good to see you all from, so this is how I connect with people, Thank you, guys. And so I studied in Farouk College. This is sometimes in, I think, 84 to 90. And then I left Kerala. Where did I go? I went to North. I went to Jabalpur Engineering College, completed my post-graduation, and then joined Asian Paints. And that's where my career starts. Right? Now, my topic is, ever since that day to till now, I am associated with the paint industry. And I know what transformation, what transition, what trends, or what all things happened in the paint industry. I have personally witnessed, and I was party to many of those things personally. So let me try and give those experiences to you and see whether, if anybody can get some benefit out of that, that's well and good. Fine. Now, if you talk about paint industry transformation, the two ways you have to look at. One is before 90s and 2000, and then the birth of Birla Opus. I don't know anybody heard about this brand called Birla Opus? Some people? Fine, good to see that. And what is happening now? This is one way of looking at the transitions or transformation of paint industry. The second one is that, many people spoke about, AI digital way. So I remember when it started in 90s when I joined, used to be a manufacturing driven company, then into quality, then sales marketing. We will dig a little bit more on this sometimes later. Now, as I said, I come from a background where, which is close to this place. Then, of course, after completing my degree, I joined Asian Paints. In 90s, this industry used to be very laborious. You could see the people coming out of the factory with the colors which they made. If they made blue colors, the guy used to come out with the blue color. Or if they make, say, yellow color, the guys used to come out with the yellow color. That's how it used to be. And from there, it started changing. So 90s, it was like that. And then moved into, in my career, I spent 12 years in Asian Paints, seeing all these things. Then I moved to another paint company called ICI, which is a UK-based company. I went to get an experience in an international company or a so-called multinational company. Otherwise, Asian Paints is a very Indian company. But in Asian Paints, I got to work with some of the great leaders, and currently they are in the topmost places, if I have to name, none other than the MD of the Asian Paints, Amit Singhal, I worked with, and the CHRO of the MakeMyTrip.com, Captain Yuvraj Srivastav, and there are many people whom I worked with them in Asian Paints. And they're all this very, very senior position. So I moved on from Asian Paints and I went to ICI, where I got to travel across the country. You say any country in the Southeast Asia, from China to Singapore to Malaysia to Indonesia to Sri Lanka to any country you say, I would have worked, I would have gone and done some projects or something. So this is where I get to know the culture of those countries. A lot of learning happened, and a lot of comparison happening between India and the countries, and I could do a lot of projects there also. And from there, I moved on to, this is where the birth of the Birla Opus starting. And I say it as birth of Birla Opus. I'll take 2 minutes to explain this, how this happened. In 2020 peak COVID, all of you remember the peak COVID, March lockdown, and then, all of us were the so-called house arrest. We could not get out of the house, and then we were all sitting in the house. And after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I think the government relaxed the rules, and they said you can just get out of your house and walk around. So I was also walking around in that time, and I was in that company, which is called ICI, or now it is called as AkzoNobel, looking after the entire manufacturing operations for the country. That's what I was doing at that time. So in the peak COVID, we started walking out, and then somebody called and said that somebody is looking for a person who can manage or set up a new paint brand or paint business. And then they said, this is for Aditya Birla. So when it came the name of Aditya Birla, I thought I had no mood in changing my job. I was operating from Bangalore, and a nice home, nice place, good climate, all good. And I also knew that that's a multinational company. My next job or next move was to either to Singapore or Netherlands. I was pretty sure. Only the COVID came in between, so I knew it's getting little delayed, but I will get there. So, but the Aditya Birla guys were looking for a person, and then the consultant kept on calling me, why don't you go and try and just attend the interview? Okay. So, and I had no mood. I said, I don't have a resume. The consultant said, I will make your resume. The consultant made my resume. And then they sent it to Aditya Birla. Aditya Birla said they want to meet me. So, okay, I said fine. I just went to check my status. Where am I standing in the industry? And I had no mood to join Aditya Birla. But then what happened? The initial interview, after the initial interview, the guy said, I wanted you to meet none other than Kumar Mangalam Birla. Lifetime opportunity, guys. I went for it. And my only intention was to speak to him, a big industrialist. All of you know Mukesh Ambani, Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla. So, and then people were preparing me for that interview. How you have to sit, how you have to face him, how you have to talk, what you have to answer. And then all of them said that this guy will speak to you only for 15 minutes. And if you make it, good, otherwise fine. Okay, then the interview started, and then they also said, and you have to dress like this, you have to do this, that, all those things. And since it was COVID, it was a video interview. So the interview started, and there was a lady sitting and observing this thing. And he was asking me, Ajit, how can we put up a paint factory and how can we launch a paint business? So I said, sir, this is how we can do. I have done this, putting up the plant. I can do all those things. And after 15, 20 or 25 minutes, he got a call. And he said, Ajit, this is an important call. I have to attend this. And he went. And I was sitting there, and the lady is also sitting there in that call. And after 15, 20 minutes, he did not come back. I told the lady, look, maybe he didn't like me. Leave it. I will go. You go. I have no problem. And I have nothing to lose because I was very clear I don't want to go there. And then I stopped. I cut the interview. It's a live interview. I cut that. And I said, thank you very much. Bye-bye. And then I was removing my jacket and, putting it on a hanger. And then 15, 20 minutes, the lady called, hey, Mr. Birla is back here. Come back for the call. And then the call went for another 45 minutes. But then I knew that I've cracked it. And I'm the first employee of that business. The first man who joined Birla Opus. And you know what are the strengths today? Any guesses? What's our team strength? 4,500 and plus. From one man, we went to 4,500 people as on today. We are still continuing to recruit. And then, what happened? After talking to him, I changed my mind. Such a wonderful person, so down to earth. And I said, I must work with this person. And I knew that I'm going to work with him closely. So I joined, and again, COVID was happening. I was in Bangalore, traveling weekly to Bombay, Bangalore, like a passenger, every week, and continued to do that for almost 1.5 years. But before that, 6 months, I worked on the project, saying that, how do we put up this? What are we going to do now? How are we going to put up this project? So I said, this was meeting every 15, 20 days with none other than Mr. Birla. I go and present to him, say that, boss, sir, this is how we can do. We can do one plant and then, one region and then start the business. And then we can see that whether we can go to second region, third region. So I presented this case and, he patiently listened to me for 1.5 hours. And he said, Ajit, thank you very much, but this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking something bigger. Oh, okay. So I went another 15, 20 days, prepared back, went and said that, sir, we can do 2 plants and 2 regions. Again, he patiently listened to me and said, none other than Mr. Birla. He said, Ajit, thank you very much, but I want something bigger. Okay, what do I do? The natural, 3 region, 3 plant. Again, he listened and he said, Ajit, I'm looking something bigger. In between, there is another boy, he jumped out of this thing, Ajit, you are not going to present 4 region and 4 plants. Make something big. Okay, I went back. I took almost 1 month, sat down, and then finally come up with a big project. The investment is 10,000 crore, guys. But the fun or the fear part was that, and I knew I have to do it. Out of this 10,000 crore, I am responsible for 8,000 crore. Now the fear started coming. How do I do this? It's all okay. Putting things in the paper is fine. And we went and, after telling to Mr. Birla, he said, Ajit, come and present this to Grasim board. Before that, I think I must talk about Aditya Birla. This is a $66 billion company. Present in 6 countries, 180 state-of-the-art plants. And what are the business they are into? These are all the business which they are into. And this is where I come from, paint industry is where I come from. And this is where the Birla Opus birth happened. We decided to enter into the market. If you remember, or I remember it very clearly, in December, we presented to Grasim board and Grasim board approved, saying that yes, this is the start. And why did they go into paint industry? What the reason? Well, they're already into many places, and why are they getting into paint industry? So Aditya Birla has got one big arm, which is Ultratech Cement. I hope many of you know this. So you look at any construction happening, cement is a required one. So any building, look about your house, or when you construct a house, what do you need? You need bricks and mortar and then cement. You build your house, what is the next one? The next one is normally you paint the house. So we felt, from Aditya Birla, we felt that this is a natural extension of our business. Somebody who's using our cement business will definitely use the paint. So that's why we entered. What is the second reason? Look at this data. Totally oligopolistic. One guy is on the dominating 55%, and the second guy is 14%. As an employee, we believe that there is a strong case for a business case where we can get to the number 2. And any business or anything with Aditya Birla operates, our policy is that we will be either number 1 or number 2, otherwise we will not operate. And we strongly believe that we can be the strong number 2. And that's where the Birla Opus birth happened. From a one-man army, one person, and then what? So the project is approved, and again, I'm still one man. 10,000 crore approval we got from the management, Grasim board, or maybe few people I recruited, 5-6 people were there when I was presenting this case to Grasim board. Now the fear is like, how do I do this? 10,000, 8,000 crore investment. And I still believe, and I still think, or when I count the zeros in 1 crore, I still get lost. And I have to spend 8,000 crores. That's a bet, or that's the responsibility which I took. Okay, fine. Then, I went and checked with some of my gurus. All of us have gurus or good friends, senior leaders. So I went and spoke to some 2 leaders. Boss, I got into this. Should I continue this job or leave this job? Or how do I continue this? They said, Ajit, there's only one way. Get right people on the job. That's the only way you can do it. I went into a spree of recruitment. And do you know how many interviews I have done in that year? So this project, startup happened in 2020, and 2021, I'm recruiting people. Daily, I've done 14 interviews, selecting people. I've completed 3,000 plus interviews. 3,000 interviews in a year, looking for people, and my hit rate is 1 out of 10. If I interview 10 people, the chance of getting them passed is 1 out of 10. And then we started recruiting the people, and along with that, we also started looking at the land. And we said that this is a big project, and this required at least 100-acre land every place. We started traveling. We went to many states, starting from, say, Haryana to Punjab to Uttar Pradesh to Madhya Pradesh to Maharashtra, then Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, even Kerala, West Bengal, you take any names. I personally would have gone and met the chief secretaries, principal secretaries, and none other than the CM. I personally met all the CMs of these states. And then this is finally we decided to put up 6 factories across this, this place. And this is where we started the construction. We started recruiting right people and moved on. And then what did we make? And I just want to give you a snapshot of what we did. Audio? have the audio. So this is what we did in next 18-20 months. And again, starting from one-man army to 4,500 people as on today. And we have started this 6 plant. Out of 6 plants, 5 plants we have already started production, and it's all moving all over the country. The 6th one will get started in another 3 or 4 months. And when I started, I said the transformation, this is the transformation which we did in the paint industry. I said the person who used to make the color used to come out of with the same color. And this plant operates with the high end of technology, high end of automation. And the people operating here wear jeans and t-shirt. That's how we operate this like any office. Any diploma engineer or an operator who works, comes, go, and he'll never know what paint he made. That's how we have transformed this paint industry from what we had in 90s and then the current one. And if I have to tell some of the technologies which we used, of course, fully integrated, world-class technology, paperless office, low-cost operation, low capex cost, faster execution, and then, of course, the other ones, higher standard of safety, sustainability, and then I'll talk about the track and trace sometime later. And then, sustainability is a very important this thing. When you do a business, you can't spoil this Mother Earth. The Mother Earth needs to be preserved. And hence we have taken care of those things, whether it is water recirculation, whether it is solar energy or anything you talk about sustainability. I think we would have we have thought through all these things during the designing and the conceptualization, designing time itself. We have taken care of this, and this is what the philosophy which we used. And I said, this is the first track which I was telling you what happened. The second track, I remember when I joined Asian Paints in 90s, and the manufacturing guys used to tell the sales guys, this is what I will manufacture, you go and sell this in 90s. And typically most of the industries were operating like this. You make whatever you like and then they have to go and sell it. Then the thing changed. They said, no, guys, you can't do that. If you're making it, you better make it in quality. A quality standard started coming in that. You have to make it with certain quality. So we said, okay, fine, let's have quality also. From there, we moved on. The sales guys come and say that, no, you can't give me whatever shit you want to give me, or maybe with quality also. You have to give me what I want. That is only what I will sell. The sales guy said, we said, fine, no problem. Then the marketing guys came and said that more innovations, more, more consumer friendly. We moved into that industry. And the last one is the IT digital AI. And this is where we used, lot of, so-called IT or the digital part. Maybe give me 2 minutes attention. I'll tell you what this is. That every can, you saw the cans which is moving on the conveyor. Every can is printed with a unique QR code. And from it, when it moves from out of the factory, it is scanned. When it gets into a truck, it is scanned. When it gets unloaded into any of my depots, if it comes to Calicut depot, it gets scanned. So I know it is in the Calicut depot. And from here, when I sell it to any of the painter dealers, I know it has gone to this painter dealer. That's not the end. And when the painter picks up and goes to your house or anybody's house, he gets a token. And if he scans that, he'll get money. I know which painter is using that. Now, how does this help me? I think this is a great insight. I know in Calicut city, say in Mananjara, this house is got painted with this thing. I also know that in Calicut, say medical college or Tundayad or maybe this city, this is where my paint is selling. It is not getting sold in Palayam because nobody is scanning there or nobody is scanning from that area. So I can tell my sales guys, better guys, go concentrate on that area. Deep inside, we have just started using it. I think this is another trend setting you call, or the transformation which we have brought into paint industry, using IT and this thing. I don't know, typically a paint industry works and demand, supply, manufacture, and then transportation. How does the demand actually works? The demand is the sales fellow comes and tells me, I will sell this much quantity in this year or this month, this week is what it says. Now with this technology, I don't need a sales fellow coming in. How does the sales fellow tells? He thinks that some vague assumption, he thinks that, I can do this much. Now with this new technology, which is integrated with our planning systems, tells me in Calicut, this is what which is getting sold, this is the product which is getting sold, and this is the area which is getting sold, and this much is what it can sell in this week, next week, or next week. That gives me an exact demand. Now if I know the demand, I can plan it well. I plan it, execute it, and I move it to the different places. So this is another digital technology which we used. And the second track which I was telling you is what it is. Some random interesting facts about our so-called project is that maybe for this thing, forget about this. This is what we did. You heard about Narendra Modi Stadium? It is as good as 6 stadium which we built. It is as good as putting 4.5 times of Statue of Unity. Not Unity, Statue of Unity, yeah. How much steel I used? Equivalent to 10 times of Eiffel Tower. What next? The piping which I used in the factories is like, it's Delhi, Bombay. 2 times. Then, the cables which I used, Kanyakumari to Jammu Kashmir, 2 times. 100 plus robots. And it doesn't hinder high quality hiring, high quality people. The second one which I want to emphasize, I'm not going to speak about everything, but the second one we said we will have diversity a key part in our project, and we happy to say, when I say the 90s, when I was operating those plants, hardly we had women employed in the factories. Today, very happy to say that we have 20% of operating people, women, young girls standing there and telling you how I am operating this, machines and, done. 20% of my employees in each factory are women. I think that's it for me. I think I'll stop here in case any questions. I am great to answer, please. Thank you. ഓ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും മലയാളം വളരെ നല്ല പോലെ രാമനാട്ടൻ എന്ന് വരുന്ന നല്ല പോലെ അറിയാം പറയൂ എങ്ങനെ
സാറേ ഒന്ന്
ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഇത് ആൻസർ ഇതാ പറയാം സി വി ആർ പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് Birla Opus is part of Grasim. We are still a company under Grasim. So Grasim has not yet announced market share of Birla Opus. It is not available in the public domain. Hence it is not right for me to tell that. I know it is. It is. But what we said is that by end of this year, we will be higher, no, single digit highest. We started from 0. We will reach highest single digit number. I leave it to you. Did I answer you? Yeah.
Sir, in that particular year, you are telling that you conducted nearly 3,400 interviews.
Yes.
Continuously for 1 year.
Yes.
So you must have been asking, and your hitting rate was 1 out of 10.
Yeah.
So you might have been asking some particular questions to these candidates. What was the most often repeated question and why?
My style of interview is that this is how almost all the interviews which
No, not because of that. Not because of that. I just want to know which was the most often repeated
no problem.
question. One question.
No, it's not about one single question I put on to everybody. It's not that one bullet I can fire on to
Most often
every people.
repeated.
No, let me, hear me out. See, this is how I do my interviews, whether it is any this thing. I ask him to start his from the childhood or maybe from a matriculation, how he has moved. And so if I'm asking any person, I'll say, you start from your schooling. How was your schooling? Where did you do? How much marks? And then move on to this, and then get into your experience. And then I pick up something which I feel right, or I feel where I can get into some depth and see whether the guy is really good. That's how I do it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
ഞാനിത് ഈ പിള്ളേർക്ക് വേണ്ടി ചോദിച്ചതാണ്.
ആണോ?
Yes.
പിള്ളേർ നമ്മളെ പിള്ളേരല്ലേ, നല്ല പഠിക്കുന്ന പിള്ളേർ.
Tell me about yourself എന്ന് ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ചോദ്യങ്ങളായിരിക്കും സാർ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ?
Yes.
So the another question is this. Like
ഇത് പിള്ളേർക്ക് വേണ്ട, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ട കേട്ടോ.
എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടി സാർ.
Go ahead.
You entered a very വളരെ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ ഉള്ള ഒരു ഫീൽഡിലേക്കാണ് വന്നത്.
Yes.
At that time there was nearly 8 to 10 companies already in operation.
True.
So what are the consultations and considerations that you had before deciding to enter such a competitive?
There are two decisions. There are two things which we said. One is that Aditya Birla felt that paint industry is a natural extension for their business. From cement to paint is a natural extension. The second thing is that I showed you a graph where one guy is at 54%, the second guy is 14% or 15%. Totally oligopolistic, one guy dominating. And we as a company feel that there is a scope for a number two, a strong number two to challenge the number one. That's what we believe, and we entered. Yeah.
Hi, Ajit.
Thank you.
So you mentioned track and trace was first implemented by Birla Opus.
Come again, sorry.
You mentioned track and trace, right?
Yeah.
So it just made me recollect the 1970 investment into supercomputer by Asian Paints. You mentioned the track and trace is implemented through QR codes, right? So we would like to know how this supercomputer stuff worked, where it made the predictive analysis of customers in Asian Paints.
So you want to know how this supercomputer works to manage the entire scanning system is what you're asking, or did I?
How it helped Asian Paints to be that time competitor, or that time.
I am not doing it for Asian Paints. I am doing.
No. I do understand, but being from the industry, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I still did not get your question.
Okay, I'll just repeat.
So sorry.
It's okay. So the supercomputer investment by Asian Paints was one of the investment in 1970, which was even before the ISR or IIT did it.
Okay.
Right. So it helped them have a greater market leverage to understand how the customers demand.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
now I got it. See, I started my career in 92 in Asian Paints. I'm aware of what computer investment. I've also seen my first computer in Asian Paints in 92, 93. The desktop, if you remember the HCL computer, I also went and punched on those keyboards many times. And from there they moved on. And in 2000, I don't remember exactly, but in 2000 they invested in the so-called supercomputer or the planning engine, which is called I2 at that time. Now it has gone through changes, and today it's called Bluey Wonder. So that's a planning engine which they have used, and I remember I also worked on that. So you put lot of logics and you leave it for 2 days, it'll give you an output after 2 days. So this is the plan, this is how much we have to do that. I worked on that. So this is the computer journey which, the Asian Paints, and then kept on upgrading that, whether it is planning engine, then SAP. I was part of the SAP implementation in Asian Paints. It was, I think, in 98 or 99. So I've learned, and they have done, and they kept on improving that. With all our experience, we started. So see, what happened is that what Asian Paints has done in last 50 years, we have done it in 2 years or 3 years. Just that's it.
Thank you.
And that's what we feel that we should be able to stand on that. I think I've done my time. Please. Up. See, I said one of this, the track and trace which is getting. See, a typical, whether it is paint or any industry, works on demand, supply, planning, logistic, and the consumer. This is, whether it is paint industry or this thing. There are a lot of inefficiencies in this system. Lot of inefficiency. And this inefficiency finally land into inventories. And inventory is nothing but cost. The cost goes up. And today, maybe 400 or maybe 1,000 crore is the inventory cost of mine. 1,000 crore is a huge amount of money. The working capital is getting blocked. Now the technology will come, or the change which I expect is that this, using any, whether it is track and trace or maybe some more automation or IT or digital platforms coming in, if you can cut this inventory, will the another trend or the change or the transformation which is going to happen. Done?
We'll just have one more question.
Please. Good afternoon. Please.
Hello?
Go ahead, go ahead.
So one thing I was impressed about was how humble you was while speaking. You know, the younger generation nowadays have an attitude while speaking. They think they are above the world. The question is to myself and to you again. That is, how did you cultivate this behavior? And what can you give thoughts about this? Thank you.
I don't know if there is a medicine or it's a capsule or an injection or something to get this, but I can tell about myself. How did this thing? You know, I said I come from a village where I started long back. I did my schooling in this, and then I moved into Farooq College, where I think the life has taught me. If you have to learn from the life, is what my belief. I lost my first job because I could not speak in English, because I studied in a Malayalam medium. I said, this is something I have to learn. I moved into North. I was beaten up in the college because I could not speak in Hindi. I could have run away from that. But then I decided, let me go and learn this. I went into Asian Paints. I got into biggest ruffle or biggest, or what do you call, problem with the union, which I have never seen. The union used to carry guns. Somebody in front of me sat and put a gun and said, this, and I'm going to negotiate with you for the project. It has happened with me. I don't know whether you have heard about this place called Gwalior. This is a Chambal area where, Dakus, they very this thing. And somebody put a gun on my table and said, this is the contract I wanted. So the life has taught me, you have to learn from your mistakes, you have to learn from your life. I think that's what I did. Every challenge, everything, whether you got beaten up or whether you got frustrated or whether you got anything, I think you have to take that challenge. And my feel is that if I look at my own son who is doing his college and one just passed out and the other one who is completing his engineering degree, I feel is that they're all not ready to learn from their mistakes is what my feel. Or they're not ready to, they're all the mobile kids, the internet. Everybody wants to know any problem, Google. I think this is the biggest, I think, is one of the killer. We don't have time to speak to each other. Everybody is, in your home, my home. Everybody is glued to the damned 4-inch screen. We have to talk to people. We have to see the people. You have to learn from the people. I think this is all what you should do, is what my feel. Whether it is your professors, teachers, or any guests or anybody, if you can talk to the people and get 2 cents change, man. This is what you guys should do, is what I feel. And this is what I did, and maybe that brought me and, into this situation. Right? Anyway, I'm here for some more time and, we can catch up.
Thank you so much. You'll be there
Thank you.
during lunchtime also. You all can surely interact with him. May I now request the President, the Secretary, as well as our past President, Advocate James, to kindly come onto the stage and hand over the memento to sir. Thank you so much. Before we break for lunch, we'll have one more speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Richard Anthony, Operations Transformation and India Location Leader, EY Global Delivery Services. Mr. Richard is the India Location and Operations Transformation Leader, EY Global Delivery Services. In this role, he is responsible for driving the India operational strategy and operational transformation initiatives. Mr. Ritchie has over 30 years of experience, and since joining EY in 1997, he has held several leadership roles, including in areas of technology, knowledge management, workplace enablement services. In his current capacity, he closely works with the Global Chief Operations Officer to create long-term value and deliver the world-class experience for his people and clients. He is passionate about entrepreneurship and takes part in mentorship programs and workshops to support young impact entrepreneurs, and is a long advocate in bringing technology as a key enabler to solve some of the pressing societal problems. He is a firm believer in serving the community and is closely associated with the EY Corporate Responsibility Program. Mr. Ritchie's purpose is to dedicate time and energy to make a meaningful impact in the community so that they flourish and fulfill their potential. I invite Mr. Richard Anthony, India Operations Director, Global Delivery Services EY, who will now share on the topic, Navigating the AI Era. A warm welcome to you, sir.
So I'm very conscious now because I'm standing between you and lunch, right? And I'll try my level best to conclude it very fast, and I don't fill your stomach with a lot of consultant language, and I let you go early. So we'll time it to 30 minutes, and I'll sort of rush through the slides, but these are data points that you can always refer and gain the knowledge from. Just as a word of introduction, my name is Richard Anthony, a very English sounding Saip word or name, but I'm a true Malayali by heart. Though I've, in my initial years, born here in Kerala, lived a lot of my initial years till my career start in Mumbai, and then went to Middle East for around 25 years, and then came back to Trivandrum. The journey to Trivandrum was a nostalgic one because I've never lived in Kerala apart from the holidays I spent with my grandfather and grandmother in Chenganur, and doing fishing as well as living in the green farms, which I enjoyed very much. The journey to Trivandrum and Kerala was I think, a destiny, because as we were working with the Middle East, the first and foremost thing that we started investigating in the year 2000. I went to the Middle East way early in 1993. In 2000, the EY chairman of Middle East came back and said, there's a lot of talk about there's a lot of talk about back office services, and what can we do to elevate the revenue for Middle East. So that's when we came due diligence. There were 3 of us, my CEO, me, and another colleague. We came down, and of course, the due diligence and the visits definitely took us to Bangalore. That's where we decided to have, our first operations as a shared services center. And then while returning back, the only flight was from Trivandrum then. So it was Emirates. So we had to come back to Trivandrum. Flight was at 4 o'clock. There was a flash news or news in the television at 9:30 saying, about Techno Park as the first IT park in India. We had been to many, many places, but never knew about Techno Park at all. And they claiming to be the first IT park raised our curiosity to say, what is it? And they were celebrating their anniversary, so we canceled our flight that night and we stayed back and we said, let's look at what it offers before we make our report. So we went down to Technopark. We were greeted by a very good CEO who was very humble, grounded, as well as knew what the corporate requirements was. We met with the then government, which was very receptive. So we said, okay, we'll start with the project office. Very same story, Mr. Ajit, as we did. So I was thinking about when you narrated how my deja vu moment was. So we said, okay, we're going to start. $2,000 was the budget provided to us to start a project office in Technopark. We went into one of the conference rooms, parked ourselves there, wanted few people, so we were doing the interviews ourselves. Actually, we busted a company, a poor company, that we took 5 employees away from them who were very good, and we started it in the conference room. Today, from 2002 to now, in India, we have around 80,000 employees. So that's the journey. In Kerala itself, we have close to around 10 to 11,000 employees, right? And that shows to state that as I'm looking at the students, opportunities are there if you really need to grab it. So I'll quickly jump. In the next 25 minutes, I'll just go through some of my experiences as I go through the narrative here. So you may find this a little more, like a consultant paper, but it is a lot more grounded into the current reports that we use. So directly jumping, what are the industrial shifts that and my talk is based on pure management learnings and principles that you can adopt, as well as the youngsters can take from this narrative to see how they can shape up their life and their behaviors in the corporate world. So we, all through our journey, have experienced a lot of shifts that has happened in the world, right? Y2K was a big shift that happened. It taught us a lot of things, right? Not to take things for granted, There was a lot of economic shifts that happened. And as we looked at Y2K, it also taught us a few things to say contingency planning is important, right? Bhaiya, you have to be prepared for every circumstances. And that also did break one thing is that I have to be dependent on somebody else. I cannot run my shop alone because if I need to survive, I need all players, all the corporates or colleagues in the fray. So collaboration was there. There were many companies who made money, big time money, right? They seized the opportunity. So market opens opportunities which you need to seize without a great roadmap, right? But it requires a little more courage. So Y2K taught us that. .com bubble burst also taught us that rethinking your business model is important. You cannot run a business model of the 1950s in 2025, right? You do need to rethink your business model. You need to focus on profitability. Business runs on profits. Business doesn't run on charity, right? So you have to definitely keep a very good financial acumen on profitability. You have to prioritize long-term goals. You cannot look at short-term goals. And the .NET boom, bubble burst taught us that. The companies who survived were the companies who had a robust business strategy. And of that, you saw how Amazon, eBay, all of them survived through that bubble burst. Then came the global financial crisis. It also showed many things that we have to do. It said that operational continuity plans are important. You cannot run a business, you cannot be a good leader if you do not have a continuity plan. Then risk management came up in a big way. This is a financial crisis, right? Money has been wiped out from the entire books. What do you do, right? So you had to have, you need to have risk management principles that survived through that time. It also taught you to adapt rapidly to fluctuating economic changes. So it also showed that economic stability is not given. It can fluctuate and it can fluctuate bad. So long-term focus, regulatory matters, liquidity, diversification, and a lot of things came up in the global financial crisis. Government stepped up in whatever way it could to support the industry then. Then came COVID, right? And then that was the biggest one that we had, very unexpected. We thought we were very good in the business models. We were, getting the best brains in the country to sit inside a room and deliver work. Then came COVID. You could not sit together at all, right? It broke the whole collaboration dynamics, as I would say. So you had to sit in your own home. Businesses need to operate. Anything that was having a face-to-face suffered. Anything that was strategic in nature or anything that could be done virtually succeeded, right? Not that work from home was not there before. It was definitely there, right? People used to do it, but that used to do as a hobby. This became a necessity. So transformation took place, prioritization became a important part, collaboration, virtual collaboration became important. People, like if I am from the from the dinosaur age, as I would say, I want everybody together. I want to see somebody. I want to make sure that my line of sight is to the employees that work in that floor space. But COVID taught us that hybrid working is there to stay. It's not going to go away. And whatever we do, the next gen, as we see, has to learn and innovate itself to work in a hybrid mode. So digital transformation, supply chain, communication became very important suddenly because I needed to communicate with people I don't know at all. Financial planning, long-term changes that came place. So those were some of the things that has happened to us in the past. Now, with the management evolution, what happened, right? So I'm born in the 1960s, right? So I look at it and say, am I a good management? I say, have come so far, right? End of the road, maybe, retire or do another set of business. But have I learned in this current time and shed what I practiced in the past? Of course. There are good synergies between the two worlds. So 1950s to 60s was more bureaucratic. Hierarchy structure, nothing wrong in this, mind it, because it was needed at that time. The culture was dependent on that. The skills were in that segment. So very hierarchical structure, scientific management, everything needed to be proved to actually take the next step. There was a command and control leadership. Then came the 70s and 80s. You saw the rise of, human relationships. When I say human relationships, people started recognizing each other. Importance of employee satisfaction came into play. So we started measuring employee satisfaction. Interconnectedness of organizational components came into play. We see that, there was one company that took and adopted that quite well, and it's still surviving in a much better way, was HP, which was Hewlett-Packard. Now, Hewlett-Packard adopted the decentralization decision-making way early, right? And that actually helped them be more global. They had divisional models, and it was all market-driven. 1990s to 2000, you had the advent of information technology. You had a lot of globalization thrown in. So you had to depend on the technology quite a lot. That brought in a transformed business operation. So it moved away from personality to processes, right? And that is where a lot of efficiencies-driven approaches, most flexible-driven approaches started taking. Toyota invented lean manufacturing then, and that is still the HBR review story still in the area of lean. Now, that is where you saw 2010, very closer, you saw transformation happening in the digital stage. People talked about a lot of things. A lot of things that were talked in 2010 post is reality now, right? So as we see coming closer and closer, the pace of digital adoption is significantly increasing. The gaps are closing, right? What worked, what took 20 years to evolve, now takes only 5 years. In future, what will take 5 years to evolve today will be in 1 year, right? And that's how the transformation pace is there and businesses that have not embraced digital technologies are slower. Not that they are not doing well, but are slower and would automatically come to a stage of need to adopt. Inclusive workplaces are increasing. You see that Microsoft, Google, that we talk about, always led those digital transformation during that time. 2020 we are in the era of remote work, sustainability, a lot of focus on sustainability, on green art, everything that we want to do. Track and trace we saw. Track and trace is a very important concept of, finding out the key ingredient components going forward about sustainable production, sustainable use of our Mother Earth. So there are a lot of things that are continuously changing in 2020 onwards. AI automation is coming through. Lot of hybrid workplaces are coming through. And so you are seeing and living that as we speak today. What are the trends that we see? The trends in management are basically, I'll just browse through this, lean and agile. People are adopting. You have an increased focus on the well-being. Employee mental well-being is a lot of focus. You have to focus on technology, without which you cannot move. The shift is towards remote and hybrid work models and a greater emphasis on diversity and inclusion. A lot of women leaders have been it is a conscious effort of the society to to empower our women leaders to rise in the organization. The transition is happening. The organization structures are no longer hierarchical, right? It's a lot more flat because the trust factors are about young leaders. The command and control is disappearing. Your traditional performance reviews and continuous feedback. Somebody asked the question, what would you, to Mr. Ajit, what were you looking for in the interviews of the candidates? I remember when we were doing the interviews for the people, we looked at a base capability, but we looked at a lot of his attitude. Is there an attitude to work? Is there an attitude to learn? Is there an attitude to embrace and work through volatility? Because all of new businesses have those volatile phases. So these are some of the things that we are looking from. A lot of companies that are making profits or have made a large amount of profits are more purpose-driven now. So they have affiliated purpose-driven ventures that take care of it. And those are the new business models that is coming up as we go through. Some of the key challenges, what's happening, it's a rapidly changing world, right? There is absolutely no time to stop. And it is going on at a pace that we are not comfortable with, right? Because things are rapidly changing. Now you see that there are a lot of changes that are happening. Some of the key factors are the cost of climate inaction and environmental collapse. A lot of money is being spent in this area. The reason is because we had ignored it in the past. For example, the frequency of natural disasters are increasing. Hurricanes, wildfire, floods, these are all the indicators. But when they come, what do you spend? You spend money, right? So money has to be spent to take care of climate changes. So now the shift in 2025 and beyond is, why don't I save money, I invest money in sustainable practices that will not make me spend this money in terms of calamity and I don't have loss of life. So a lot of startups, a lot of academic institutions are focusing on sustainability in a big way. I remember one time when we were doing a hackathon, and I think my friend from ULearn is there. He was a student. One kid came back with a novel idea, right? It was too early at that time. It was too early for her time at that time. She wanted to bring out a green label. Simple. Anything that is sold on a digital platform has to have a green, like a BSI certified, ISO certificate, a green label. When you actually go to the green label, it will tell you where was this produced from, what are the ingredients of this, which farmer produced it, or which vendor is supplying this. So that is today a reality because it is already adopted and working. There are impacts, right? So if we don't take care of our climate and it is going to spend more money, we're going to spend higher cost, it's going to disrupt our supply chains. When calamities happen, we put a lot of money into supply chain. It is going to create a damage in infrastructure. The second part is the tariffs, right? The tariffs, escalating protection, decoupling. There are trade wars. We heard the first speaker speak about, Mr. Faisal speak about Trump, right? These are disruptions. Governments and governance will impact tariffs, right? And as each of the countries pivot towards this, we feel as management that we have to adopt. We have to watch, and the trends will be very, very strong. So it will adapt global trade. As leaders in the organization that we own and run, we have to keep a watch on the global scene. Because today, if you only look at your local domain, if you are selling a commodity in a local place like Kozhikode alone, your marketplace is not India. Your marketplace should be, it can be India, but you should keep a watch on the global trends because these global trends are then going to impact what you do at the localized level. So look at the trade regulations and all of these aspects that is there. Geopolitical trends, definitely wars and others. As leaders, we have to adopt because these impact has profound implications on the global scale. If you are in the energy business, it would have impacted you, of course. Political instability is an area that is very, very strong in that area that moves it. But there are companies who adjust. So if you look at Shell, they adjusted their operations and strategies so that, they watched the shifting geopolitical dynamics, and they shifted their operation base in a very disparate manner. The last, the decoupling is if you are running a business that is today doing one type of activity or one product, I would say. The whole scene is that if you diversify, right? The more you diversify from being in your core, helps you to have a regulated business, or your tariff spreads or your escalating protectionism can actually help you in mitigating the risks. Because if you are in one line of business only, and that one line of business goes down, you don't have a diversification available. Aging population, definitely. I wanted to ask Mr. Faisal, the question I had in mind was, what do we do with elderly care? Right? That's a topic that is close to my heart, and Kerala is definitely going to be impacted with elderly care. Right? So it is very robust in the developed countries, with insurance, with a lot of protection from the state and governments, but it's definitely there. Our aging population is going to be a growing concern in the management of workforce. So you will have to find workforce that is able to do a lot more things with stickiness, with innovation, and as aging population comes, your footprint of younger population reduces. You'll have a lot of dependencies on technology and other areas to do the same amount or more amount of volume of work. I think the situation may come very soon, before 2050, right? And that's very imminent through the reports that are coming, that the impact will be much more significant. The last is rising digital platforms. So you see the rise of social media. The way social media has just caught on fire is everybody uses it. My 87-year-old father adopted to social media at the age of 84. He is an ardent user of social media now. So I have to now stop him and say, Dad, you're online at 1 o'clock in the night, right? So I shut down my digital devices, so I have to now do the same. So the social media is an information source that is going, which has its own risks and challenges. With AI coming, it is going to be phenomenally difficult to control social media. And you can see that already happening. So this has highlighted a lot of data misuse. And on public opinions, there was one huge scandal, which was the Cambridge Analytica scandal, which took data from Cambridge and then populated and spread it on social media saying, Cambridge says so, right? And everybody believed it because it was Cambridge. Actually, that was a lot of false propaganda on using public opinions into manipulating data. So you will see a lot of companies that need control on data platforms to ensure responsible use of data. Many of the companies have started implementing that now. This is a very interesting slide. I don't want to talk more because it shows. I just tried to put up, and this is public data, right? I want to show what happened in 1980s. What happened in 2000? What happened in 2025? If a company that was at the top IBM, AT&T, Exxon, that look at the spread of businesses that were existing in 1980, look at who's topping the charts in 2025. So you see Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon. They were not there here in 2000. So you can see that the revenue business of the world is being driven a lot through these technology companies. Millions have become billions, billions have become trillions. And so you see this trend is going to continue for some time now. And not that, I'm not saying that only money is made by digital companies. Money is made by every business. The use of digital will be some of the key proponents to accelerate your business. Now we come to the artificial intelligence market, right? So you can see that the artificial intelligence market has grown significantly. 29.2 CAGR is not a small growth number. It emphasizes what? That there is a rapid growth and potential in the AI market, the adoption of it in businesses. There are industry collaborations happening. Many companies are coming together, mergers are happening. Collaborations between two separate companies like Salesforce, IBM, all of them have combined to make new products, collaborative products together that enhance decision making, productivity. So these also tell us in management that in future there will be many companies that will join together. But the purpose will be your go-to-market, enhance your go-to-market penetration, right? Solve a problem that is relevant for tomorrow by collaboration. Previously, companies used to solve the problem in their own vertical, in their own. Lot more trust has to be there in today's world, which was not there earlier, and everything was IP. So as I always tell my startup friends, you think you are having the best idea and this is the baby that you want to give birth to with the idea saying this is a unicorn, there are 10,000 other people thinking about it, right? Or maybe even doing it. But what will make a difference is how and what will you do uniquely to address the problem in the fastest possible amount of time. So you see quantum computing is increasing AI adoption, human agents, AI assistants that is coming in. So nowadays on the calls, who calls you? Does the customer care centers call you? Do you get called by a student? It's all agentic AI. But does it sound as if it's a person, real person? 80 to 90% they sound like a real human being, right? Do they react to you based on your responses? Yes, they do. So a lot of these dynamic shifts are happening, but does that mean that we're losing our jobs or we cannot run a business? No. How do we use these technologies to elevate your business is what you do. So where you needed to employ 10 people doing a particular type of work, can it be automated so that the 10 people that you have can do a much more productive piece of work and a high skill labor? So that's what I'm telling here. Now, what does this mean, right? So the generative AI and the future of work, there will be always an AI worker now, right? AI-enabled worker. Even at the age of 56 or 57, I have to do prompt engineering. If I have to use ChatGPT or any of the other tools, I need to. Now, thankfully, Microsoft bought Copilot, and I just click on my 250 emails that I receive one day, and I say, okay, what's my action item for today? Bang, it brings something in 2 minutes or 2 seconds. So those are some of the things. So your workforce is going to be a lot more technology enabled. But the key focus that you need to have is the safe use of technology, the ethics of using technology, the compliance. And this is going to be the new workforce of the future. So you are going to have an ethics compliance AI coder or an AI worker. You may have safe use of technology officer. Like we have a chief growth officer now or a chief happiness officer. You may have these type of titles going in future. The dynamic shift has happened in workplace, right? So we're pursuing new markets. Products and services are changing. Everything is focused on visual. Your CX and EX experiences are very important. How do you create attractive experiences to your customer, right? So we saw Tejas as a video, we saw Opus Paints. They looked attractive to us because it appeals to us, it talks to us. So a lot more of the world today is visual. Nobody reads 50-page report, right? You just put it somewhere and say summarize, right? Even students do it. I have my son who is doing masters in a college, and I say, you're writing your report? Yes, I have ChatGPT. So I said, how do you get away with it? Summarize and then write my own. But there are ways that it has to be a safe use. Are you learning anything out of that, right? Are you growing your knowledge? How are you able to apply? Shortcuts don't get you to a good workforce, because when it comes to an interview, right, ChatGPT is not there to help you, right? It is about, most of the videos now have to be online in our workforce, right? You cannot have an switched off video and go through an interview. So there are a lot of business changes, communication is changing, collaborations are happening deeper, better decision making means you need to be fast, right? You can't sit on decisions. So a lot of business operations are automatically changing here. These are some of the examples that I want to quickly brush through. The use of AI in industries. So if you say AI is only at an operational level or at a tech level, I'm sorry, it's not. It is impacting industries today. In the financial industry, your fraud detection, risk management, all of these areas will continue to play a role, because if I use AI, if I use technology, my time to find the discrepancies in data is shorter. What used to take a day now takes an hour or maybe a minute, right? So those are how the use cases of these technologies will be. If I have to find out, a discrepancy between two financial data sets, it's so easy now. Previously, an auditor or an intern had to sit hours and chug on the line, and yet somebody, his boss or his manager, will find a mistake, right? So here we are looking at dynamically using vast data sets in a shorter amount of time. Automated trading is already live, because it is coming and saying what is your most algorithms run on trading platforms now. Your risk management is assessing the market conditions. Where are we today in the world in terms of what credit worthiness, right? What are the patterns that are analyzed in the market today? In the healthcare industry, phenomenal paces. Robotic surgeries are coming in patient care. You are able to detect anomalies faster, right? I know of a student who's working in a company that does cochlear implant. I can have a customized cochlear implant, right? Which is with devices, 3D devices. So it's a way of getting higher precision, early detection of diseases. So, your patient care is definitely improvising. What you don't get through technology is your human touch, which definitely is only something that a human can pass to a human. Predictive analytics will play a role. Personalized medicine is coming. So if I go and, last week I was in a demonstration where personalized medicine was produced. Say I went in, I got analyzed, my reports or my data point. At the end of the journey, a pill gets produced that is customized to me, right? And that's what is happening in personalized medicine. Your research, drug discovery is enhancing, right? The ability to have target therapies, identify genetic mutations, right? Leading to very focused, customized treatment. That's what the world is changing and using AI to. What it does, it improves your efficacy. It reduces a lot of side effects that drugs would have. So drug discovery. So like this, and chatbots you already know, right? That you no longer require humans at the end of the other line to actually have a conversation and deduction to you. In manufacturing, right? A lot of things are happening in manufacturing. You have inventory management, track and trace, route optimization, warehouse optimization. All of them have been already completed. It is now on the next leg of the journey. Predictive maintenance, real-time inventory, all of these that work towards in the manufacturing industry manufacturing industry has been an early adopter of management principles using technology. Retail. We talked about retail. I won't go through this again. I will undermine. I'll not be able to talk as much as he has talked on that. But a lot of things is driving to efficiencies, inventory management, data-driven insight, customer service, which means that the ability to know what your customer really wants and provide a targeted solution. Social impact, right? So it's not only that businesses make money or use AI, we use AI for social impact too in the businesses. Learning platforms, teaching methods have changed, student outcome measurements have changed, intelligent tutoring systems have come. In the areas of agriculture and social, you have precision farming, predictive analytics, crop management, disease prevention. All of these are something that have come in through the era of AI. Now, what does all this mean and so we have had a lot of talk about what AI is doing, How does it tie it up to the topic that we have of trend, transition management and leadership, right? There are three focus in this era that you have to clearly focus on. One is, as a leader in a company, as an owner, as a proprietor, as appointed leader in a corporate, you have to create a safe and inclusive work environment. This is very important because your next gen is the next set of leaders that are going to sit on your seats, right? So how do you create a safe and exclusive environment? How do you promote collaboration? How do you promote innovation, right? The shifting organizational goals that will happen, right? How do you align them to it? So this has to be some of your focus areas. Leadership, right? I'm saying value your employees' opinion and feedback, right? So we have a lot of focus in the company collecting ideas from our employees themselves because they are the ones who experience the clients, who talk to them, who when they do their work, they find out this can be done in a better way. They love to give their opinions and feedbacks, and then we have to sift through what really can be implemented in the organization. So you have to, your culture has to be a lot more of collaboration and innovation that you have to promote. All the industry globally are moving into this, and we naturally practice it unknowingly or unconsciously in a small way, but in the new era of management, it has to be more forefront. It has to be more visible to the employees. You have to talk more about it. Only then can the workplace be cultivated to that way. Clear organization structure, right? Which means to say that gone are the days when, okay, you report to your boss and your boss, will tell you exactly what to do, right? Hierarchical structures are a lot more broken up now. And that is very clear that the organization or the people working in your organization to be very clear of your organization goals. You have to communicate the organization goals at your lowest level. In previous, when we were learning, the goals used to be communicated to a top set of leaders only, right? And then it comes down. Today it is much more filtered downwards. We have to use the young leaders for their growth and for their dynamism that they bring to the table. Leadership styles, what are coming and emerging during the era of technology and the adoption. You have traditional archetypes that are there. Your emerging new leader archetype. All new leaders have to be learners, right? They cannot assume that they know all. All real leaders have to be adapters. You have to adapt to the changing circumstances. Visionary, you will still be a visionary, and you should be able to form a good vision of your company. You should be a good listener, because your telling style, I told you do this, just do this, will not work in the new era. You should be a power sharer. That means it's not power at the center, it is more power at the peripheral, right? And you look at it. A lot more analysis needs to be driven, lot more. So in all of these, what definitely comes up is you have to change. We as leaders have to change. And that is very evident. If you look at the talent skills, look at the talent skills that is shifting in the market, right? So you have, as I say, my dad would come from a silent generation, right? I would be somewhere in the baby boomers, right? And so you see how the Gen Alpha today that are born are focused. So the silent generation to the Gen Alpha, the gap is very large, right? Now, when you look at the industry, tech industry, or the dynamics there, millennials are comprising 65 to 70% of our workforce today. So where are millennials? Millennials are between 1981 to 1996. The next jump, right? Gen X, I will say Gen X's or Gen Z's are between 20 to 25 is Gen Z. Gen X is around 10%. Well, where is the jump going to come from? The jump is going to come in the next 2-3 years is from Gen Alpha, right? The gap between Gen X or baby boomers and Gen Alpha, the percentage dynamic shift is going to happen very fast in the industry. You can also see that the diagram represents that, Gen Z and Gen Millennials today compromise the majority of the workforce in India. But the demographic trend shows that the current workforce is more tech, more young, and more tech savvy. And that is what we will be facing with in the next coming few years. What does it mean to us, right? What is the task to leaders? We definitely have to, I remember, I'll give you this example just to negate the idea of, it won't come, right? The concept. So we were, I think it was 15 years back, 20 years back. So we had a CTO who had come from the US, right? Well-known, famous guy. He was our CTO. He walked into the meeting room. It was in Kerala. One of the guys was a techie, a good leader, and he said the cloud is going to come and disrupt everybody. The CTO walked to the window. He looked out and said, there is no cloud coming, right? And that was in sarcasm, but that was not embracing the technology that is coming very fast. Today, even though I'm an audit firm, I am on cloud platforms, right? So definitely As technology comes in, as AI is also coming, you can't push it away. You have to embrace it, you have to use it. The level of adoption may be different, right? The use cases may be different, but definitely it has to be integrated into the business processes. You also use it for sustainability. You also use it for resource allocation, decisions. And so you'll have to build a little trust into the way technology needs to be used. Leaders of today must focus on these areas to drive future success. Impact, if we do it, it will create an increase in revenue, definitely. The ability to use data and AI will definitely help you to increase your business revenue. You will be more investment friendly, right? Which means to say that other businesses who want to invest in you will be able to take that step forward. Your sector boundaries are blurring. So you no longer have saying this is in one sector and the other sector is totally different. There is a blurring of it. So sectors are coming closer, and very soon the sectors will overlap with each other. You will also have, economic growth, because all of that, as it comes through, the economic growth also increases. Look at how, Tesla as a company had started, but now it has been diverting all its money into sustainability, right? So you see at a point that it comes, you will notice that businesses shift according to the conditions. So these are some of the areas. So I have not written this reports. These are reports that have come directly from industry sources. So there are a lot of reports that are out there that as leaders we should read. It says 1/3 of the CEO reports, CEO reports says increase profitability and revenue is through Gen AI, right? 40% of the CEOs say that companies have started competing in new sectors. Slow pace of reinvention, only 7% of the revenue has come in the last 5 years from new businesses. So your ability to go into a new business sector is reducing. Your emergence into existing business sector and collaboration is increasing. That's it from me. So I try to do like a runway train. Thank you, and I hope that was useful. I'm happy for any questions that you may have during the lunchtime. We can always catch during the lunchtime for questions. I don't want to keep you away from food. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As Sir mentioned, he'll be here till around 3:30. So during lunchtime, you all can surely interact with him and ask your questions directly. As a token of appreciation, we request you to be back on the stage. The President, Secretary, and requesting the past President, Captain Haridas, to kindly come. Thank you so much. We are running a little late, so requesting all of you all to be back in 20 minutes. That's around 2:05. Please do try maximum.
ബ്രിട്ടൻ വാർത്തകളുണ്ടോ? കീർ ചാമറിന്റെ ബ്രിട്ടന്റെ ഭരണമാറ്റം കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യക്ക് എന്തോ ഗുണമുണ്ടാവും?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായ ഒരു വ്യാപാര കരാർ ഇലക്ഷൻ ഭരണപത്രയിലും അതേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പത്രം വായിക്കാതെ മൊബൈൽ തോണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് എന്ത് ലോക വിവരം?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായി സുരക്ഷ, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളിലും സഹകരണം ശക്തമാക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രകടന പത്രികയിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും വായിക്കണ്ടേ ചേട്ടാ?
ആ മോള് പത്രമൊക്കെ വായിക്കുവാ?
പത്രത്തിന് തരാനുള്ളത് പത്രത്തിനല്ലേ തരാൻ പറ്റും.
അറിവും തിരിച്ചറിവും പകരാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി, യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
കാണുന്നതിലും 10 മടങ്ങാണ് എന്റെ മഹിമ. പാരമ്പര്യ തനിമയുടെ അഭിമാനവും കൂടിച്ചേരുന്നത്. എന്റെ പ്രഭയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ തിളങ്ങും. പൈതൃകമാണ് ഞാൻ, ഇന്നും എന്നും. ഈ ഞാനാണ് സ്വർണകൃതി. മലബാർ ഗോൾഡൻ ഡയമണ്ട്സ് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നു സ്വർണത്തിൽ തീർത്ത കരകൗശലത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അത്യപൂർവ ശേഖരം, സ്വർണകൃതി.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്.
ഹലോ മാതൃഭൂമി ഓഫീസ്.
നിന്റെ കൈ ഞങ്ങൾ തല്ലിയൊടിക്കും.
ആരാണ്?
ഞങ്ങൾ പല തോന്നിയാസവും കാണിക്കും. എന്ന് വെച്ച് അതൊക്കെ പത്രത്തിൽ എഴുതിയാ ആ പത്രം ഞങ്ങൾ കത്തിക്കും.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്. സത്യമറിയിക്കാൻ സധൈര്യം മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി, യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
Zone Lifestyle Jewelry by Malabar.
കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഡോക്ടർ പഠിത്തം?
ഇല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ ഹൗസ് സർജൻസിയാ ടീച്ചർ.
അപ്പൊ കരാട്ടെ ഒക്കെ പഠിച്ചല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
കരാട്ടയോ?
അല്ല, അടി വരുമ്പോ തടുക്കണ്ടേ?
ടീച്ചർ, ഡോക്ടർ വന്ദനാദാസിന് കൊലപാതക ശേഷം പുതിയ ബില്ല് പാസാക്കി. ശിക്ഷകൾ കടുപ്പിച്ചു. ഇപ്പൊ വെർബൽ അബ്യൂസ് അടക്കം വയലൻസിൽ പെടും. ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ആരെ തൊട്ടാലും കളി മാറും.
മോൻ എന്താ പഠിക്കുന്നത്?
എല്ലാം.
വിവേകമുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയ്ക്കായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
All it takes is one. To spark a lifetime of moments that shine. Natural solitaire diamonds from Malabar. Your greatest love story awaits. Go ahead, find your one. Solitaire one. Find your one.
കൊച്ചിന് തീരെ തടിയില്ലല്ലോ മോളെ. കൊച്ചിനുള്ളതും കൂടെ നീയാണോ തിന്നണേ?
വനജേച്ചി പീഡിയാട്രിക്സ് ആയിരുന്നോ?
അല്ല.
ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു കുട്ടിക്ക് ആവശ്യത്തിനുള്ള വെയിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിനേക്കാൾ അറിവ് ചേച്ചിക്കാണെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത ചെക്കപ്പിന് അത്രയും ദൂരം പോകണ്ടല്ലോ, തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്ത് വരാലോ.
പോയി പുട്ടുണ്ടാക്കട്ടെ.
എന്തിനാ വെറുതെ അയൽക്കാരെ മുഷിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്?
ഉള്ളതുപോലെ പറയുമ്പോ ചിലർക്ക് മുഷിഞ്ഞിരിക്കും. സാരല്ല.
ആർക്കൊക്കെ മുഷിഞ്ഞാലും ഉള്ളതുള്ളതുപോലെ പറയാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
ഷുഗർ റോക്കറ്റ് പോലെ പോണേ, എന്നിട്ട് പഞ്ചാര ഇല്ലാണ്ട് പറ്റില്ലെന്ന് വെച്ചാ
കാതൂത്തിയാവും പോയ കടുക്കനിട്ടവും വരും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഓ, കേട്ടിടത്തോളം ഒക്കെ മതിയടാ.
കൊതിയുള്ളവർക്ക് അത്യാവശ്യം സ്വീറ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു മോഡേൺ ഫാമിലിയാണ് നമ്മുടേത്. കേക്ക് വേണം?
തോക്ക് കണ്ടാൽ പതറാത്തതാണ് ഞാൻ. പക്ഷേ ഈ കേക്ക് കണ്ടാൽ മോളിക്കോട്ട് എനിക്ക്.
Aditi Marvel pudding cake, inspired by British recipe, infused with English herb. Parisons Group, one of the largest food processing companies in South India.
വീഴ്ചകളിലും ചാമ്പ്യന്മാർ ഉയർത്തെഴുന്നേൽക്കും. വിനേഷ് ഫോഗട്ട് യഥാർത്ഥ പോരാളി. വന്ന് പെണ്ണുങ്ങൾ ഗുസ്തി വരെ ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. എന്നിട്ടും പറയും തുല്യതയില്ല, തുല്യതയില്ല, തുല്യതയില്ല.
കറക്റ്റ് പോയിന്റാ. ഫ്രീ സ്റ്റൈൽ റെസ്ലിംഗിൽ ആണുങ്ങൾ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത് 1904, പെണ്ണുങ്ങൾ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത് 2004. ഒരു 100 വർഷത്തെ വ്യത്യാസം. അത് ചെറുത്, പക്ഷെ തുല്യതയുണ്ട്.
തുല്യതയുള്ള സമൂഹത്തിനായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
ബ്രിട്ടൻ വാർത്തകളുണ്ടോ? കീർ ചാമറിന്റെ ബ്രിട്ടന്റെ ഭരണമാറ്റം കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യക്ക് എന്തോ ഗുണമുണ്ടാവും?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായ ഒരു വ്യാപാര കരാർ ഇലക്ഷൻ ഭരണപത്രയിലും അതേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പത്രം വായിക്കാതെ മൊബൈൽ തോണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് എന്ത് ലോക വിവരം?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായി സുരക്ഷ, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളിലും സഹകരണം ശക്തമാക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രകടന പത്രികയിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും വായിക്കണ്ടേ ചേട്ടാ?
ആ മോള് പത്രമൊക്കെ വായിക്കുക.
പത്രത്തിന് തരാനുള്ളത് പത്രത്തിനല്ലേ തരാൻ പറ്റും.
അറിവും തിരിച്ചറിവും പകരാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
കാണുന്നതിലും 10 മടങ്ങാണ് എന്റെ മഹിമ. പാരമ്പര്യ തനിമയുടെ അഭിമാനവും കൂടിച്ചേരുന്നത്. എന്റെ പ്രഭയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ തിളങ്ങും. പൈതൃകമാണ് ഞാൻ, ഇന്നും എന്നും. ഈ ഞാനാണ് സ്വർണകൃതി. മലബാർ ഗോൾഡ് ആൻഡ് ഡയമണ്ട്സ് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നു സ്വർണത്തിൽ തീർത്ത കരകൗശലത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അത്യപൂർവ ശേഖരം, സ്വർണകൃതി.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്.
ഹലോ മാതൃഭൂമി ഓഫീസ്.
നിന്റെ കൈ ഞങ്ങൾ തല്ലിയൊടിക്കും.
ആരാണ്?
ഞങ്ങൾ പല തോന്നിയാസവും കാണിക്കും. എന്ന് വെച്ച് അതൊക്കെ പത്രത്തിൽ എഴുതിയ ആ പത്രം ഞങ്ങൾ കത്തിക്കും.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്. സത്യമറിയിക്കാൻ സധൈര്യം മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി, യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
Zone Lifestyle Jewelry by Malabar.
ഹലോ, കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഡോക്ടർ പഠിത്തം?
ഇല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ ഹൗസ് സർജൻസിയാ ടീച്ചർ.
അപ്പൊ കരാട്ടെ ഒക്കെ പഠിച്ചല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
കരാട്ടെയോ?
അല്ല, അടി വരുമ്പോ തടുക്കണ്ടേ?
ടീച്ചർ, ഡോക്ടർ വന്ദനാദാസിന് കൊലപാതക ശേഷം പുതിയ ബില്ല് പാസാക്കി. ശിക്ഷകൾ കടുപ്പിച്ചു. ഇപ്പൊ വെർബൽ അബ്യൂസ് അടക്കം വയലൻസിൽ പെടും. ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ആരെ തൊട്ടാലും കളി മാറും.
മോൻ എന്താ പഠിക്കുന്നത്?
എല്ലാം.
വിവേകമുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയ്ക്കായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി, യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
All it takes is one. To spark a lifetime of moments that shine. Natural solitaire diamonds from Malabar. Your greatest love story awaits. Go ahead, find your one. Solitaire one. Find your one.
കൊച്ചിന് തീരെ തടിയില്ലല്ലോ മോളെ. കൊച്ചിനുള്ളതും കൂടെ നീയാണോ തിന്നണേ?
വനചേച്ചി പീഡിയാട്രിക്സ് ആയിരുന്നോ?
അല്ല.
ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു കുട്ടിക്ക് ആവശ്യത്തിനുള്ള വെയിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിനേക്കാൾ അറിവ് ചേച്ചിക്കാണെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത ചെക്കപ്പിന് അത്രയും ദൂരം പോകണ്ടല്ലോ, തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്ത് വരാലോ.
പോയി പുട്ടുണ്ടാക്കട്ടെ.
എന്തിനാ വെറുതെ അയൽക്കാരെ മുഷിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്?
ഉള്ളതുപോലെ പറയുമ്പോ ചിലർക്ക് മുഷിഞ്ഞിരിക്കും, സാരല്ല.
ആർക്കൊക്കെ മുഷിഞ്ഞാലും ഉള്ളതുള്ളതുപോലെ പറയാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
ഷുഗർ റോക്കറ്റ് പോലെ പോണേ, എന്നിട്ട് പഞ്ചാര ഇല്ലാണ്ട് പറ്റില്ലെന്ന് വെച്ചാ
കാതുകുത്തിയാൻ പോയ കടുക്കനിട്ടവും വരും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഓ, കേട്ടിടത്തോളം ഒക്കെ മതിയടാ.
കൊതിയുള്ളവർക്ക് അത്യാവശ്യം സ്വീറ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു മോഡേൺ ഫാമിലിയാണ് നമ്മുടേത്. കേക്ക് വേണം.
തോക്ക് കണ്ടാൽ പതറാത്ത മേടിയാണ്, പക്ഷേ ഈ കേക്ക് കണ്ടാൽ മോളെ കൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക്.
Aditi Marvel pudding cake, inspired by British recipe, infused with English herb. Parisons Group, one of the largest food processing companies in.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everybody to kindly occupy the seats in the hall.
ബ്രിട്ടന്റെ ഭരണമാറ്റം കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യക്ക് എന്തോ ഗുണമുണ്ടാവും?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായ ഒരു വ്യാപാര കറ ഇലക്ഷൻ ഭരണപത്രയിലും അതേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പത്രം വായിക്കാതെ മൊബൈൽ തോണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് എന്ത് ലോക വിവരം?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായി സുരക്ഷ, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളിലും സഹകരണം ശക്തമാക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രകടന പത്രികയിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും വായിക്കണ്ടേ ചേട്ടാ?
ആ മോള് പത്രമൊക്കെ വായിക്കുവാ?
പത്രത്തിന് തരാനുള്ളത് പത്രത്തിനല്ലേ തരാൻ പറ്റും.
അറിവും തിരിച്ചറിവും പകരാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
കാണുന്നതിലും 10 മടങ്ങാണ് എന്റെ മഹിമ. പാരമ്പര്യ തനിമയുടെ അഭിമാനവും കൂടിച്ചേരുന്നത്. എന്റെ പ്രഭയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ തിളങ്ങും. പൈതൃകമാണ് ഞാൻ, ഇന്നും എന്നും. ഈ ഞാനാണ് സ്വർണകൃതി. മലബാർ ഗോൾഡ് ആൻഡ് ഡയമണ്ട്സ് അവതരിപ്പിക്കുന്നു സ്വർണത്തിൽ തീർത്ത കരകൗശലത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അത്യപൂർവ ശേഖരം, സ്വർണകൃതി.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്.
ഹലോ മാതൃഭൂമി ഓഫീസ്.
നിന്റെ കൈ ഞങ്ങൾ തല്ലിയൊടിക്കും.
ആരാണ്?
ഞങ്ങൾ പല തോന്നിയവസവും കാണിക്കും, എന്ന് വെച്ച് അതൊക്കെ പത്രത്തിൽ എഴുതിയാ ആ പത്രം ഞങ്ങൾ കത്തിക്കും.
ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും അംഗീകാരം ലഭിക്കുന്നത് ഓരോ തരത്തിലാണ്. സത്യമറിയിക്കാൻ സധൈര്യം മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
Zone Lifestyle Jewelry by Malabar.
കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഡോക്ടർ പഠിത്തം?
ഇല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ ഹൗസ് സർജൻസിയാ ടീച്ചർ.
അപ്പൊ കരാട്ടെ പഠിച്ചല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
കരാട്ടയോ?
അല്ല, അടി വരുമ്പോ തടുക്കണ്ടേ?
ടീച്ചർ, ഡോക്ടർ വന്ദനാദാസിന് കൊലപാതക ശേഷം പുതിയ ബില്ല് പാസാക്കി. ശിക്ഷകൾ കടുപ്പിച്ചു. ഇപ്പൊ വെർബൽ അബ്യൂസ് അടക്കം വയലൻസിൽ പെടും. ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ആരെ തൊട്ടാലും കളി മാറും.
മോൻ എന്താ പഠിക്കുന്നത്?
എല്ലാം.
വിവേകമുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയ്ക്കായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
All it takes is one. To spark a lifetime of moments that shine. Natural solitaire diamonds from Malabar. Your greatest love story awaits. Go ahead, find your one. Solitaire one. Find your one.
കൊച്ചിന് തീരെ തടിയില്ലല്ലോ മോളെ. കൊച്ചിനുള്ളതും കൂടെ നീയാണോ തിന്നണേ?
വനചേച്ചി പീഡിയാട്രിക്സ് ആയിരുന്നു. ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു കുട്ടിക്ക് ആവശ്യത്തിനുള്ള വെയിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിനേക്കാൾ അറിവ് ചേച്ചിക്കാണെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത ചെക്കപ്പിന് അത്രയും ദൂരം പോകണ്ടല്ലോ, തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്ത് വരാലോ.
പോയി പുട്ടുണ്ടാക്കട്ടെ.
എന്തിനാ വെറുതെ അയൽക്കാരെ മുഷിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്?
ഉള്ളതുപോലെ പറയുമ്പോ ചിലർക്ക് മുഷിഞ്ഞെന്നിരിക്കും, സാരല്ല.
ആർക്കൊക്കെ മുഷിഞ്ഞാലും ഉള്ളതുള്ളതുപോലെ പറയാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
ഷുഗർ റോക്കറ്റ് പോലെ പോണേ, എന്നിട്ട് പഞ്ചാര ഇല്ലാണ്ട് പറ്റില്ലെന്ന് വെച്ചാ
കാതുകുത്തിയാൻ പോയ കടുക്കനിട്ടവൻ വരുമെന്ന് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഓ, കേട്ടിടത്തോളം ഒക്കെ മതിയടാ.
കൊതിയുള്ളവർക്ക് അത്യാവശ്യം സ്വീറ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു മോഡേൺ ഫാമിലിയാണ് നമ്മുടേത്.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you all to kindly come back into the hall and occupy your seats. We'll be beginning the session very soon. Thank you.
വന്ന് പെണ്ണുങ്ങൾ ഗുസ്തി വരെ ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. എന്നിട്ടും പറയും തുല്യതയില്ല.
കറക്റ്റ് പോയിന്റാ. ഫ്രീ സ്റ്റൈൽ റെസ്ലിംഗിൽ ആണുങ്ങൾ പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയത് 1904-ൽ, പെണ്ണുങ്ങൾ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത് 2004-ലാണ്. ഒരു 100 വർഷത്തെ വ്യത്യാസം. അത് ചെറുത്, പക്ഷെ തുല്യതയുണ്ട്.
തുല്യതയുള്ള സമൂഹത്തിനായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
ബ്രിട്ടൻ വാർത്തകളുണ്ടോ? കീർ ചാമറിന്റെ ബ്രിട്ടന്റെ ഭരണമാറ്റം കൊണ്ട് ഇന്ത്യക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഗുണമുണ്ടാവും?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായ ഒരു വ്യാപാര കരാർ ഇലക്ഷൻ ഭരണപത്രയിലും അതേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പത്രം വായിക്കാതെ മൊബൈൽ തോണ്ടിയിരിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് എന്ത് ലോക വിവരം?
ഇന്ത്യയുമായി സുരക്ഷ, വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം തുടങ്ങിയ മേഖലകളിലും സഹകരണം ശക്തമാക്കുമെന്ന് പ്രകടന പത്രികയിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി വായിക്കുമ്പോൾ ശരിക്കും വായിക്കണ്ടേ ചേട്ടാ?
ആ മോള് പത്രമൊക്കെ വായിക്കുക.
പത്രത്തിന് തരാനുള്ളത് പത്രത്തിനല്ലേ തരാൻ പറ്റും.
അറിവും തിരിച്ചറിവും പകരാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning the afternoon session. I request everybody to once more come inside the hall and occupy your seats. Our next speaker is Mr. John Kuriakose, founder, chairman and managing director, Dent Care Dental Lab Private Limited. Mr. John Kuriakose is a name synonymous with innovation, leadership and an unwavering commitment to polish perfection in the global dental industry. His extraordinary journey from humble beginnings to establishing DentCare Dental Lab, one of the largest dental laboratories in the world, is an inspiring testament to what can be achieved through faith, dedication, and an unstoppable drive for perfection. Today, DentCare is a global leader, revolutionizing dental care and delivering world-class prosthetic solutions to more than 50,000 satisfied dental professionals and catering to more than 50 million plus beautiful smiles. It has also been ISO certified, and with operation across the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Middle East and major cities across India, DentCare is a trusted name in the dental care worldwide. Mr. John's contribution to dentistry and healthcare innovation have been recognized with numerous prestigious awards, including 2019 Thai Kerala Entrepreneur of the Year Award, 2018 CMA Excellence Award for Outstanding Manufacturing Innovation, 2015 Best Entrepreneur of the Year Award conferred by Kerala's Chief Minister Shri Pinarayi Vijayan. In total, Mr. John has received over 100 prestigious awards for his contribution to the dental industry. Very warmly, we welcome Mr. John Kuriakose to speak on the topic, My Dent Care Journey, Its Trends, Transition and Transformation. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. John Kuriakose.
ഏറ്റവും ആദരണീയരായ സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ്, ഇവിടെ വന്നുകൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന വ്യാപാരികൾ, വ്യവസായികൾ, എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ വിനീത വന്ദനം അറിയിക്കുന്നു. എനിക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഈ മീറ്റിങ്ങുകളിലെല്ലാം പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ ഇടയാകുന്നത് ജീവിതത്തിലൊരു വലിയ അവസരമായും ഭാഗ്യമായും ഞാൻ കരുതുകയാണ്. എൻ്റെ കഥ ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരുടേക്കാളും വ്യത്യസ്തമായൊരു കഥയാണ്. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ വന്ന് നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ 15-ാമത്തെ വയസ്സ് വരെ ഒരിക്കലും ജീവിതത്തിൽ ആരുടെയെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് മുഖത്ത് നോക്കി ഒന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പോലും പ്രാപ്തിയില്ലാത്തവനായിരുന്നു. നേരെ ഒരാളുടെ മുഖത്ത് നോക്കുക, മുഖത്ത് നോക്കി സംസാരിക്കുക സാധ്യമല്ലായിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ഭാഗ്യവശാൽ എനിക്ക് ഇന്ന് 10,000ങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് നിന്നും എൻ്റെ ജീവിതാനുഭവം പങ്കുവയ്ക്കാൻ അല്പം പോലും സ്റ്റേജ് ഫിയറില്ല. ഞാൻ നല്ല ധൈര്യത്തോടെയാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ വിനയാന്വിതനായി നിൽക്കുന്നത്. എൻ്റെ കഥ പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ജനിച്ചു വളർന്നത് മൂവാറ്റുപുഴയ്ക്കും കൂത്താറുള്ളത്തിനും ഇടയ്ക്കുള്ള ഒരു കുഗ്രാമം. കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ വടക്കൻ പാലക്കുഴ എന്ന് പറയും. എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൻ്റെ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ പാരമ്പര്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുടുംബം നാട്ടിലവിടെ അറിയപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നത് ഓലിക്കൽ കുടുംബം, ഭ്രാന്തന്മാരുടെ കുടുംബം എന്നാണ്. 3 തലമുറകളായി ഭ്രാന്ത് ബാധിച്ചൊരു കുടുംബമായിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുടുംബം. നാട്ടിലെ ആളുകളെല്ലാം ഭ്രാന്തൻ്റെ മകനെന്ന് വിളിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ചെറുപ്പകാലത്ത് ധാരാളം കരഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ജീവിതം എല്ലാവരും കരഞ്ഞാണ് ആരംഭിക്കുന്നതെന്നുള്ള ഒരു സത്യമായ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ്. സുഭദ്രാകുമാരി ചൗഹാൻ ഹിന്ദി കവയത്രി പറഞ്ഞു, ശിശുവിനെ ദുനിയാമേ മാക്കർ രോക്കർ ഹസ്ന സീക്ക ഗിർഗിർക്കർ ചലന സീക്ക. അതെല്ലാവരുടെയും കാര്യമാണ്. എന്നാൽ എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ 15 വയസ്സ് വരെ കരച്ചിൽ മാത്രമായിരുന്നു. ഒരു 8-9 വയസ്സ് മുതൽ എൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം അപ്പൻ്റെ അനുജനെ ഒരു നായെ പൂട്ടിയിടുമ്പോൾ ഒരു തൊടലിൽ ഒരു മുറിയിൽ പൂട്ടിയിടപ്പെട്ടിരുന്നു. ഞാനിതെല്ലാം വിശദമായി പറയുന്നത് എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ, ആരെങ്കിലും നിരാശപ്പെട്ടോ തളർന്നോ ഒരിക്കലും ഉയരാൻ കഴിയുകയില്ല എന്നോ ചിന്തിച്ച് ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു വ്യക്തി ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആർക്കും ഉയരാനുള്ള അവസരങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് വിളിച്ചറിയിക്കാനും കൂടെയാണ്. ആ മുറിയിൽ തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹം മലമൂത്ര വിസർജനം നടത്തിയിരുന്നു. കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആ മുറിയിൽ തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് ഭക്ഷണവും കൊടുത്തിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ അതെല്ലാം കണ്ടാണ് വളർന്നത്. ഞാനൊരു ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയായിട്ടാണ് ജനിച്ചത്. പള്ളിയിൽ പോയിരുന്നു, ആരാധനയെല്ലാം സംബന്ധിച്ചിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ പള്ളിയിലെ ആചാരങ്ങൾക്കനുസരിച്ച് സൺഡേ സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിക്കുക അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം ചെയ്തിരുന്നുവെങ്കിലും എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ ദൈവമില്ല എന്നൊരു ചിന്തയായിരുന്നു. ദൈവമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുടുംബത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഇങ്ങനെ 3 തലമുറകളായി ഭ്രാന്ത് വരുന്നത്? ഞാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അയലക്കത്തോ എൻ്റെ പരിചയത്തിലോ ഉള്ള ആളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ അങ്ങനെ മാനസിക രോഗമുള്ള ആളുകളില്ല. ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ ആ ഒരു വ്യക്തിക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തലമുറകളായി ഇങ്ങനെ വന്നിരുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ദൈവമില്ല എന്ന് ഉറച്ചിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ അമ്മയുടെ പാരമ്പര്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ, അമ്മയുടെ അപ്പനും അമ്മയും, അമ്മ 4 വയസ്സിലും എൻ്റെ അമ്മയുടെ അമ്മയുടെ അപ്പൻ 4 വയസ്സിലും അമ്മ 7 വയസ്സിലും ഈ ഭൂമിയിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റപ്പെട്ടു. ഒരു നേരത്തെ ആഹാരത്തിന് എൻ്റെ അമ്മ വിവാഹത്തിന് മുമ്പ് അമ്മ പറയുന്നത് ഒരു കീറത്തുണി എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടെന്നാണ്, വട്ടത്തുണി, ഒരു കീറത്തുണി എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് വീടുകൾ തോറും ഇങ്ങനെ കയറി ഇറങ്ങി നടന്നിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ വന്ന കൂട്ടത്തിൽ വിവാഹത്തിന് മുമ്പ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിലും എൻ്റെ അമ്മ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഊഹിക്കാവുന്നതേ ഉള്ളൂ. എന്നാൽ എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് നല്ല മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു. അമ്മയെ വിവാഹം കഴിച്ചു. വളരെ കാര്യമായിട്ട് നോക്കുമായിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് മദ്യപിക്കില്ല, വേറെ യാതൊരു ദുശീലങ്ങളുമില്ല. കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് അധ്വാനിക്കും. എൻ്റെ പിതാവിന് കൂലിപ്പണിയായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ആകെ ഒരു കളവ് മാത്രമേ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അതെൻ്റെ 7ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിലാണ്. കള്ളൻ മറ്റെന്നെ വിളിച്ചേക്കട്ടോ നിങ്ങൾ ആരും. ഞാൻ ആ കളവ് നടത്തിയെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയാൻ കാരണം, എൻ്റെ അപ്പൻ എന്നെ അടിച്ച് തിരിച്ചവിടെ കൊണ്ടിടിപ്പിച്ചു. ഒരടക്കിയാണ് കട്ടെടുത്തത്. അത്ര സ്ട്രിക്റ്റായിട്ട് അദ്ദേഹം വളർത്തി. അമ്മൻ്റെ പിതാവിന് മാനസിക അസ്വാസ്ഥ്യമില്ല. എന്നും വെളുപ്പിന് എഴുന്നേൽക്കും. ഞങ്ങൾ താമസിച്ചിരുന്നൊരു കുഗ്രാമത്തിലാണ്. അവിടെ വെള്ളമില്ല, വെളിച്ചമില്ല, വഴിയില്ല, കാട് പിടിച്ചൊക്കെ സ്ഥലം. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു 2 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്, പാറക്കെട്ട് പിടിച്ച സ്ഥലം. എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് കയ്യാലയൊക്കെ വയ്ക്കും പാറപ്പുറത്ത്. അവിടെ മണ്ണൊക്കെ കോരിയിട്ട് കപ്പയൊക്കെ നടും. 7 മണിയാകുമ്പോൾ കൂലിപ്പണിക്ക് പോകും. കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് അധ്വാനിച്ച് കൂലിപ്പണി ചെയ്യും. പൈസയെല്ലാം കൂട്ടി വയ്ക്കും. വർഷങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ പൈസ കിട്ടിയതെല്ലാം കൂട്ടി വെച്ചു. എൻ്റെ പിതാവിനൊരു ആഗ്രഹം, വെള്ളവും വെളിച്ചവും വഴിയും ഉള്ളിടത്തൊരു വീട് വയ്ക്കണം. പാവം സാധുവായ മനുഷ്യൻ അതെല്ലാം സ്വരുക്കൂട്ടി അതെല്ലാം കൂട്ടിച്ചേർത്ത് വെച്ച് ഒരു സ്ഥലം കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചു. ഈ പൈസ മുഴുവൻ ഒരു വ്യക്തിക്ക് കൊടുത്തു. ഈ മനുഷ്യൻ ഈ സ്ഥലം എഴുതി തരുന്നതിന് പകരം ആ പണവും മേടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മദ്യപിക്കാൻ പോയി. അദ്ദേഹത്തെ പോലീസ് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്നുള്ള വാർത്ത എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് കേൾക്കുന്നത് കൂലിപ്പണി എടുക്കുന്ന വീട്ടിൽ വെച്ചാണ്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, തലമുറകളായി ഭ്രാന്ത് ബാധിച്ച കുടുംബമായിരുന്നു ഞങ്ങളുടേത്. അതൊരു പൈശാചികമായ ബന്ധനം. പെട്ടെന്ന് ഈ കാര്യം കേട്ടപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ പിതാവിന് പെട്ടെന്നൊരു ഇളക്കം വന്നു, ഒരു ഭ്രാന്ത് വന്നു. ഇപ്പം അയാളെ കൊല്ലൂ എന്നെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞ് ബഹളമെല്ലാം വെച്ചപ്പോൾ കൂടെ പണിതുകൊണ്ടിരുന്ന കൂലിപ്പണിക്കാരെല്ലാം കൂടി എൻ്റെ പിതാവിനെ പിടിച്ച് കയ്യും കാലുമെല്ലാം കയറുകൊണ്ട് കെട്ടി തൃശ്ശൂർ ഭ്രാന്താശുപത്രി കൊണ്ടുവന്നാക്കി. ദുരിതങ്ങളുടെ കാലം ആരംഭിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ അമ്മയെ ഒരിക്കലും കൂലിപ്പണിക്ക് പോലും കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ടില്ല എൻ്റെ പിതാവ്. അത്ര നല്ല മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു. കുറേ കാലം അവിടെ ചികിത്സിച്ചു, ഭ്രാന്ത് മാറുന്നില്ല. ഒരു ദിവസം 12 സ്ലീപ്പിംഗ് പിൽസ് കഴിക്കണം, സഹായിക്കാൻ ആരുമില്ല. ഞാനൊരു വലഞ്ഞുപോയ മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ അമ്മയും എൻ്റെ 2 സഹോദരങ്ങളും, ഞങ്ങൾ 3 മക്കളാണ്. അമ്മ കൂലിപ്പണിക്ക് പോകാൻ ആരംഭിച്ചു. ഉച്ചവരെ അമ്മ കൂലിപ്പണി ചെയ്യും. ബാക്കി സമയം ആ വീട്ടിൽ അടുക്കളപ്പണിയെല്ലാം ചെയ്താൽ അവിടെ ബാക്കി വരുന്ന ചോറും കറികളുമെല്ലാം ഇന്നത്തെ മാതിരിയല്ല, ഒരു മൺചട്ടിക്കകത്താക്കി കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന കഴിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ കൊതിയോടെ ഇരുന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരു നേരത്തെ ആഹാരത്തിന് ഞാൻ കരഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അന്ന് വയറു നിറയെ ആഹാരം കഴിക്കാൻ വർഷത്തിൽ 2 പ്രാവശ്യം, ഓണത്തിനും ക്രിസ്മസിനും മാത്രം. അങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ ജീവിതം. അമ്മ എന്നും കരയും. ഞങ്ങൾ ആരെങ്കിലും സംസാരിക്കുന്നത് കേട്ടാൽ മതി, വലിയ വടിയുണ്ട്, ചൂരൽ വടി, പാമ്പിനെ തല്ലിക്കൊള്ളുന്ന വടിയാണ്, പാവമ്മയ്ക്കിട്ട് അടിക്കും. ഒരിക്കലും മറക്കാനാവാത്ത കാര്യമാണ്, വീടിൻ്റെ പുറകിൽ ഒരു പുളിമരമുണ്ട്. എന്തെങ്കിലും മിണ്ടിയാൽ ഉടനെ തന്നെ എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് ഇങ്ങനെ ആക്രോശിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വരും, കൈ വെട്ടി പിടിക്കടിയെന്ന്. ഈ പുറകിൽ 3-4 അടിയെല്ലാം അടിക്കും. പാവ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ ഒരു അക്ഷരം മിണ്ടില്ല, കൈ ഇങ്ങനെ കെട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. 1/2 മണിക്കൂർ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് ഒന്ന് ശാന്തനായി പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകും. ഉടനെ അമ്മ ചങ്കിനിട്ടിടിച്ച് കരയും. ഈ പുറകിൽ ഇന്നെന്ന പോലെ അതെല്ലാം ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുകയാണ്, നീലയും പച്ച എന്നുള്ള ഒറ്റയ്ക്കൊരു കയ്യിലുമുണ്ടേ എൻ്റെ അമ്മയ്ക്കുള്ളൂ. അത് ചോരയും തുണി ഇങ്ങനെ ഒട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന അമ്മ കാണിച്ചു തരും. ഞാനും എൻ്റെ 2 സഹോദരങ്ങളും അമ്മയെ കെട്ടിപ്പിടിച്ച് കരഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീടൊരു കരച്ചിലിൻ്റെ വീടായിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ അമ്മ കരുതി, എന്തിനു ജീവിക്കണം, ജീവിച്ചിട്ടൊരു കാര്യമില്ല, മരിച്ചേക്കാം. 3 പ്രാവശ്യം ആത്മഹത്യക്ക് ശ്രമിച്ചു. ആ കാലത്ത് എൻ്റെ അമ്മ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്, മരിക്കാനും അനുവദിക്കാത്ത ദുഷ്ടനായ ദൈവം എന്നാണ്. കാരണം മരിച്ചില്ല, ഭാഗ്യം. അങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ ഒരു അത്ഭുതം നടന്നു. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഞാൻ ദൈവം ഇല്ലെന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ച മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു. അമ്മയും അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് ചിന്തിച്ചിരുന്നതെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ വിചാരം. അമ്മയ്ക്കൊരു പ്രാർത്ഥനായോഗത്തിന് പോകാനിടയായി. എനിക്കിതൊന്നും പറയാൻ അല്പം പോലും ലജ്ജയില്ല. യൂട്യൂബിൽ നോക്കിയാൽ ഇതിലും കൃത്യമായിട്ടെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് ഞാൻ. അമ്മയ്ക്ക് കൊടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് പോകാനൊരു മുണ്ടില്ല. താഴത്തെ വീട്ടിലെ മറിയാമ്മച്ച് വെച്ചൊരു വെള്ളമുണ്ട് വായ്പ മേടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. ഈ ഭാഗമെല്ലാം മഞ്ഞ നിറം പിടിച്ച് കീറിയൊരു ചട്ടയിട്ടുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ അമ്മ അതേ പ്രാർത്ഥനായോഗത്തിന് പോയി. അങ്ങോട്ട് കരഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് പോയ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ തിരികെ വരുമ്പോൾ മുഖത്ത് നല്ല സന്തോഷം. ഞാൻ അമ്മയോട് ചോദിച്ചു, എന്ത് പറ്റിയെന്ന്. അമ്മ പറഞ്ഞു, എൻ്റെ മോനെ, ഞാൻ ആ പ്രസംഗം കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. പ്രസംഗിച്ച വ്യക്തി ഇങ്ങനെ ചോദിച്ചു, നിങ്ങളാരെങ്കിലും സമാധാനമില്ലാതെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? സമാധാനം തരാനൊരു ദൈവം ജീവിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, നിങ്ങൾ ദൈവത്തെ വിളിക്കൂ, ദൈവം സമാധാനം തരുമെന്ന്. എൻ്റെ അമ്മ അവിടെ നിന്ന് കണ്ണുനീരോടെ വിളിച്ചു, ഒരിറ്റ് സമാധാനം എൻ്റെ അമ്മയ്ക്ക് തരണമേ എന്ന്. ഞാൻ പറയട്ടെ, ഇത് 44 വർഷം മുമ്പാണ്. ഇന്നും 83 വയസ്സുള്ള എൻ്റെ അമ്മ പൂർണ്ണ സമാധാനത്തോടെയും സന്തോഷത്തോടെയും ജീവിക്കുന്നു. തീർന്നില്ല, അപ്പോഴും എനിക്ക് അങ്ങനെ വിശ്വാസമൊന്നും കിട്ടിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കാൻ ആരംഭിച്ചു. ആയിരക്കണക്കിനല്ല, 10,000-കണക്കിന്, ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് മനുഷ്യരുടെ മുമ്പിലിരുന്ന് ഞാൻ 100% ഉറപ്പോടെ പറയാം, സത്യമായൊരു ദൈവം ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. ദൈവം ഇല്ലെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ. എന്നാൽ എൻ്റെ അപ്പൻ്റെ ഭ്രാന്ത് മാറാൻ പോകാത്ത പള്ളികളില്ല. ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ള സകല പള്ളികളിലും പോയി, നടന്നു പോയി നേർച്ച കഴിച്ചു. അമ്പലങ്ങൾ തോറും കയറി ഇറങ്ങി നടന്നു, ഭ്രാന്ത് മാറിയില്ല. എന്നാൽ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ ഒരു കീറപ്പായിൽ, ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുടുംബത്തിൻ്റെ സ്ഥിതിയൊന്നും അന്നും മാറിയിട്ടില്ല, ഒരു കീറപ്പായിൽ അമ്മ മുട്ടുകുത്തിയിരുന്ന് കണ്ണുനീരോടെ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, നിങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കണമോ? സത്യമായും പ്രാർത്ഥന കേൾക്കുന്ന ദൈവം. ഏതെങ്കിലും ബിഷപ്പ് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു എന്നല്ല ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ, ഏതെങ്കിലും പാസ്റ്റർ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു എന്നല്ല ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും അമ്പലത്തിലെ പൂജാരി പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു എന്നല്ല ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേ. എൻ്റെ അമ്മ കണ്ണുനീരോടെ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചു. 12 ഉറക്കുകൾ കഴിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ പിതാവിൻ്റെ രോഗം കഴിഞ്ഞ 44 വർഷം മുമ്പ് സത്യമായും ദൈവം എന്നേക്കുമായി മാറ്റിക്കൊടുത്തു. അതോടെ എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമായി, അപ്പോൾ ദൈവമുണ്ട്. ഞാനും അന്ന് കടുത്ത നിരാശയിലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, ഞങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ചിരുന്നത്, എൻ്റെ പേര് ജോൺ കുര്യാക്കോസ് എന്നാണല്ലോ, ഭ്രാന്തൻ കുര്യാക്കോൻ്റെ മക്കൾ എന്ന് വിളിക്കും ആളുകൾ കളിയാക്കി. ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച സ്കൂളിൻ്റെ നേരെ എതിർവശത്താണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കുരിശുപള്ളി. എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് പലപ്പോഴും ഒരു കീറ തോർത്തുകൊണ്ട് കൊടുത്ത് താടി രോമങ്ങളെല്ലാം നീട്ടി തുപ്പലെല്ലാം ഒലിപ്പിച്ച് അവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കും. നാട്ടുകാർ പറയും, ദേടാ നിൻ്റെ അപ്പൻ ഭ്രാന്തൻ കുര്യാക്കോനിരിക്കണമെന്ന്. എന്തൊരു ലജ്ജയായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ അപകർഷതാബോധം കൊണ്ട് തല കുമ്പിട്ട മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു. ഒരിക്കലും എനിക്ക് ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഉയരാൻ കഴിയുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ ചിന്തിച്ചിരുന്നില്ല. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന കാലത്ത് കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് പഠിച്ചു. ആകെ 251 മാർക്കേ കിട്ടുള്ളൂ 600-ൽ. SSLCക്ക് എനിക്ക് കണക്കിന് കിട്ടിയ മാർക്ക് കേവലം 7 മാർക്ക് 50-ൽ. എൻ്റെ ഭാസ്കരൻ സാറ് പരമാവധി ശ്രമിച്ചു എന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ. എന്നിട്ട് അദ്ദേഹം എനിക്ക് യോജിച്ചൊരു പേര് വിട്ടു, പൊട്ടനെന്ന്. പലപ്പോഴും പറയും, ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മറുപടി വരെ അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ, കണക്കിന് മാത്രം. എടാ പൊട്ട അവിടെ ഇരുന്നോളാൻ പറയും. ഞാൻ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് നടന്നു വരാൻ 6-7 കിലോമീറ്റർ ദൂരമുണ്ട്. അന്ന് കേവലം 10 പൈസ മതി വണ്ടിക്ക് പോരാൻ, ബസ്സിന് പോരാൻ. എനിക്കത് തരാൻ ആരുമില്ല. എൻ്റെ കൂടെ പഠിച്ചവരെല്ലാവരും അവർ ബസ്സിൽ കയറി പോവും. ഞാൻ മാത്രം അതിൽ നടന്നു പോരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഏങ്ങലടിച്ച് കരഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് ഞാൻ 10ാം ക്ലാസ് പാസ്സാകുന്നവർ ഒരിക്കൽ പോലും സ്കൂളിൽ വന്നിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ അന്ന് കരഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് പോരുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കാര്യം നോക്കാൻ ആരുമില്ലല്ലോ, എനിക്കാരുമില്ലല്ലോ എന്നോർത്ത് ഞാനങ്ങ് മരിച്ചിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ. ഒരിക്കലും ഞാൻ ആത്മഹത്യക്ക് ശ്രമിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, പക്ഷേ മരിച്ചാൽ മതി എന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ച മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ. അന്ന് ഞാൻ കരഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ ഭൂമിയിൽ ആരും കാണാതെ ഇങ്ങനെ കണ്ണ് പൊത്തിപ്പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് വന്ന വഴികൾ ഇപ്പോഴും ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ഞാൻ പറയട്ടെ, എനിക്ക് തുടർന്ന് പഠിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അന്ന് ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്ലാസ് മാർക്ക് വേണം നിർമ്മല കോളേജിൽ അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ. ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്ലാസ് പോയിട്ട് 251 ഉള്ളൂ, 360 വേണം 600-ൽ. ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ ഫോം പോലും മേടിച്ചില്ല. പ്രൈവറ്റായിട്ട് പഠിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ 15 രൂപ വേണം, ഒന്നും 15 പൈസ പോലും എടുക്കാൻ ഇല്ല. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ അമ്മ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, എൻ്റെ മോനൊരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യാമോ, ഒന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥനായോഗത്തിന് വരാമോ. അപ്പൻ്റെ പ്രാന്ത് മാറിയപ്പോൾ എനിക്കൊരു വിശ്വാസം ദൈവം ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. എനിക്ക് വ്യക്തിപരമായ അനുഭവമൊന്നുമില്ല. ഞാനൊരു പ്രാർത്ഥനായോഗത്തിന് പോയി. അവിടെ ചെന്നപ്പോൾ അദ്ദേഹം പ്രസംഗിക്കുകയാണ്, നിങ്ങളാരും നിരാശപ്പെട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഞാൻ അത്ഭുതത്തോടെ ആ വാക്കുകൾ ഇന്നും ഓർക്കുകയാണ്. കടുത്ത നിരാശയായിരുന്നല്ലോ എനിക്ക്. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, മനസ്സറിഞ്ഞ് ജീവിതത്തിൽ പാപം വരികയില്ല എന്ന് വ്യക്തമായൊരു തീരുമാനമെടുത്തിട്ട് ജീവിതം ക്രിസ്തുവിനായി സമർപ്പിക്കുമെന്ന്. ഞാൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് കേൾക്കുന്ന വാക്കാണത്. എന്നാൽ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ഞാൻ പറയട്ടെ, അന്ന് ഞാൻ വ്യക്തമായി ഒരു തീരുമാനമെടുത്തു. അപ്പം ഞാൻ അന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ചു, എനിക്ക് പാപമുള്ളത്? ഞാൻ മദ്യപിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, പുക വലിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, ഒരു സിനിമ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല, അഴുക്കായി ഒരു ജീവിതത്തിലേക്കും പോകാതെ ദൈവം എന്നെ കാത്തു. ഞാനൊരു നീതിമാനാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചാൽ പോയിരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അദ്ദേഹം പ്രസംഗത്തിലൂടെ പറഞ്ഞു, പുറമേ നിങ്ങൾ പാപം ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ലേ, നിങ്ങളുടെ ഹൃദയം ചീഞ്ഞതല്ലേ, ഹൃദയത്തിൽ വൈരാഗ്യമില്ലേ, പകയില്ലേ, വിദ്വേഷമില്ലേ. കടുത്ത പകയായിരുന്നു. മലബാറിലൊരു ആൻറ്റിയുണ്ട്. ആൻറ്റി അവിടെ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ മാത്രം വരില്ല. പാവം ആൻറ്റി പേടിച്ചിട്ടാണ് വരാത്തത്. കാരണം എൻ്റെ അപ്പം പ്രാന്തനല്ലേ, എപ്പോഴാണ് വിളക്കമുണ്ടാകുന്നത്, എപ്പോഴാണ് ബഹളം വയ്ക്കുന്നത് അറിയില്ല. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ കുഞ്ഞു മനസ്സിൽ ഞങ്ങളെ എല്ലാവരും തഴഞ്ഞിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് കടുത്ത പകയും വിദ്വേഷവുമായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ. എന്നാൽ അന്ന് എൻ്റെ 15ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ ഞാൻ എന്നേക്കുമായി പകയോട് യാത്ര പറഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ ജീവിതം ക്രിസ്തുവിനായി വിട്ടുകൊടുത്തു. അത്ഭുതകരമായി ദൈവം എന്നെ നടത്താൻ തുടങ്ങി. എനിക്ക് പഠിക്കാൻ മാർഗമില്ലല്ലോ, ഇപ്പം തുറന്ന് പഠിക്കണേ മാർക്ക് വേണമല്ലോ. എൻ്റെ അപ്പൻ എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, എൻ്റെ പിതാവ് എന്നോട് പറഞ്ഞു, നീ റബ്ബർ വെട്ട് പഠിക്കാൻ പൊക്കോളാൻ. 15ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ റബ്ബർ വെട്ടുകാരനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ ജീവിതം ആരംഭിച്ചു. ഞാൻ റബ്ബർ വെട്ടിക്കൊണ്ട് നടക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കൂടെ പഠിച്ചവരെല്ലാം കോളേജിൽ പോകുന്ന കാണുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ സങ്കടപ്പെട്ട് കരയും. ഒരു തോർത്തുകൊണ്ട് എടുത്ത് വേറെ തോർത്തുകൊണ്ട് തലയെക്കെട്ടൊക്കെ കെട്ടി ഞാൻ റബ്ബർ മരത്തിൽ ചാരി ഇരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് കരഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ ദൈവമേ, എനിക്കൊരു ജോലി തരുമോ എന്ന്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞാൻ മൂവാറ്റുപുഴ പട്ടണത്തിൽ ഒരു ഡെൻ്റൽ ക്ലിനിക്കിൽ അറ്റൻഡറായിട്ട് ജോലിയിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കുന്നത്. തറ തുടയ്ക്കുക, ടോയ്ലറ്റ് വാഷ് ചെയ്യുക, ഡോക്ടർ ഊണ് കഴിച്ച പാത്രം കഴുകിക്കുക, ഇതായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ ജോലി. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് ആ ജോലി കിട്ടിയപ്പോൾ സ്വർഗം കിട്ടിയ പ്രതീതിയായിരുന്നു. 8 മുതൽ 5:30 വരെയാണ് ജോലി സമയം. ഞാൻ 6:30 മണിക്ക് എത്തും. എല്ലാ ജോലിയും നേരത്തെ തീർക്കും. ഒരു പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ ആ ഉത്സാഹം കണ്ടിട്ടായിരിക്കണം എൻ്റെ പഴയ യജമാനൻ ഡോക്ടർ റെജി മാത്യു, അദ്ദേഹം എന്നെ വെപ്പുപല്ല് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു. ആ കാലത്ത് പല്ല് കേട് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒന്നുകിൽ പറിച്ച് കളയുക, നല്ലപോലെ പണമുള്ളവരാണെങ്കിൽ ഫിക്സ് ചെയ്ത് പല്ല് വയ്ക്കുക. അത് 2 ടൈപ്പ് പല്ല് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. മെറ്റൽ കൊണ്ട് ക്യാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. പിന്നെ ആ മെറ്റലിട്ട് ഫ്രണ്ടിലെ പല്ലാണെങ്കിൽ അതിന് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് കൊണ്ട് കവറിടുന്നു, മെറ്റലിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് നിക്കൽ ക്രോം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ മെറ്റൽ ഉപയോഗിച്ച്. പക്ഷേ ആ കാലങ്ങളിൽ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് വരുന്ന വർക്ക് പേഷ്യൻ്റെ മുഖത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലും ഫിറ്റാവില്ല. ഡോക്ടർ മണിക്കൂറുകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ഗ്രൈൻഡ് ചെയ്യും. പേഷ്യൻസ് സാധുക്കൾ വാ തുറന്നിങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കണം കുറേ നേരം. കാലിനും കൈക്കുമൊക്കെ വേദന വരുന്ന പോലെ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ അന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല ഇതിൻ്റെ ഈ ജോയിൻറ്റിൻ്റെ പേര് ടെമ്പറോമാൻഡിബുലർ ജോയിൻ്റ് എന്നാണ്. ഞാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ചിലതെല്ലാം ഫിറ്റാവുന്നുണ്ട്. എനിക്കന്ന് കേവലം 250 രൂപ മാത്രമേ ശമ്പളമുള്ളൂ, മാസശമ്പളം. പക്ഷേ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിലൊരാഗ്രഹം, ഒരു സ്വപ്നം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളോടൊരു വാക്ക് ചോദിച്ചോട്ടെ. സ്വപ്നത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് എൻ്റെ പ്രിയങ്കരനായ, ഞാൻ മരിക്കും വരെ മറക്കില്ല, APJ അബ്ദുൽ കലാം മുൻ പ്രസിഡൻറ്റിനെ. കാരണം എനിക്ക് അന്ന് സുശ്രുത അവാർഡ് തന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഈ അനുഭവങ്ങളെല്ലാം 2 പേപ്പറിലാക്കി. എനിക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ പ്രസംഗിക്കാൻ അറിയില്ല. ഞാൻ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ വായിച്ച് കേൾപ്പിച്ചപ്പോൾ മഹാനായ വ്യക്തിത്വം, ഇന്ന് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ രോമാഞ്ചം കൊള്ളും. ഇങ്ങനെ അദ്ദേഹം കൈ പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ വിനയാന്വിതനായി എൻ്റെ മുഖത്തേക്ക് നോക്കി നിന്നത് ഇന്നും ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അദ്ദേഹം സ്വപ്നത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു നിർവചനം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഡെഫിനേഷൻ പറഞ്ഞു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് പറയാമോ? ഒരു മിനിറ്റും കൊണ്ട് എന്താണ് സ്വപ്നം? വെരി ഗുഡ്. അതാരാണ് എഴുന്നേറ്റ് ഒന്ന് പറയാമോ? അങ്ങൊന്ന് എഴുന്നേക്കാമോ? ഒന്ന് കൈയടിക്കാമോ നമുക്ക്? Dream is not that which you see while sleeping. It is something that does not let you sleep. എൻ്റെ ഉറക്കം നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. അങ്ങിരിക്കൂ. താങ്ക് യു. നിങ്ങൾ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്നവരാണ് കേട്ടോ. ഇങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് ഇവിടെ ആരെങ്കിലും പറയുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ കൈയടിക്കണം. മഹാനായ മനുഷ്യൻ ഗസെ പറഞ്ഞു, എൻകറേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഈസ് ദി ഓക്സിജൻ ഓഫ് ദി സോൾ. പ്രാണവായു മൂക്ക് പൊത്തിപ്പിടിക്കും പോലെ. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളാരും ഞാൻ എന്ത് പറഞ്ഞാലും ഒന്നും കൈയടിക്കുന്നില്ല, ഒന്നും മിണ്ടുന്നില്ല. എത്ര വലിയ സ്പീക്കറാണ് വന്നെങ്കിലും എൻ്റെ വായും മൂക്കും ഇങ്ങനെ പൊത്തിപ്പിടിക്കും പോലെയാണ്. ഇടയ്ക്കൊന്ന് കൈയടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തേക്കണം, നല്ലതുമാണ്, ആരോഗ്യത്തിന് നല്ലതാണ് കൈ ഇങ്ങനെ അടിക്കുന്നത്. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവർ, എന്താണ് എൻകറേജ്മെൻറ്റ് ഈസ് ദി ഓക്സിജൻ ഓഫ് ദി സോൾ. എന്നും പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്നവരാകണം. പലരും ക്രിട്ടിസൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നവരാണ്. എന്ത് കാര്യം കണ്ടാലും ക്രിട്ടിസൈസ് ചെയ്യും. നല്ലത് കണ്ടാലും ചീത്ത കണ്ടാലും എല്ലാം ഇങ്ങനെ ക്രിട്ടിസൈസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ഞാൻ വേഗം പറഞ്ഞു വരട്ടെ. സാറിനോട് ആവശ്യം സമയമൊക്കെ എടുത്തോളാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. എന്നാലും മഹാന്മാരായ ആളുകളെല്ലാം പലരോട് ഇരിക്കുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഞാനങ്ങനെ സമയം, എൻ്റെ പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വിവേക് സാറോട് ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ മുഴുവൻ കണക്ക് എല്ലാം സത്യമാണെന്നറിയാവുന്ന ആളാണ് പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട വിവേക് സാറ്. മുഴുവനും എല്ലാം വർഷങ്ങളായിട്ടുള്ള ബന്ധമാണ്. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ചിന്ത, കൈസർക്കുള്ളത് കൈസർക്ക്, ദൈവത്തിനുള്ളത് ദൈവത്തിന്. 1 രൂപയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ പോലും, ഒരൊറ്റ പൈസയുടെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്ത് പോലും സത്യം വിട്ട് ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യില്ലെന്ന് സാർ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഉറക്കെ പറയും. നിങ്ങളോട് ഞാൻ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ പറയും. അത്രയും കൃത്യതയോടുകൂടിയാണ് എല്ലാ കാര്യവും ചെയ്യുന്നത്. വേഗം പറഞ്ഞു വരാം. എന്താണേലും ഞാൻ ചിന്തിച്ചു, എനിക്കൊരു സ്ഥാപനം തുടങ്ങണം. നിങ്ങൾ പുതിയ പുതിയ സംരംഭകർ, ഇനിയും തുടങ്ങാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന സംരംഭകരോട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കും, അല്ല തുടങ്ങിയവർ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കും. എൻ്റെ മനസ്സിലൊരു അടങ്ങാനാകാത്ത ആഗ്രഹം, എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും ഒരു ഡെൻ്റൽ ലാബ് തുടങ്ങണം. അന്ന് 20 ലക്ഷം രൂപയാണ് ഒരു ഡെൻ്റൽ ലാബ് തുടങ്ങണമെങ്കിൽ. എൻ്റെ മാസ ശമ്പളം എത്രയാണ്? നിങ്ങൾ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചായിരിക്കണം, 250 രൂപ. ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഒരു കൊല്ലം മുഴുവൻ പണിതാൽ 3000 രൂപ കിട്ടുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ സ്വപ്നം, അതാണ് മനുഷ്യനെ വളർത്തുന്നത്, അതാണ് നടത്തുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സാറിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു വാക്ക് എന്നോട് പറയണ്ടേ. 25 വർഷം മുമ്പ് 2001 സാറിനൊരു സ്വപ്നം കിട്ടി. സാറത് വളർത്താൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഇന്ന് എത്രയാണെന്ന് എനിക്കറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. സാറിൻ്റെ മറ്റേ സാമ്രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ വലിപ്പം എത്രയാണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. പക്ഷേ ആ സ്വപ്നമാണ് ഉള്ളിൽ കത്തിയ സ്വപ്നം. അതാണ് ഓരോരുത്തരെയും വളർത്തുന്നത്. നമുക്ക് സ്വപ്നം കാണാം. എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റുമോ? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റൂലേ? മിണ്ടണില്ലല്ലോ നിങ്ങളാരും. കാണാൻ പറ്റൂലേ? പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, പറ്റണം. ആ സ്വപ്നമാണ് നമ്മെ എവിടെ എത്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ സ്വപ്നം കണ്ടു, ഒരു ചെറിയ ഡെൻ്റൽ ലാബ് തുടങ്ങണം. 20 ലക്ഷം രൂപ വേണം. ഞാൻ പക്ഷേ വെറുതെ ഇരിക്കുന്നില്ല, രാപകലില്ലാതെ അധ്വാനിക്കാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചു. അന്ന് ഒരു ഡെഞ്ചർ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്താൽ, എൻ്റെ യജമാനൻ എന്നെ സെറ്റിംഗ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, എടുത്തു കഴിയണ പല്ല് 50 രൂപ കിട്ടും. ഞാൻ രാത്രി മുഴുവൻ പകലാക്കി അധ്വാനിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. 5.25 വർഷം ആ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ നിന്നു. പക്ഷേ ആ സമയത്ത് രാത്രി മുഴുവൻ ജോലി ചെയ്യാൻ പോവും. 2-3 മണിക്കൂർ ഉറങ്ങിയതായ ദിവസങ്ങൾ. നിങ്ങൾ വിചാരിക്കും ഒരു രോഗവും ഇല്ല കേട്ടോ, എനിക്ക് ഒരു പ്രയാസവും ഇല്ല, ഒരു രോഗവും ഇല്ല. ഉറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ കടുത്ത ഉറക്കമാണ്, ഡീപ്പ് സ്ലീപ്പാണ്. ഇന്നും 5 മണിക്കൂറിക്കുള്ള ഒരിക്കലും ഉറങ്ങാറില്ല. പക്ഷേ നല്ല ആരോഗ്യം ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ കരുണയാൽ. രാപകലില്ലാതെ അധ്വാനിച്ചു, കുറേ പൈസയൊക്കെ സമ്പാദിച്ചു. പെട്ടെന്ന് പറയാം, ഏതാണ്ട് 4.25 ലക്ഷം രൂപയോളം സമ്പാദിച്ചു. പറയാം, എൻ്റെ അമ്മയ്ക്ക് ഒരു മാലയില്ലായിരുന്നു, താലി ഇങ്ങനെ ചരടിലാണ് കെട്ടിയിരുന്നത്. ഒരു സ്വർണ്ണമാല മേടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. 3 മാസത്തെ പൈസ കൊണ്ട്. അന്ന് 750 രൂപയുള്ളൂ ഒരു പവൻ സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന്. നിങ്ങളിതൊക്കെ കേട്ട് ഗ്രഹിക്കണേ. എൻ്റെ നിന്നല്ലാണ്ട് വേറെ എനിക്ക് വേറെ വല്ല പറയാൻ കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ജീവിച്ചിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ അപ്പനെ അമ്മയെ നിങ്ങൾ ബഹുമാനിച്ചില്ലെങ്കിൽ, ഒന്ന് ബൈബിൾ പറയണത്, നിനക്ക് ദീർഘായുസ് ഉണ്ടാവണമെങ്കിൽ നീ അപ്പനെ അമ്മയും ബഹുമാനിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. നിനക്ക് നന്മ വന്നെങ്കിൽ, ഒന്നോടെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞേക്കാം, വിതച്ചാൽ അത് തന്നെ കൊയ്യും. വിതച്ചാൽ അതിലേറെ കൊയ്യും. വിതച്ചാൽ പല നാളുകൾക്ക് ശേഷം കൊയ്യും. അപ്പനെ അമ്മയെ ആദരിക്കാനും ബഹുമാനിക്കാനും സ്നേഹിക്കാനും ദൈവം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവരെ ഒന്നാമതായി കാണാനും കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് കുറേ പണമൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാകുമായിരിക്കും, പക്ഷേ കുറേ കാലം കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അതെല്ലാം പതിയെ പതിയെ തലമുറകൾ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ശോഷിച്ചു പോകുമെന്ന് അറിഞ്ഞുകൊള്ളുക. ഞാൻ ആ ഭാഗം വിടുകയാണ്. എൻ്റെ അമ്മയ്ക്ക് ഒരു മാല മേടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു, ഒരു സാരിയും ബ്ലൗസും മേടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. എൻ്റെ പിതാവിന് ഒരു HMT വാച്ചും ഒരു ഡബിൾ മുണ്ടും ഷർട്ടും ബോംബെ ഡൈങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് മേടിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. വേറെ ഒറ്റ പൈസയും കളഞ്ഞില്ല. ഒരു ചായ പോലും ഹോട്ടലിൽ കയറി കുടിച്ചില്ല. എല്ലാം കൂട്ടി വെച്ചു. ചുരുക്കി പറയാം, 25,000 രൂപ ഒരു ബ്ലേഡ് ബാങ്കിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്തു 36% പലിശയ്ക്ക്. 15 ലക്ഷം രൂപ സൗത്ത് ഇന്ത്യൻ ബാങ്കിലെ മഹാനായ മനുഷ്യൻ, എന്നും മറുക്കില്ല മാത്യു സാറ് എനിക്ക് ലോൺ തന്നു. അങ്ങനെ 20 ലക്ഷം രൂപ ലോൺ കിട്ടാൻ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് സർവേ നമ്പറൊന്നും ശരിയായിരുന്നില്ല. ഞാൻ മടുത്തില്ല, നിരാശപ്പെട്ടില്ല. അതിലൊക്കത്ത് പോയി ചോദിച്ചു, ചേട്ടാ കൊളാട്രൽ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി വയ്ക്കാനൊന്ന് വസ്തു തരാമോ? ഈ പ്രാർത്ഥനയ്ക്കൊക്കെ പോകുന്നവരായതുകൊണ്ട് രണ്ട് അയൽവക്കംകാരാണ് കൊളാട്രൽ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി വെക്കാനായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വസ്തു തന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഡെൻകെയർ തുടങ്ങി. ഈ 20 ലക്ഷം രൂപ മുടക്കി. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവർ, 6 ജോലിക്കാർ, 290 സ്ക്വയർ ഫീറ്റ് സ്ഥലം. ജർമ്മനിയിൽ നിന്ന് ആദ്യത്തെ മിഷൻ 7,90,000 രൂപ കൊടുത്ത് മേടിച്ചപ്പോൾ ചിലർ പറഞ്ഞു അപ്പൻ്റെ മാതിരി തന്നെ മോനും ചെറിയ പ്രശ്നമുണ്ടെന്ന്. ഇതൊക്കെ പറയും, മനുഷ്യർ പറയും. പക്ഷെ എനിക്കറിയാമായിരുന്നു ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ എന്തുമാത്രം ജനമുണ്ട്. അന്ന് 100 കോടി കൂടുതൽ ആളുകളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും 32 പല്ല് ഉണ്ടാവില്ല ചിലപ്പോൾ, പക്ഷേ 32 പല്ലുണ്ട് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ. 28 എണ്ണം മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റും. എന്തുമാത്രം അവസരങ്ങളാണ്, അനന്ത വിദൂരമായ സാധ്യത. ഞാൻ ധൈര്യത്തോടെ അതെല്ലാം ഇമ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. എല്ലാം ഏറ്റവും ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ചു. 6 ജോലിക്കാരെ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങി. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്തിൽ വിവിധ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ, UK-ലും USA-ലും ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലും ന്യൂസിലൻഡിലും UAE-ലും എല്ലാം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് യൂണിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ 6 സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് യൂണിറ്റുകളുണ്ട്. ദൈവം സഹായിച്ചാൽ, നിങ്ങൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചാൽ 2 കൊല്ലത്തിനുള്ളിൽ ഈ 6 യൂണിറ്റ് 30 യൂണിറ്റായിട്ട് വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ പരിപാടി. അതാത് സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ചെറിയ ചെറിയ യൂണിറ്റുകൾ തുടങ്ങുള്ളൂ. 10 കോടി രൂപ താഴെ മതി ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെൻറ്റ് അവിടെ തുടങ്ങണതിന്. പക്ഷേ ഇവിടുത്തെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരുപടി പൈസ മുടക്കി എല്ലാം ലോകത്തിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റിൽ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ അതെല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ ഡെൻകെയറിൽ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, മൂവാറ്റുപുഴ ഡെൻകെയറിൽ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഡെൻറ്റിസ്ട്രിയിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇനി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും നൂതനമായി എന്തെല്ലാം സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടോ അതെല്ലാം ഡെൻകെയറിലുണ്ടാവും. 2 പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് വെച്ചാണ് തുടങ്ങിയത്. ഇന്ന് 450 പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു ട്രാൻസിഷനും ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷനും കുറിച്ച് പറയണമെന്ന്. അന്ന് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ കേവലം 2 പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്, മെറ്റൽ കൊണ്ട് പല്ല് വയ്ക്കുക, അതിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക് വെച്ച് ചെയ്യുക. പിന്നീടോ അതിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് മെറ്റലിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് ലൈറ്റ് വെച്ച് സെറ്റാവുന്ന മെറ്റീരിയൽ കോമ്പോസിറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയും. പിന്നീട് അതിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് ലിത്തിയം ഡിസിലിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന, അല്ല സെറാമിക് വെച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന, സെറാമിക് പോസിലിൻ വെച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന മെറ്റലിൻ്റെ പുറത്ത് തന്നെ. പിന്നീട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ ലിത്തിയം ഡിസിലിക്കേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയും. ഇതെല്ലാം പറഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാവുമെന്ന് തോന്നണില്ല, ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടവർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവുള്ളൂ. പിന്നീട് അങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ ഓരോരോ പ്രോഡക്ട്സുകൾ കൂട്ടി. ഇന്ന് മെറ്റൽ ഫ്രീ സെറാമിക് ഞങ്ങളാണ് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുള്ളൂ. നിങ്ങൾ അന്വേഷിച്ച് നോക്കിയുള്ളൂ. ഇന്ത്യയിലെല്ലാം, ഈവൻ വേൾഡിൽ 2ാമത്തെ ISO സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ കിട്ടിയ 1ാമത്തെ ഒരു അമേരിക്കക്കാരൻ്റെയാണ്, 2ാമത് നമ്മുടെയാണ് ISO കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. എന്തെല്ലാം പുതിയ നൂതനമായി എന്തെല്ലാം സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ വന്നോ അതെല്ലാം മൂവാറ്റുപുഴയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നിടുക എന്നുള്ളത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്വപ്നമാണ്. അന്ന് ഞാൻ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ കേവലം 6 ജോലിക്കാർ, ഇന്ന് 4200 പേരുണ്ട് ജോലിക്കാർ. അന്ന് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ, അല്ല ഞാൻ മൂവാറ്റുപുഴയിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ 250 രൂപ മാത്രം എനിക്ക് മാസ ശമ്പളം. ഇന്ന് ഒരു മാസം ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാൻ 11 കോടി രൂപ വേണം. ഒരു സൈക്കിൾ മേടിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ കൊതിച്ചു. അന്ന് തുടങ്ങി പോലും വലിയ പണക്കാരുടെ വീട്ടിൽ മാത്രമേ സൈക്കിളുള്ളൂ. സ്കൂളിൽ ഒരൊറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഒരാളെ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നുള്ളൂ. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ന് 100ലേറെ വാഹനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. സ്റ്റാഫിനെ കൊണ്ടുവരുവാനും ആയിട്ട് ബസ്സുകളടക്കം എല്ലാ സ്റ്റാഫിനെയും അവിടുന്ന് വീടുകളിൽ നിന്ന് കളക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു, തിരികെ കൊണ്ടുവിടുന്നു. കേരളത്തിൽ പലരും പറയും വ്യവസായത്തിന് പറ്റിയ മണ്ണല്ലെന്ന്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ദേഷ്യം വരുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാ. ഞാൻ ഉള്ളത് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കേരളം പോലത്തെ വ്യവസായത്തിന് പറ്റിയ മണ്ണ് ഏത് വെച്ചിട്ട് എംപ്ലോയീസ് എത്ര നല്ലവരാണ്. സാറിന് പല പ്രാവശ്യം അവിടെ സാറ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, അറിയാം. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ക്യാൻറ്റീനുണ്ട്. ക്യാൻറ്റീനിൽ സാറ് വന്നാലും ഞാൻ പോയാലും ക്യൂ നിന്ന് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കണം. ശരിയല്ലേ സാറേ? സത്യമാണ്. നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് വന്നാൽ നല്ലതാണ്. സമയമുണ്ടോയെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വരാൻ പറ്റുവാണെങ്കിൽ വന്ന് കണ്ടിട്ട് വരാം. ഒന്നും മറച്ചു വയ്ക്കില്ല. ഡെൻ്റൽ ലാബ് തുടങ്ങണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ആരെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ? നല്ലതാണ്. മൂവാറ്റ വരിക, കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഫോട്ടോയും കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് പോവുക, എന്നിട്ട് എന്തൊക്കെ മിഷനറി ഉണ്ടെന്ന് നോക്കുക. നിങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങാനേ ഞാൻ പറയണത്. നല്ല രീതി ചെയ്യുക. ഹെൽത്തി കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ എപ്പോഴും നല്ലതാണ്. എൻ്റെ സ്വപ്നം ലോകത്തിൽ 1-ാം സ്ഥാനത്ത് എത്തുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ വേൾഡിൽ 2-ാം സ്ഥാനത്താണ്, ഏഷ്യയിൽ 1-ാം സ്ഥാനത്തുമാണ്. ക്വാളിറ്റിയിൽ വേൾഡിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ 1-ാം സ്ഥാനത്താണ്. ഞാൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ കൂടെയുള്ള ജീവനക്കാരോടെല്ലാം പറയാറുണ്ട്, ഒരു കാരണവശാലും നിങ്ങളുടെ ആർക്കാ പല്ലുണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കണമെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ചിന്തിക്കണം, ഞാൻ ദൈവത്തിനൊരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കണം. ദൈവത്തിന് പല്ലുണ്ടാക്കുവാണെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കും? എങ്ങനെയാണ് വ്യവസായം ഉണ്ടാക്കണേ? ഏറ്റവും നല്ലതുപോലെ. അതിലപ്പുറമായിട്ട് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടാക്കുമോ? സാധുക്കളായ മനുഷ്യർ, സാധുക്കൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പണമില്ലാത്തവരെന്നല്ല പറഞ്ഞേ. ഒരു ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ എന്തുമാത്രം ശ്രദ്ധാപൂർവ്വം അല്ല ചെയ്യുന്നെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളറിയില്ല. ജസ്റ്റ് ബ്രഷ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പോലും 10 മൈക്രോൺസ് ആക്രോസിയിലാണ് പല്ല് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്. ബ്രഷ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ആ ബ്രസ്സിൽസ് ഒന്ന് കൊണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പല്ല് പുളിക്കും, ക്യാപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട്. എത്ര ശ്രദ്ധയോടെ ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമാണെന്നറിയാം. ഇപ്പോൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് സാറിനോട് പറയുമായിരുന്നു ഞാൻ, സാറിന് ഒരു പല്ല്, സാറിൻ്റെ വായിൽ പല്ലിരിപ്പുണ്ട്. സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു, സാറിനുണ്ടാക്കിയ പല്ല് 750 കോടി ജനങ്ങളിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ വായിൽ ഫിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം മുഴുവനും കസ്റ്റം മെയ്ഡാണ്. 30 സ്റ്റേജോളം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് ഒരു പല്ല് വരുന്നത്. മെഷീനൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്, ഏറ്റവും സൊഫിസ്റ്റിക്കേറ്റഡുള്ള മെഷീനെല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. 5 കോടി രൂപ വിലയുള്ള ഒറ്റ മെഷീനുണ്ട്, 4.25 കോടി രൂപയുള്ള. അങ്ങനെ 5 മെഷീനുണ്ട്. ലേസർ സെൻറ്ററിങ് മെഷീൻ, മില്ലിംഗ് മെഷീൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. AI വന്നപ്പോൾ AI ആയിട്ട് വന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ പുതിയ സംവിധാനങ്ങളെല്ലാം വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിന് മുമ്പേ ഞങ്ങൾ 2015 തന്നെ 11 തന്നെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു മില്ലിംഗ് മെഷീൻസൊക്കെ. CAD/CAM ടെക്നോളജി. പണ്ടെല്ലാം ഇംപ്രഷൻ എടുക്കണമെങ്കിൽ, അളവെടുക്കണമെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു? ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ട്രേക്കകത്ത്, നിങ്ങൾ പോയിട്ടുള്ളവർക്കറിയാം, ഒരു മെറ്റീരിയൽ ഒന്ന് മിക്സ് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ച്, വെള്ളമായിട്ട് മിക്സ് വെച്ച്, ആദ്യം അത് ആൾജിനേറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു, പിന്നെ ഇത് എലാസ്റ്റോമെറിക് ഇംപ്രഷനായി. അതിങ്ങനെ പ്രസ് ചെയ്ത് പേഷ്യൻ്റെ മുഖത്തിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണം. പേഷ്യൻ്റ് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഒമിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വരും, പ്രയാസമായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ന് ഇൻട്രാവോറൽ സ്കാനേഴ്സ്, മൊബൈലിൻ്റെ അത്രയും വലിപ്പമുള്ളൂ, ഇത്തിരിയുടെ വീതി കുറഞ്ഞ് അല്പം നീളം കൂടുതലുണ്ട്. 2 മിനിറ്റ് കൊണ്ട് ഫുൾ ആർച്ചിൻ്റെ ഇംപ്രഷൻ സ്കാൻ ചെയ്തെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും. എന്തുമാത്രം ഡെൻറ്റിസ്ട്രി ഡിജിറ്റൽ ടെക്നോളജി എന്തുമാത്രം വളർന്നു. അമേരിക്കയിൽ നിന്ന് എടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഇംപ്രഷൻ 5 മിനിറ്റിനുള്ളിൽ STL ഫയലായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലെത്തും. 3D പ്രിൻ്റർ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് മോഡൽ പ്രിൻ്റ് ചെയ്യാം, പെട്ടെന്ന് ജോലികൾ ആരംഭിക്കാം. ഞങ്ങൾ എല്ലാ രംഗങ്ങളിലും ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ കരുണ കൊണ്ട് വളരാനിടയായി. ഞാൻ അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഒരു കാര്യം മറന്നുപോയല്ലോ, ഞാൻ പൊട്ടനാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. ദൈവം എൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പഠിക്കാൻ ആരംഭിച്ചു. ഞാൻ ഡെൻ്റൽ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻ കോഴ്സിന് ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് റാങ്ക് ഹോൾഡറാണ്. ഇനിയും എനിക്ക് അവസരം കിട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റ് ആവണമെന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇപ്പോൾ വളരെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവസരം കിട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഉറപ്പായിട്ടും പഠിക്കാൻ ദൈവത്തിൽ ആശ്രയിച്ച് പഠിച്ചേനെ. എന്തെല്ലാം പരീക്ഷകൾ എഴുതി, DHA എഴുതി, മുഴുവൻ മാർക്കും എനിക്ക് കിട്ടി. എല്ലാം അത്ഭുതകരമായി ജീവിതം നടന്നു. പുതിയ എന്തെല്ലാം സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ ലോകത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു അതെല്ലാം ഞങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഏതാനും ചില കാര്യങ്ങളോട് എനിക്ക് പറയാനുണ്ട്. അതിനു മുമ്പ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ചോദിക്കാനുണ്ടോ എന്നോട്? ഒന്ന് ചോദിക്കാമോ? ആരെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ എഴുന്നേറ്റ് നിന്ന് കൃത്യമായിട്ട്. ഞാൻ എല്ലാത്തിനും മറുപടി പറയാമെന്നല്ലോ. എൻ്റെ അനുഭവം പറയാം. ഞാൻ MBA പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, MBAയുടെ ബുക്കും വായിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. എൻ്റെ ജീവിത അനുഭവം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആർക്കെങ്കിലും പ്രയോജനം ചെയ്യുമെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഞാൻ പറയാം, ചോദിക്കാവുന്നതാണ്. ആർക്കൊന്നും ചോദിക്കാനില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ, മാഡം എഴുന്നേറ്റുണ്ടല്ലോ, ചോദിക്കും മാഡം. മൈക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. ചോദിച്ചോളൂ. ഒരു മാസം 11 കോടി, 11,000. ടോട്ടൽ 4,200 ഉണ്ട്. അതിനകത്ത് 350 പേര് ട്രെയിനീസാണ്, വിവിധ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലേക്ക് വിടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. അവർ കൊണ്ടുവരുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ 7,000 റുപ്പീസ് ആദ്യത്തെ 3 മാസത്തേക്ക് കൊടുക്കും. 3 മാസം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ 10,000 ആക്കും. ഒരു വർഷത്തിനുള്ളിൽ 17,500 ആക്കും അവിടുന്ന് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ ട്രെയിനീസ് ആയിട്ട് 350 പേരുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, ഈ വർഷം തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് 6-7 ഇടത്ത് തുടങ്ങണം. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ ട്രെയിനീസും കൂടി ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും കൂടിയാണ് ഇത്ര എംപ്ലോയീസ്.
അപ്പോൾ സാറ് പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുറേ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടാവുമല്ലോ സാറിന്. ആ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസിനെ ഹൗ യു ആർ മാനേജിങ്?
എല്ലാവരും പ്രൊഫഷണൽസായിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളാണല്ലോ. നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഫഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. 40 ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ്, 38 ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത്. എല്ലാവരും ഒരുപോലെ തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എല്ലാ ഡോക്ടേഴ്സിൻ്റെ കാര്യം ഞാൻ പറയാം. 15,000 രൂപ കൊടുത്താൽ ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റിന് കിട്ടും ധാരാളം. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ ഒറ്റ ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റിനും 25,000 രൂപ കുറഞ്ഞ ഡെൻറ്റിസ്റ്റ് BDSകാർക്ക് കൊടുക്കില്ല. ഞാനവർ റെസ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഒരൊറ്റയാൾ പോലും CEO അടക്കം ഒരു കാരണവശാലും പേര് വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഡോക്ടറേന്ന് തന്നെ വിളിക്കാവുള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ ആ പ്രൊഫഷനെ ആദരിക്കുന്നു, ഞാൻ അവരെ ആദരിക്കുന്നു. എല്ലാവരും പരസ്പരം ഞാൻ ബഹുമാനിക്കുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ ഞാൻ ഉറക്കെ പറയാറുണ്ട് എപ്പോഴും, ഒരു കാരണവശാലും വഴക്ക് പറയണമെങ്കിൽ ആരെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ഒരാളെ വഴക്ക് പറയണം, ശാസിക്കണം. ചിലപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ ആവശ്യം വരും. പക്ഷേ പരസ്യമായിട്ട് ആരെയും ശാസിക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. പക്ഷേ അപ്രീഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെ വേണം? എല്ലാ ഫോണിലും മൈക്കുണ്ട്. മൈക്ക് എടുത്തിട്ട് ഉറക്കെ അപ്രീഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണത്, കൈയടിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യണം. അവിടെയുള്ള ആളുകൾ പറയാറുണ്ട്. അവർക്ക് തന്നെ ഒരു ചിന്ത, ഡെൻകെയർ അവരുടെ കുടുംബമാണെന്നുള്ള ചിന്ത, ഒരു ഫാമിലി അന്തരീക്ഷം. ഞാൻ എല്ലാവരെയും ബഹുമാനിക്കുന്നു, എല്ലാവരെയും ആദരിക്കുന്നു. ഞാൻ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നു ഒരു കാര്യം, നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിൽ കുറിച്ചാൽ നല്ലതാണ്. ഞാനൊരാൾ വിചാരിച്ചാൽ എത്ര പല്ലുണ്ടാക്കും? 2 or 3 ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റും. ഒരു ദിവസം 6000-ഓളം പല്ലുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം. അവരില്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് വളരാൻ കഴിയുമോ? ഈ ചിന്താഗതി മാറണം. അവരില്ലെങ്കിൽ വളരാൻ കഴിയുമോ? വേണ്ടുന്നില്ല നിങ്ങളാരും. എൻ്റെ കൂടെ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്ന ജോലിക്കാരില്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് വളരാൻ കഴിയുമോ? ഒരിക്കലും കഴിയില്ല. പലരും ചിന്ത എന്താണെന്നറിയാമോ? ഞാനുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അവർ ജീവിക്കുന്നതെന്നാണ്. ശരിയാണ്, ബോർഡുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എഴുതാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ ബോർഡ് മാത്രം മതിയോ? അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടാണ്. അവരാണ് എന്നെ വളർത്തുന്നത്. അവരുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ധാരാളം പല്ലുകൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി വിടുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ അവരെ റെസ്പെക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, അവരെല്ലാവരെയും ആദരിക്കുന്നു, അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടതായ എല്ലാം കൊടുക്കുന്നു, ഇൻക്രിമെൻറ്റ്സ് എല്ലാം കൃത്യസമയത്ത് കൊടുക്കുന്നു, ഇൻസെൻറ്റീവ്സ് കൊടുക്കുന്നു. നല്ലൊരു അന്തരീക്ഷം ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിലുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ എന്താണ് സാറിന് ഉത്തരം കിട്ടിക്കാണും. പിന്നെ ഇനി എന്താരെങ്കിലും
സർ
ചോദിച്ചോളൂ.
അങ്ങനെയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ 11 കോടി പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ, അപ്പോൾ ഈ കോവിഡ് സമയത്ത് സാറിനത് ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിരുന്നോ? അതോ?
കോവിഡിൻ്റെ സമയത്ത് ഞാൻ കരഞ്ഞു തളർന്ന നിമിഷങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. 7.5 കോടി മതി അന്ന് ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാൻ 2020. 18.5 കോടി രൂപ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ആ കാലങ്ങളിൽ എങ്ങനെ ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കുമെന്നോർത്ത് ഞാൻ വലഞ്ഞ മനുഷ്യനാണ്. എനിക്ക് ഏതാണ്ട് 60 ഏക്കറോളം സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു കിട്ടുന്ന പൈസ മുഴുവൻ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാം, ലാഭം കിട്ടിയതും എല്ലാം എന്ത് ചെയ്തു, മുഴുവനും ഭൂമിയിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. മണ്ടത്തരം. അത് പിന്നീട് ഞാൻ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞത്. ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചോ കോവിഡ് വരുമെന്ന്. എൻ്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലും കണ്ടിട്ടില്ലല്ലോ. എന്നും ഈ വരുമാനം ഉണ്ടാകുമല്ലോ, കുഴപ്പം വരില്ലല്ലോ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ചിന്തിച്ച്. കോവിഡ് വന്നപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഡെൻറ്റിസ്ട്രിയാണ്. എല്ലാം അടഞ്ഞുപോയി. 18.5 കോടി രൂപ ഫീൽഡിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടാനായിരുന്നു നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ക്ലിനിക്കുകൾ പലതും അടച്ചുപോയി. അവരെവിടുന്ന് പൈസ തരും? ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി വെച്ച പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്സ് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാം കസ്റ്റമേഡല്ലേ. പറയാം, 2 മാസം മാത്രം ഏറ്റവും കൂടിയ ശമ്പളമുള്ളവർക്ക് 49% മുതൽ താഴേക്ക് കുറച്ചു. 2 മാസം മാത്രം. ബാക്കി മുഴുവൻ സമയവും 28 കോടി രൂപ ലോൺ എടുത്തു ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് മാത്രം. കാരണം എൻ്റെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ എംപ്ലോയീസാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്വത്ത്. എല്ലാവർക്കും കഴിവിൻ്റെ പരമാവധി എല്ലാം ചെയ്തു. ആ വർഷം നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടാൽ ഞെട്ടിപ്പോവും. നിസ്സാരം 75 ലക്ഷം രൂപയുള്ളൂ ഏപ്രിലെ വരുമാനം. എങ്ങനെ കൊടുക്കും? ഞാനന്നൊരു പാഠം പഠിച്ചു. ഒരിക്കലും നമ്മൾ ഭൂമിയിൽ മാത്രം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ പോരാ. അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ഒരു 3 മാസത്തെ ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ, അതിനുള്ള തുകയെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ന് ഏതാനും നാളുകൾക്കുള്ളിൽ മിനിമം ഒരു 6 മാസത്തെ ശമ്പളം കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള രൂപ അത് എപ്പോഴും ബാങ്കിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ നാളെ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇല്ല എങ്കിലും അന്നെടുത്ത 28 കോടി രൂപ അതിൻ്റെ ബാധ്യതയും കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം സാവകാശം തീർന്നു വരികയാണ്. എന്നാൽ ഞാൻ ചില പാഠങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചു. എന്തെല്ലാം ഞാനും തളർന്നു പോയിരുന്നു. മുഴുവൻ വിറ്റാലോ എന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ച മനുഷ്യനാണ് ഞാൻ, സ്ഥാപനം ഒഴികെ. എൻ്റെ വീട് മൂവാറ്റുപുഴ സിറ്റിയുടെ നടുക്കാണ്. ഒരു സെൻറ്റിന് 35 ലക്ഷം രൂപയാണ് അവിടുത്തെ വില. 2 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലത്താണ് എൻ്റെ വീട്. പക്ഷെ അത് വിറ്റെങ്കിലോ, മുഴുവൻ സ്ഥലവും വിൽക്കുക, എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും സ്ഥാപനം സംരക്ഷിക്കുക. കാരണം എൻ്റെ ജീവനക്കാരെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ ഒരു ജോലി കിട്ടാൻ കരഞ്ഞു തളർന്ന മനുഷ്യനല്ലേ, ഒന്നിനും മാർഗ്ഗമില്ലാത്തിരുന്ന ആളല്ലേ. സാധുക്കൾ അവർ എവിടെ പോകും ജോലിക്ക്? എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും സംരക്ഷിക്കണം സ്ഥാപനം മാത്രം എന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ചു. എന്നാൽ ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ അത്ഭുതകരുണയാൽ എല്ലാം മനോഹരമായി നടന്നു. ഇന്ന് ശരിയായിട്ട് ഗ്രോത്തിലേക്ക് വന്നു. ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്ഥാപനം 1500 കോടി രൂപ വാലുവേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞങ്ങളൊരു 10% ഇപ്പോൾ മെർജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. അടുത്ത ലെവലിലേക്ക് പോകണമെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും കാര്യം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഫണ്ട് ആവശ്യമില്ല. എന്നാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ വിദേശത്ത് അമേരിക്ക അടക്കം കുറേ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ചില ലാബുകൾ അക്വയർ ചെയ്തിട്ട് അവിടെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഉത്സാഹത്തിലാണ്. ആ കാലം അങ്ങനെ കഴിച്ചു കൂട്ടിയതെല്ലാം ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ കരുണയാൽ എല്ലാം ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് നടന്നു. എന്നാലും കരഞ്ഞ കാലങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. ഇനി എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യമുണ്ടോ ചോദിക്കാൻ? ഒരിക്കലുമില്ല. ഞാൻ ഡെൻ്റൽ ടെക്നീഷ്യൻ കോഴ്സ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, അതല്ലാതെ വേറെ ഒന്നും പ്രത്യേകം പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പിന്നെ വിദേശത്തൊക്കെ യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴെല്ലാം പലതും എനിക്ക് പഠിക്കാനിടയായി. വിദേശത്ത് യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിലെ ആ ആക്യുറസി, ചെയ്യുന്ന വർക്കിൻ്റെ ആ പെർഫെക്ഷൻ, അതെല്ലാം കാണാനും പഠിക്കാനും ധാരാളം കോൺഫറൻസുകൾ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ, ധാരാളം യാത്രകൾ ചെയ്യാനിടയായി. അതിൽ നിന്നെല്ലാം ഓരോ പാഠങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കാനിടയായി. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ പലരെയും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കും, അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിലെ വളർച്ച വന്ന ആളുകളുടെ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കും, അവരുടെ ജീവിതം എങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു. പലരും എനിക്ക് പ്രചോദനമായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ചോദിക്കാം, അടുത്ത ചോദ്യം എന്താണ് സാറേ? പെട്ടെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചോളൂ, സമയം അങ്ങ് അതിക്കണം.
ഈ ചോദ്യത്തിൻ്റെ തന്നെ ബാക്കിയാണ്.
എന്ത് ചോദിച്ചോളൂ.
ജോൺ കുര്യാക്കോസിനെ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ അറിയില്ലായിരുന്നു. രാവിലെ ഇപ്പോൾ വാഷ്റൂമിൽ പോകുമ്പോൾ ഒരാളവിടെ ഡ്രസ്സ് ക്യൂ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം ഒരു ജസ്റ്റ് കുറച്ച് സ്ഥലമേ ഉള്ളൂ അവിടെ. അപ്പോൾ എന്നിട്ട് ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള തിരക്കിലാണ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ആസ്യം ഹോസ്റ്റലിലൊക്കെ ഹോസ്റ്റലിലൊക്കെ താമസിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറിക്കോ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഇല്ല, ഞാൻ ഓൾറെഡി ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറി. രാവിലെ 7 മണിക്ക് യാത്ര ആരംഭിച്ച് ഇപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എത്തിയതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറാൻ വേണ്ടി വേറൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് പോയി അവർക്ക് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടാക്കണ്ടല്ലോ, അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ഡ്രസ്സ് മാറിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു കാര്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത്, ഒരു ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ, സാമ്പത്തിക അച്ചടക്കമായിരുന്നു സാറിൻ്റെ ഉന്നമനത്തിന് അല്ലെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് വരാനുള്ള വലിയൊരു കാരണമായിരുന്നു എന്ന് ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ജീവിതത്തിൽ ലാളിത്യം വേണമെന്നും വിനയം ഉണ്ടാകണമെന്നും ലക്ഷ്യബോധം വേണമെന്നും ശുഭാപ്തി വിശ്വാസം വേണമെന്നും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. എനിക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും സാറിനോട് റൂം പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എനിക്ക് ഇവിടെ എടുത്ത് തരുമായിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ ചിന്തിച്ചു, എന്തിനാണത്? എനിക്ക് ആകെ ഒരു ഷർട്ട് മാറിയാൽ മതി. പോകുന്ന വഴിക്ക് ഞാൻ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചു, ഈ ഷർട്ട് ഞാൻ വാഷ്റൂമിൽ കയറി മറ്റേ ഷർട്ട് മാറ്റി ചേഞ്ച് ചെയ്തു. പണം ഒന്നും കളയരുതെന്നുള്ള ചിന്ത, ഒന്നും വേസ്റ്റ് ആക്കരുതെന്നുള്ളത്. നിങ്ങൾ ചിന്തിച്ചാൽ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഈ വാച്ച് 15 വർഷം മുമ്പ് മേടിച്ചതാണ്. ഞാൻ വേറെ വാച്ച് മേടിക്കാൻ ഞാനൊരിക്കലും അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ഓരോ മനുഷ്യരും ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങളിലാണ് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ജീവിതം എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യാനാണെന്ന് എല്ലാവരും പറയും. എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും അതിന് ഓരോ വഴികളുണ്ട്. ചിലർ യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ചിലർ വല്ല പ്രാർത്ഥനാ യോഗത്തിനൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അമ്പലങ്ങളിൽ പോകുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ശബരിമലയ്ക്ക് പോകുമ്പോഴായിരിക്കും എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യണം. അങ്ങനെ ഓരോരുത്തരും ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുന്നു. എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് എൻജോയ്മെൻ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ആരെങ്കിലും കരയുന്ന ഒരു മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ കണ്ണുനീര് തുടയ്ക്കാനിടയായാൽ അതെനിക്ക് വലിയൊരു സൗഭാഗ്യമാണ്. എൻ്റെ ഹൃദയം വിടർന്നു വരും. കാരണം ഞാൻ കരഞ്ഞ് തളർന്ന മനുഷ്യനായിരുന്നില്ല. ചോദിച്ചോളൂ സാറേ.
സാർ, ഈ 32 പല്ലിൽ എത്ര പല്ല് മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് സാർ പറഞ്ഞത്?
32 വേണമെങ്കിൽ മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കാം.
അല്ല, എന്നാലും
സാധാരണ ഇതിൽ 28 മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കാറ്.
ഓക്കെ സാർ, ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പണ്ട് ഈ ചെരുപ്പിൻ്റെ കടകളിൽ പറയാറുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ആ ഒരു ഐലൻഡിൽ ചെന്നപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ചെരുപ്പുണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇനി ചെരുപ്പ് വിൽക്കാൻ ഒരു സാധ്യതയില്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു സെയിൽസ്മാൻ തിരിച്ചു പോന്നു. അതുപോലെ 32 പല്ലിൽ 28 മാറ്റിവെക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളൊരു തിരിച്ചറിവാണോ സാറിനെ ഈ ഒരു ഫീൽഡിലോട്ട് ഇറങ്ങാൻ കാരണമാക്കിയത്?
ഉറപ്പായിട്ടും അത് തന്നെയാണ്, അതായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യം. ഓക്കെ
സാർ, 4.25 ലക്ഷം രൂപ സാർ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ.
യെസ്.
അത് എത്ര കാലം കൊണ്ടാണ്?
5.25 വർഷം കൊണ്ട്. 80s
ഏത് കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ?
88 സ്ഥാപനം തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. അതിന് പുറകോട്ടുള്ള 4.25 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് ഒന്നും കളഞ്ഞില്ല, ഒരൊറ്റ പൈസയും. പറഞ്ഞു നിർത്തിക്കോട്ടെ, ഇനി ആരും ഇല്ലല്ലോ. ഒരു ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. ഇവരെല്ലാം മുമ്പിലിരിക്കുന്ന ഇവരൊക്കെ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് എത്ര മണിക്കൂർ ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചാലും എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ, ദൈവം സഹായിച്ച് പറയാൻ പറ്റും. പക്ഷേ അതെ, ഉറപ്പായിട്ടും വളരെ വ്യക്തമായ പ്ലാനുണ്ട് എനിക്ക്. അതെല്ലാം മീറ്റിങ്സ് എല്ലാം പലതും നടത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞു. എനിക്ക് വളരെ കൃത്യമായ പ്ലാനെല്ലാം ഉണ്ടാക്കാനായിട്ട് ഇവയായിട്ട് വേണ്ടി സാറിൻ്റെ ഗ്രൂപ്പൊന്നുമില്ല അല്ലേ, വേറെ ഇവയായിട്ട് വേണ്ടി എല്ലാം കൃത്യമായിട്ട് എഴുതപ്പെട്ട പ്ലാനുകളുണ്ട്. അതെല്ലാം ക്ലിയറാക്കി വെച്ചാൽ ഞാൻ ട്രസ്റ്റ് രൂപീകരിക്കാനും അതിനുള്ള സംവിധാനങ്ങളെല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. സാറേ ചോദ്യം.
കൃത്യമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ 2 ആഴ്ച ആയിട്ടില്ല. കഴിഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ മുമ്പത്തെ തിങ്കളാഴ്ച തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് വെച്ചിട്ട് ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട എൻ്റെ സുഹൃത്ത് വിവേക് ജി, ഞാൻ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തുണ്ടായ സമയത്ത് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വിളിച്ചൊരു മീറ്റിങ്ങിൽ മണി തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഉടനെ പങ്കെടുക്കണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആണ് ഞാൻ അന്ന് ഹയാത്തിൽ വൈകുന്നേരം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് കേരളേൻ്റെ റിവ്യൂ മീറ്റിങ്ങിന് പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഞാനും മിസ്റ്റർ ജോണും മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വരുന്നതിൻ്റെ തൊട്ട് മുമ്പേ ആശയവിനിമയം നടത്തുന്നത്. ഇങ്ങനൊരു പരിപാടി ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് മിസ്റ്റർ ജോണിനോട് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. കോഴിക്കോട് വരെ ഒന്ന് വരാമോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. ഓ പിന്നെന്താ, എന്തായാലും എനിക്ക് വരാം. എന്താ പരിപാടി എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. ഞാൻ ഇതാണ് പരിപാടി, ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സിനെ കുറിച്ചിട്ടും മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റ് വിദഗ്ധരെ കുറിച്ചിട്ടും പറയാനുള്ള ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമാണ് എൻ്റെ ടോപ്പിക്കിൻ്റെ തീമും ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹത്തിനോട് പറഞ്ഞു. ഉടനെ ആൾക്കൂട്ടത്തിനിടയിൽ എൻ്റെ ചുവട്ടിലേക്ക് മന്ത്രിക്കുകയാണ്, എൻ്റെ ഒരു കഥ കേട്ടിട്ട് ഒരുത്തനെങ്കിലും നന്നാവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ എനിക്കത് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടമല്ലേ സാറേ, അതിലും വലുത് വല്ലതും ഉണ്ടോ? അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി വന്നപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും ഡിസ്പോസ് ചെയ്ത് ഈ നിൽക്കുന്ന ശ്രീ ജോണിനെ ഞാൻ ഇതിനു മുമ്പേ 1-2 സന്ദർഭങ്ങളിൽ ടൈയുടെ മീറ്റിങ്ങിലും KMAയുടെ മീറ്റിങ്ങിലും ധനത്തിൻ്റെ മീറ്റിങ്ങിലൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ടുമുണ്ട്, ഇതൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. ഇന്ന് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് നിങ്ങൾ മുമ്പിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് വളരെ വലിയൊരു സൗഭാഗ്യമായിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നു. ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, ഞാൻ എന്തൊക്കെ അറേഞ്ച്മെൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം, ട്രാവലിൻ്റെ ഒന്നും വേണ്ട, എനിക്ക് ഞാനവിടെ എത്തിക്കോളും. ഞാൻ എപ്പോൾ എത്തണം? ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു നിങ്ങളെ സൗകര്യമായിരി. എനിക്ക് ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് സംസാരിക്കുന്നതാണ് സൗകര്യം. ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് എല്ലാവരും ഭക്ഷണമൊക്കെ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് ഉറങ്ങാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മൈക്ക് തന്നാൽ മതി. ആ സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് സംസാരിക്കാനാണ് ഏറ്റവും ഇഷ്ടം. ഞാൻ അതിനോട് എഗ്രി ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, ഞാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ഒന്ന് ചെയ്യണ്ടേ, ട്രാവലിൻ്റെ അത് ഇത് ഒന്നും വേണ്ട, ഞാനവിടെ എത്തിക്കോളും, ഞാനവിടെ വന്ന് സംസാരിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ മടങ്ങിക്കോളും. സോ ദിസ് ജോൺ കുര്യാക്കോസ്, ഒരുപക്ഷെ നമുക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സ്പീക്കേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, എല്ലാവരും ട്രെൻഡ്സ്, ട്രാൻസിഷൻ ആൻഡ് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ കോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ടോപ്പിക്കിനെ കുറിച്ചിട്ട് വളരെ നല്ലോണം സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ വ്യക്തി ജീവിതത്തിൽ കുട്ടിക്കാലം മുതൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിനുണ്ടായിട്ട് നേരിട്ടിട്ടുള്ള അനുഭവങ്ങൾ, നമ്മളെല്ലാവരെക്കാട്ടിലും വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുണ്ടായ അനുഭവങ്ങളിൽ കുട്ടിക്കാലം മുതൽ ട്രെൻഡ് എന്താണെന്നും അതിനുവേണ്ട ട്രാൻസിഷൻ എന്താണെന്നും എങ്ങനെ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം ചെയ്യണമെന്നും മനസ്സിലാക്കി വ്യക്തി ജീവിതത്തിലും ബിസിനസ് ജീവിതത്തിലും ഈ ടേം പ്രാവർത്തികമാക്കിയൊരു വ്യക്തിയാണ് ശ്രീ ജോൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു.
സാറേ, ഞാൻ കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് ഒറ്റ വാക്ക് പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ. എൻ്റെ വീടൊരു സ്വർഗമാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന വിവാഹം കഴിച്ച എല്ലാവരോടും എനിക്കൊരു അപേക്ഷ കേട്ടോ, പുരുഷന്മാരോടുള്ള അപേക്ഷ. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉള്ളിൽ സമാധാനമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം പണം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് എന്ത് കാര്യം? കുടുംബത്തിലാണ് സമാധാനം വേണ്ടത്. ഭാര്യയെ ബഹുമാനിക്കുന്നവരാകണം, ഭാര്യയെ ആദരിക്കുന്നവരാകണം, ഭാര്യയെ സ്നേഹിക്കുന്നവരാകണം. 3 കാര്യം. 1, ഭാര്യയെ ബഹുമാനിക്കുക. 2, ഭാര്യയെ സ്നേഹിക്കുക. 2, ഭാര്യയെ കരുതുക. 3 കാര്യം. പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ഭാര്യമാരിവിടെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്, കേൾക്കണം. ഭാര്യമാർക്കും ഉണ്ട് നിർദ്ദേശം. ഭാര്യ ഭർത്താവിനെ അനുസരിക്കണം, ഭാര്യ ഭർത്താവിനെ വിനയപ്പെടണം, ഭാര്യ ഭർത്താവിനെ ഭയപ്പെടണമെന്നും പറയുകയാണ്. എന്താണ് ഭയപ്പെടേണ്ടത്? എൻ്റെ ജീവിതം കണ്ടിട്ട്, ജോൺ കുര്യാക്കോസ് എന്ന മനുഷ്യൻ്റെ സംശുദ്ധമായ ജീവിതം കണ്ടിട്ട് എൻ്റെ ഭർത്താവ് ലോകത്തിൽ എവിടെ പോയാലും ഒരു സംശുദ്ധമായ ജീവിതം, ഒരു വിശുദ്ധ ജീവിതത്തിൻ്റെ ഉടമയായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് ഭാര്യയുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ തോന്നാൻ പാകത്തിന് നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതമായി തീരണം. എൻ്റെ സംസാരം, എൻ്റെ പെരുമാറ്റം, എൻ്റെ ജോലിക്കാരുള്ള പെരുമാറ്റം, എൻ്റെ മറ്റുള്ള ആളുകളോടുള്ള പെരുമാറ്റം, ഞാൻ മറ്റ് സ്ത്രീകളുമായി സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ പെരുമാറ്റം, അതറിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഭാര്യയ്ക്ക് വരേണ്ട പേടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ആൻഡ് റെവറൻസ് എന്ന് പറയും, നല്ല വാക്ക്. അതുണ്ടായാൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ജീവിതം ധന്യമായി തീർന്നിരിക്കും. ഭൂമിയിൽ എന്തെല്ലാം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഒരു ദിവസം നാം എല്ലാം ഇട്ടിട്ട് അക്കരെ നാട്ടിലേക്ക് പോകും. ഈ വാച്ചൻ്റെ മക്കൾ തന്നുവിടില്ല, ഈ കണ്ണടയും തന്നുവിടില്ല, എന്നെ പെട്ടിക്കകത്ത് ഒരു ദിവസം വയ്ക്കും. പക്ഷേ ഞാനൊരു പാട്ടുപാടി നിർത്താം. ഇഹത്തിലെ ധനം, സുഖം, യശസ്സും ആഭിജാത്യവും വഹിച്ചു പോകയില്ല മർത്തിന് അന്ത്യയാത്രയിൽ. ഒന്നും കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റില്ല, യാതൊന്നും കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റില്ല. എത്ര കോടിക്കണക്കിന് വേണ്ടെന്നിരിക്കട്ടെ, ഞാൻ നാളെ ഒപ്പിട്ട് കൊടുത്താൽ എൻ്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് 1500 കോടി രൂപ വരും, നാളെ ഒപ്പിട്ടാൽ. എനിക്ക് 60 ഏക്കറോളം സ്ഥലമുണ്ടെന്ന് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ. എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഇഹത്തിലെ ധനം, സുഖം, യശസ്സും ആഭിജാത്യവും വഹിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പോകയില്ല മർത്യൻ അന്ത്യയാത്രയിൽ. പിന്നെ എന്തു പറ്റും? അഹന്ത കൊണ്ട് അഴുക്ക് വെട്ടിടത്ത പുണ്യമൊന്നു താൻ വരുത്തിടും മഹത്തരം പ്രയോജനം പരത്തിലും. ഞാനത് വിശദീകരിക്കുന്നില്ല. അനേകരുടെ കണ്ണുനീര് തുടയ്ക്കാനിടയാകുക, കരയുന്നവരുടെ കണ്ണുനീര് തുടയ്ക്കാനിടയാകുക. ഇടംകൈ ചെയ്യുന്നത് പേപ്പറിൽ കൊടുത്തറിയിക്കുകയല്ല, ഇടംകൈ ചെയ്യുന്നത് വലംകൈ അറിയാതെ അനേകരുടെ ഹൃദയത്തിൻ്റെ നൊമ്പരം ഒപ്പാനിടയാകുക. അത് തലമുറകളിലേക്ക് നീണ്ടു നിൽക്കുന്ന അനുഗ്രഹമായിരിക്കും. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും മക്കളെ സ്നേഹിക്കുക, ഭാര്യയെ സ്നേഹിക്കുക, ഒരു സ്വർഗീയമായ കുടുംബ അന്തരീക്ഷം. എന്തൊരു സമാധാനമാണ് എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ. എനിക്ക് ജോലി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ ചെല്ലുന്നത് വലിയ ആനന്ദമാണ്. ഓടി വീട്ടിലേക്ക് ചെല്ലാൻ ഞാൻ കൊതിക്കുന്നു. ഇതെല്ലാത്തിനും ഉത്തരവാദി ദൈവമാണ്. ഞാൻ നിസ്സാരനായിരുന്ന എന്നെ ഇത്രയും ദൈവം ഉയർത്തിയല്ലോ. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എൻ്റെ സ്വപ്നം വേൾഡിൽ 1-ാം സ്ഥാനത്ത് എത്തണമെന്നാണ് ഡെൻകെയർ. നിങ്ങൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കണം. ഒന്നുകൂടി ഞാൻ ഉറപ്പ് തരാം, നിങ്ങൾ ഡെൻകെയറിൻ്റെ ഏത് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് മേടിച്ചാലും പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, ദൈവം കാണുന്നുള്ള ബോധ്യത്തോടെയാണ് ഞാൻ എല്ലാം ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒരിക്കലും മനുഷ്യ ശരീരത്തിന് ഹാനികരമാകുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യവും ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരിക്കലും ചെയ്യുകയില്ല എന്നുള്ള വ്യക്തമായ തീരുമാനം എനിക്കുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ പണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ജീവിക്കുന്ന മനുഷ്യനല്ല. ഞാൻ പണം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടല്ല ഡെൻകെയർ തുടങ്ങിയത്. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് ദൈവം എല്ലാം തന്നു, ഒന്നിനും കുറവില്ലാതെ തന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് പണത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ജീവിക്കുന്നവരാകരുത് നാം. ജീവിത മൂല്യങ്ങൾ ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ച് ജീവിക്കാനിടയാകുക. ആ മൂല്യങ്ങൾ ഉയർത്തിപ്പിടിച്ച് ജീവിക്കുമ്പോൾ തരാനുള്ളതെല്ലാം ദൈവം തന്നുകൊള്ളും. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എനിക്കിങ്ങോട്ട് കടന്നു വരുവാനും എനിക്ക് ഇത്രയും നേരം നിങ്ങളോടുകൂടി ആയിരിക്കാനും എല്ലാം അവസരം ഒരുക്കി തന്ന പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട സാറിനോടുള്ള അതിരറ്റ നന്ദിയും കടപ്പാടും സ്നേഹവും മാത്രമല്ല, നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും മുഖം തെളിഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നു. ഭക്ഷണം കഴിച്ചിട്ട് വന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ നോക്കി, ഒരൊറ്റ ആൾ പോലും മയങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ലെന്നുള്ളത് എന്നെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എല്ലാവർക്കും എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും ഭാവങ്ങളും നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ എനിക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കണം. എന്താണ്? ഡെൻകെയർ ലോകത്തിൽ 1-ാം സ്ഥാനത്തെത്തണം. എന്തിനാണ്? നമ്മുടെ കൊച്ചു കേരളത്തിൽ അറിയപ്പെടണം. കേരളം ഇങ്ങനെ ലോകത്തിൻ്റെ നെറുകയിൽ അറിയപ്പെടാനിടയാവണം. ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദിയും സ്നേഹവും കടപ്പാടും ദൈവം എല്ലാവരെയും അനുഗ്രഹിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ടും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ തന്നെ പോകേണ്ടതുണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വീണ്ടും ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ.
As a token of appreciation, I request the President, Secretary and Mr. Kaushik Sampath, the senior member, to kindly hand over a Thank you so much, sir. It was very wonderful hearing the session. Now next we have Mr. Siddharth Balachandran, Executive Chairman and CEO, Bumeric Corporation Limited, Dubai, in conversation with CA Vivek Krishna Govind, Thai Kerala President Designate. Let me introduce both our guests for the day. Mr. Siddharth Balachandran is a seasoned management professional with over 22 years of experience in global business and entrepreneurship. On January 10, 2023, he was honored with the prestigious Pravasi Bharatiya Samman Award by the President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu. Notably, he was the only recipient from the GCC region for the year and is among the youngest individual ever to receive this esteemed award. Mr. Siddharth is a NRI businessman, investor and philanthropist based in Dubai. He serves as the Executive Chairman and CEO of Bumeric Corporation Limited, an investment holding company headquartered in DIFC, Dubai. In his capacity as trustee, Bumeric India Foundation, the focus areas of the foundation are child welfare, geriatric care, differently abled women and youth empowerment, animal welfare, ecosystem and environment, arts, craft and artisans. I request Engineer Anamani, the President, to hand over a bouquet to welcome the guest. As I move on, let me introduce Mr. Vivek Krishna, who is a senior partner of Verma and Verma Chartered Accountants and the president-elect of TAI Kerala. He served as the president of Kerala Management Association in 2017-18 and held the position of the chairman of the Ernakulam branch of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in 2010-11. He was nominated to the top 50 youth icons of Kerala and represented India at the G20 summit at Istanbul in 2015. He qualified the CA final exams with the ICAI award for the highest marks from Kerala and is serving on the board of various institutions and organizations. A very warm welcome to you too, sir. Now let's hear it from Mr. Siddharth and Mr. Vivek.
Thank you so much, and warm welcome to all of you from our side. It's nice to see the hall from here, packed hall, post-noon session. When my close friend Anandamani told me that, this would be an opportunity for me to share stage with my friend from my school days, Siddharth, I grabbed it with both hands. But one thing he didn't tell me is that our session was scheduled right after John Kuriakos' session. Now we have no clue how we can live up to something like that. He is electrifying, and so many different opportunities that I've had personal experiences with him. Since he wanted me to say on stage that his accounts are done in the most ethical manner, let me definitely say I know I'm on camera, and as an auditor, I'm definitely very, very proud to have proud to be his auditor and be associated. He's a man of all that he said here. He means it, I'm telling you. Because we sit on the other end of the table, we are extremely hard to please conservative auditors, and I know the extent to which John takes the effort to ensure that he goes one step ahead when it comes to compliance. Right, so that said, now we move on to the job that is entrusted to me. This over the next 30-40 minutes that we have, Mani? 40 minutes? Yeah, so we are 45, so 4 o'clock we can go till 4, okay. Again, let me be very clear here. We have not planned what we are going to speak. We have no idea what we are going to talk about. I have not, preempted him with any questions, and he has not come here prepared to handle any questions from you. We just thought we'll go on stage, keep this impromptu, just have a conversation. As we speak, I'm sure it will evolve. And we have a good group of, there are youngsters here, students here, trainers here, professionals here. So let's just keep this very, very interactive. Only then can we bring out the best from Siddharth's life. My job is very simple. I'm going to try and extract whatever I can from this extremely successful Malayali story that we are going to have here. Siddharth and I go back many, many years. We were in the same school. He was a batch senior to me, though today he looks at least 5-10 years younger than me. But back then he was my senior in school. and we've had a lot of good times in school. And thereafter, he moved on in the entrepreneurship and business and investment. It was his forte. I moved into the audit profession. And so let's just start at the very beginning. Siddharth, quickly, if you can take us through, because we are again extremely privileged to have with us Siddharth's father. Very, very, Balindran sir, can I please, for a minute, if you don't mind? No, we must acknowledge his presence here. He is a man who has inspired all of us. Anandamani will agree, be it in TAI or be it in any of the other organizations. He has inspired us to always do more and be better. So let's start at the very beginning. Just take us through your initial years, where to talk a bit about your parents, since Balendran sir, Sabida auntie are all people who are very close to us. So a bit about your early days, school days, and your education side before we get into the business sides of that.
So good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, Vivek. I hope it doesn't become an overdose of Chinmaya. Yeah. I hope it's a positive thing. But it's a privilege. And it's amazing that I'm seeing you after such a long time, and we are here.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that. Thank you for coming. So my early days, I think inspiration was abundant as when you live in Kerala, you are exposed to basically 3 different personality types. One is Kochi, one is Trivandrum, and one is Calicut. I have been privileged to be a very integral part of these 3 beautiful cities. school was in Ernakulam, Kochi, with a very visionary principal whom we were just talking about, Mrs. Kamakshi Balakrishnan, who was probably the barometer of all our future journeys and a benchmark for what we may become. Trivandrum was my origin. I was born there. And Calicut, my cousin brother lives here, so I have had the opportunity to have a very fun time in Kozhikode. My lasting memory in Kozhikode, if I may share that, is when I came here from engineering college early morning. I took the auto from the station to Tali Kshetram, that is where my cousin was staying. 5 rupees at 5:30 in the morning. It was 4.75. He gave me 25 paise back. Now, I can say that I was, and I didn't want to give him back because I didn't want to spoil him. So that is the lasting memory I have of Kozhikode. I don't know whether it is still the same. This is long back. So I think my fundamentals, our fundamentals, if I may add, has been rooted in an understanding of what it means to be a Malayali, extrapolation, what it means to be an Indian. And I think that has gone a long way in what I do today, in terms of whatever little philanthropy, if you can call it that, I aspire to do, and whatever little investment I do, is everything reflects India as a whole. So I think that feeling was what was passed on to me by my origin, my initial days in Ernakulam, and I think Kerala. The education, the formal education was very simple. Those days you had only 3 things. You had an engineer, you had a doctor. If you didn't get these 2, you became a lawyer. So I managed to get engineering those days, and the intelligent one became auditors. So, so engineering was my undergrad, and then I did a degree in foreign trade. I did one more degree in management because I felt I was undercooked. And so then my professional journey started after that. So it was nothing too sensational, if I may say. I think it was a very normal childhood, influenced by, of course, my parents and the surroundings that I was. So a large part of what I do is influenced by my first influencers, which is my parents, and then the larger scale influence that the entire area of Kerala has had on me.
Yeah, that's a good start, because I thought it's important for us to understand, because it's always the formal CV that is read out does not really convey the true story of who a person is. So now we understand his initial years. Now let's look at what prompted you into getting into what you do today is the next question. So before that, you must tell us what you do today per se, and let's begin your journey into the world that you're in now after your formal education. What did you venture out into? Did you work someplace? Did you get some training and thereafter learn your basics on investment? If so, was there a guru who taught you? Was there a mentor who guided you? How did you get into the world you are in today?
So after engineering, I went on to do my international business, and I was placed, placements were a big thing those days. I'm talking about the late 90s. And I was placed in a company called Dun & Bradstreet. So that was my first job. And it was a job of a consultant. Now, the joke about the consultant is that it is, if the chartered accountant is the most intelligent, the consultant is the least. but the consultant talks the best. So I think that is probably the basis of what my skill set was. Dun & Bradstreet was a very significant training ground for me because I was there for 3 years. And I started the South Indian base in Chennai. Now, it is basically an information provider. So what they do is they give you reports about companies in a nutshell. Now, what I did, I think subconsciously, definitely not consciously, is every time I had to deliver a report about a company to another company, I used to actually read through it. And somewhere probably after, it was very interesting. Why a company is 5A1, why another company is 1A0. It's all the same formulae, it's all the same data. But what is this? So that, it sort of hit me after 6 months. I started putting things into silos. Every company, every business information report that came had a specific personality, had a specific ethos. And I started grouping companies into these different ethoses. And I was always interested in enhancing what I had. Those days it was the salary that used to come. I started putting it into companies that exhibited the same ethos. So I started very early. And at the end of the first year, I saw that there was a resonance between how good the company is, which is reflected in the balance sheet or in the financial statements or in the reports, and how well the share price is doing. It may not reflect that ethos every day, but over a period of time, it sort of tended to do that. So I realized that there was a connect between a good company and the potential of that good company to earn you wealth by you being a part owner by buying a share. So that was my first revelation. But work was happening, and once you're in an American MNC, they rarely give you time to even move. So that was sort of relegated into the backstage. Then I think about 2-3 years. So the third year in that phase was where I was turning around, involved in turning around companies. So there you could reflect what was happening in the business information report and translate it into actual action. So you would go to companies and tell them that this department probably could do this. And you could actually see the effect in the balance sheet of that company visually. So that was again another revelation, that backroom analysis can actually change a company. So these were the two realizations that I had, which probably formed a fundamental of what I did in the latter half of my career.
That's good. So I think you wore the hat of a consultant. Probably Dun & Bradstreet, as we see it from outside, is also a bit of a research organization which analyzes many of these factors which influence the way you think. But at what stage did you feel that, okay, it's one thing, a lot of people who are in that role continue in that role. They move up the ladder, retire as directors and heads of these. You could have probably retired as the India head of Dun & Bradstreet, or probably even the global head with the potential you have. What prompted you to move into something where your entrepreneurial hat came on?
So my 3 years went off beautifully. Chennai was a beautiful place. India was becoming a powerhouse. It was showing signs of becoming a powerhouse. And I think 2002 is when we had an opportunity to go to Dubai. and join a trading company there, a building material trading company. And the first year in that company gave me an opportunity to a free hand as well to sort of build on the concepts I had built. So I had created a little bit of wealth by applying the formulae. But me as an operator, me as on the ground operations, I was untested, especially of a building material trading company, which I had no clue of. So when I used that, again it worked. And it caused me to go on to an entrepreneurial journey of becoming a building material trader in Dubai. Because once you finish there, Dubai is a place where business is in the DNA. And it's the rarity that does not become an entrepreneur. So I joined the bandwagon, and God smiled, I guess. Dubai, if not the world, experienced the largest boom ever in the history of its life cycle. 2004 to 2008 was something unimaginable. I don't know whether any of you were lucky enough to be in Dubai at that time, where I started a trading company in 2004, and in 2008 or 2007 end, you had revenues of over 250 million dirhams, which was unheard of in 4 years. Where 4 years is when a company actually starts turning around or recording profit. So this was something that was unprecedented. Now, probably what differentiated me from many other unfortunate people in 2008, when the Lehman Brothers collapse happened, and which led to a worldwide catastrophe, was that I exited in the first quarter of 2008. Now, why I exited? In the sense, I started realizing that money had become immaterial for people. You get into a taxi in Dubai in 2008, the taxi driver would tell you, why don't you go and try that? It is only 50 million. That you live there? No. You wait for 3 months, you will get 100. So money ceased to become something that people strived for. It was easy, it was flowing. And I put my house on the market to test. And it took me 6 months to get one inquiry. So it gave me the feeling that what was happening was all very artificial. So there was a huge gap between reality and rumor. I started unwinding all my positions of the building materials that I had built up. It took me 6 to 8 months at that time. And come June, July, I was literally sitting on a large amount of capital. And then the collapse happened. So when the collapse happened, the asset values started being driven down tangentially. So I was faced with that very fortunate point in that journey where I had capital, asset values were extremely low. But the challenge at that time was to take the step of deciding that I will become a full-time investor. Because see, when you're an entrepreneur, you have cash flow coming in. When you are an investor, and especially a fundamental investor, which was what my philosophy always was, And in that 1 year of stagnancy after 2008 to 2010 is when I formulated my philosophy, put it on paper. I realized that it is going to be a challenge to sort of stop this churn coming in and to concentrate on something where you had to wait and wait and wait for the actual valuation to enhance. So that was a challenge. But I think once I had formulated my philosophy, I created a method which sort of helped me to circumvent or combat that illiquidity issue. And once I did that, then it was, all I had to do was just institutionalize the right way, put the right teams in place, ensure that you create things for the right. Purity of intent is something that I believe in. If you do not have purity of intent when you start off, somewhere down the line, you lose track of why actually you started. So I think the 2 to 3 years after 2008, so 2008 to 2010-11 was when I became an investor, full-blown investor, and I institutionalized. So that was the most challenging period of my life. Doubts, insecurity.
Excellent. So I think now we've taken the journey to a point of 2011, but let me just go back to the point where, the whole market collapse in 2008, and, so thereafter you decided that you would now completely move away from the building material, the trading side completely. You would exit from that and move in as an investor. Did you at some point either revisit that decision or regret that you stopped? Because there are several challenges you face when you are in an active business mode. Did you miss that and decide that you want to go back to it at any stage?
Challenges I don't miss. In Dubai, if you have challenges, it may finish you off. So, regret is a very strong word. I think road not taken. However, thinking now, in hindsight, with an existential crisis like COVID, I think everything worked for the best. Because COVID would have sort of been the last nail in the coffin if I had continued. Because the operational businesses, as John was saying, not only here, I mean, in Dubai, everything is multiplied by 1,000 because it is an import-oriented economy and it does not have resources of its own. Everything is from outside. So when that is stopped, it was a very, very tough time for a lot of people. Had I been in that situation for 2 to 3 years of stagnancy, I don't know. I think it was fortuitous. I think it was probably the best road that I took. And I realized that I probably took that because I had the right intention. It was not for short-term gains, it was for trans-generational wealth. That was the idea.
Wonderful. Particularly the purity of intent, I think it's something which all the youngsters here, you must take note of, Uddesha Shuddhi, as we would probably put it in our home language. Now, thereafter, now you have reached a point where you have decided that you would be a full-time investor, you would build up an institution, you would have systems, you would have processes, you would have the right kind of people who would probably support you, assist you, guide you, and you built up that team. What was it like to build a team around this, or was it just your call? You take decisions on what money needs to be put where, or where you would exit, where you would enter, at what timing? Was it all your call, or did you have a set of structured experts working with you?
Okay, so because my philosophy is fundamental based, it does not require technical expertise as much as you need to learn how to read a balance sheet. Yes, you need to understand the nuances of each balance sheet. But I think after the first 100 balance sheets, you sort of figure it out. And now it takes me probably 5 minutes to 10 minutes to understand from the financial statements as to whether it's a good company or a bad company. Now, with regard to the team, my concept about that is till date, I have never ever been instrumental in firing an employee, ever. And I do not even call them an employee, I call them as colleagues, because I believe that I am the first, yes, but I am the first among equals. So we are a group of people who share views seamlessly and without fear. I think that has been probably my biggest achievement. Not the BSc acquisition, not the NSC acquisition. The fact that a person on our committee or core team can actually tell me that I'm wrong, and I'm happy to accept it, if he or she can prove that to me. So we have a very, very healthy environment where pros and cons are discussed, booms and busts are discussed, and after COVID, stagnancy is also discussed. I mean, that was something that caught us unawares. You can plan, you can strategize for a boom, you can strategize for a recession. How do you strategize for stagnancy, where nothing is coming in, where nothing is moving? So these are revelations that that will only come about when you have seamless conversations. And that I hope everybody connected with me will vouch for that. That is something that is our strength.
Excellent. Now moving on to some of the investments that you make, and particularly some of the India-centric investments you make. What has been your perspective and what has been your, so to say, experience, let me put it that way. Both ways, I'm sure you would have made some money, made a lot of money, lost some money. So overall, when you put the India story into perspective, what has been your overall experience?
So Vivek, I think the cornerstone of my philosophy is pursuit of permanence. So we lead very ephemeral lives. We are very temporary in nature. So if we are temporary in nature, what should we aspire for? Which is the opposite, the permanence. Easier said than done. Now, how do you get permanence? You need to create that manifestation of an ideal that is reasonably permanent. So for me, after months of thought, the only permanent thing that at least has lasted in my lifetime, and maybe generations before, is India. So when you have something that is as permanent as India, the next thing you do is you search for an institution within India that reflects India. And then you try to think about corporate India. Because when people say that India is doing well, they generally mean that the Sensex is doing well, if it's a layman. Even if you look at the pictorial representation of India, it is the Jijiba Towers, the office of BSc. So it has become that strong a visual. So if I can't buy a stake in India, I do the next best thing. I try to buy a stake or accumulate a stake in something that represents India. For me, BSc was my first, because that was the only one that was affordable at that time. I'm talking about 2010, 2011. And it took me 3 years to accumulate a reasonable stake. Because obviously you don't have that much capital. Yes, I had capital, but not that much. And so resonance with a larger macro theme has always been the cornerstone of my investment philosophy.
I think many of you here, students, you may probably think BSc, NSc, etc. are central government institutions, and the BSc building pictures that you see are, probably, equivalent to the Indian Parliament pictures, but that's not how it works. If you could just tell them, at least for the knowledge of many of whom may not be aware, how is it that you bought in and now what you hold 3% plus stake?
Yeah, 3%.
In BSE. Yeah. How is it possible for anybody else in this room to actually be a partner in the India growth story by buying into some of these institutions?
So now it's very easy. BSE is listed, so I think you go onto your app and you can buy. But see, I think if I can just go one step before, another reason about investing into the India story, and I may be prejudiced because I am an inveterate India bull. I believe in India, and I believed in India when it was much smaller. So I think India is blessed to have 3 institutions. One is SEBI, the second one is the Enforcement Directorate, and the third one is the Reserve Bank of India. These 3 institutions, I believe, are world class, probably on a level with the US, which I think is the next competition. And the ideal that connects these two, the United States of America and India, is democracy. So the definition of investing into India cannot be completed without overstating or understating the relevance of these institutions that have been put up by the powers that be, or they have evolved into such a powerful edifice. Now, how do you get involved in the India growth story? I think fairly simple. Let us look at a few set of numbers, if all of you are okay with that. India's population is how much at last count? 1.4. What? 142 crore. So 142 crore, the demography below 28, if I'm not mistaken, is 90 crore, which is 900 million. 90 crore people are eligible to invest. Now, there are compulsions, there are monetary compulsions, there are divides that, societal divides that maybe provide a block. So you negate 50% of that. How much are you left with? 45 crore? So 45 crore would be how many percent of 140? Around 30 plus, which is the penetration of an average democratic economy. For example, China, the penetration of the population as investors is 25%. America is 29%. Now, India at this point in time has 11 crore registered investors. So you are talking about 10 years back when the Sensex was, I think 30,000, if I'm not mistaken. 30,000. It was a big thing that it went from 25,000 to 30,000. Today, it is hovering around 80,000. In spite of all this so-called crash or downturn that happened in the last 1 month, 2 months. So you are talking about almost a tripling of the index. Now, 10 years back, the number of registered investors were 3 crore. So if you look at it in that way, tripling of the number of investors has resulted in tripling of the index value. The stock price of BSE per se, and this is public knowledge, I'm not telling you anything that is not privy to the public, started off from 450 rupees. And today it reached 6,000 and now it is hovering around 5,000. So you're talking about again 15 times. So these are everything, if you interpolate it, boils down to one thing: our human resource. Our human capital is unparalleled. So if this 11 crore people who are existing investors even become 15 crore, you're talking about a parallel enhancement of the Sensex to 90,000. And this is, I'm not even talking about 11 to 22, no? In the event, it becomes, as we have this Viksit Bharat 2047 30 trillion GDP mark. Now, 30 trillion GDP is resonant with the Sensex as well. So you have the market capitalization of Bombay Stock Exchange at this point in time, which is 5.5 trillion. GDP is 4.2 or 4.1. So it is 1.25 times. So imagine, just calculate. It's mind-boggling. What more evidence can I give you about the India story? Each one of us here are a result of and are a cause of India's success. So all you have to do is set aside every prejudice that you have and believe in the India growth story. That's all you have to do. Automatically everything else will come into place. Because the numbers justify it. All you need to do is now believe the numbers.
Excellent. I think that must have a round of applause. Yeah. I think John Kuriakose spoke about that. Sometimes a round of applause is encouragement, and I'm sure some of you are probably sitting and multiplying the numbers which Siddharth was trying to convey, but I think the message and the essence is loud and clear to all of us. I still have a few more questions to ask him about some of the philanthropic activities that he does, and also about some of the other organizations which he's associated with, industry bodies, etc. But what I'll do is, since we have only another 15 more minutes or 10, 12 minutes, I'll take some questions, and if I have the time, I'll continue with my questions. But if there's any query from the floor, I think that would be nice if you can, anybody who's got something to pick his brain.
There's always starting trouble, I think.
Yeah, and the first question's the...
I'll ask you one question, that is, in which sectors India has got an edge compared to other nations? And the talent pool which India possesses vis-a-vis the rest of the world in the modern era?
Technology. There's no other answer to that. I think tech. Earlier, you remember IT used to be a sector. Then IT became an integrator. Every sector has IT now. Similar, I believe, X factor for India's economy is artificial intelligence. And I believe that AI, soon people will stop talking about it as a sort of a sector. I think it's going to become pan-industry. And that probably is the X factor that is going to push India towards that 30 trillion mark. So yeah, tech is your answer.
And one more question, that India is going to replicate China. But in long term, either we, one first China, second India is the story. But in that growth story, in the manufacturing sector, which sectors we can compete with China? Because China is already advanced. So we are only second. So in that case, which sectors we can invest as a competitive edge to
See,
China?
again, I think, it's a trick question with a trick answer. I'll tell you why. India cannot reach 30 trillion with only manufacturing. Manufacturing will play a huge part. It has to be a holistic, self-generating, manufacturing come tech-enabled, bolstered by artificial intelligence system. And it is something that is homogeneous. It can't be treated as separate entities. So you will have automobile which will cease to become transport operators, it will become technology enhancers. You will have banks and financial institutions that cease to become repositories of money. It will become deployers of capital. So you are seeing a transition where every industry is breaking down its walls. And the reason they're breaking down its walls is because technology and AI is breaking through them and sort of uniting them. On another note, the only concern I have is not the economic growth. The only concern I have is whether the societal growth will match the economic growth, because you can't have a huge disconnect there. People ultimately have to benefit from India's growth, and it has to trickle down. How that happens, that is the only challenge I believe India has. I wish I knew. I'm sorry. I hope it improves. But I read somewhere that I think recently, Morgan Stanley, I think, they were saying 105 in 1 year. But don't worry about the numbers. I think the key theme that I think you should always keep in your mind is stay invested. If you aren't yet there, start. The only way. Long term is the only way.
Sir,
I heard SME.
SME listing.
SME listing, okay.
Can you just enlighten on the future of SME listing and how it support with the growth of India? And one more thing, most of the companies are investing in manufacturing and all. What about the future of investment in agriculture sector regarding in India?
So your first question is MSME, I think, the listing. Every top corporate today started off there. So it is imperative that exchanges and the government support MSMEs. And listing on an exchange like BSE and NSE in India is the most credible way to attract quality capital. So once you have quality capital, I think your foundation is set. Then it depends upon the incumbent how he wants to grow. And the second one, I'm sorry. Agriculture. I'm glad you brought it up. I think this is a continuation of the earlier one. The trickling down effect of the prosperity of India, you need to bolster it with agricultural reforms that are unseen. That's very auspicious. So I hope it comes true. So agricultural sector, I think, is a hidden gem for India because we have expertise in it. And if we can get a positive disruption there to speed up the efficacy of that sector, I think sky's the limit, and our societal gap to our economic prosperity can be sort of lessened.
Yeah, please.
A trillion.
Trillion.
Sorry. Is it possible? I have, it would be remiss of me if I said it's not possible, because I've said it's possible in many occasions, on many forums. So now if I say no, people will misunderstand. But I know your question. I know why you're asking that, because it seems like a mountain to climb. And it seems like a mountain to climb. There's no doubt about it. Let me take you back a little. 2008, India's GDP, I think we were number 15, if I'm not mistaken. 275 was our billion, was our GDP at that time. Fast forward to now, 2025 and 4.1 trillion, you're talking about 20 times. So I believe it's like that snowball. You start off throwing in a mountain that is snowy. You throw a snowball starting at the top. It slowly starts garnering more and more snow and becomes this huge thing. And also, there is a time in that journey where it slows down because of the critical mass. Once it crosses that, it is just unstoppable. I believe India is something like that. So we are in that phase where we are slowing down. We're trying to reach that critical mass. Once we reach it, hopefully through disruptions, positive disruptions like AI and technology and agricultural reforms, I think sky's the limit in terms of speed. So 2047, technically it is a realistic target, provided there's a lot of caveats. Everything is sort of matched.
Thank you. I think I'll come back to the earlier question. Any question here from the floor? Oh, multiple. Okay. Please, please, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yep.
So how do economic downturn and market crashes challenges investment?
Fear. So when, for example, if you had put money in September last year, where everything was, people were talking about the Sensex reaching 100,000, 110,000. And it is still true. It will reach there. But if you had waited for 3-4 months, you could have gotten it for lesser. Or you could have gotten more units of the same thing for lesser. So it is basically fear that affects. So now you will think twice before investing again, right? Because you've been burnt. But my point is, how you can circumvent that is probably to understand that these are, in a journey you have milestones and you have boards, right? That you are 50 miles away from your destination, 100 miles away. There will come a stretch of road which is very bad. So that stretch of road, in any case, you have to cross to reach your destination. So here, the only thing you can do is understand that every dip in a investment journey in a place like India, which is regulated and safe, probably one of the safest in the world, you know that you will have blips like this. So the seasoned investors use these downturns to buy more of the same. Here, the only thing you need to ensure is that your analysis and your due diligence, that is the company that you select to invest in, you should ensure that the fundamentals of that company is solid. So if the fundamentals are solid, then you can use the downturns to accumulate more. At least that's what I do.
I think the President has given us another 10 minutes, so we have session on till 4:15. Please.
I think you have a session coming up. Oh, yeah, that's you. So there is something called it's not latest. I think it's been around for some time. Algorithms are now investing. It's not human beings that are investing. You have actual robots that are investing. And these guys do something called high-frequency trading. Now, I'm sure you will be able to shed more light on this, but from what little I know, the concept of the high-frequency algorithm-based trading is accentuated by quantum AI. And they have made it commonplace. So it is on the verge, it has already, or it's on the verge of reaching the common man. Now, it's a double-edged sword if you don't know how to handle it, because high-frequency trading has bought down countries in the past. In the 80s, it almost bought down the New York Stock Exchange. Because people didn't know what it was. Now, I believe, I hope, it has become a little more mature. So AI has been in the investment field for some years now, and it has evolved, I believe, very fast. And the beauty is, it is only the tip of the iceberg. You have a long way to go as far as total integration of AI into investment.
I'll just come back to you in a minute. Before that, I thought a couple of questions which important for our delegates to know. Now, you spoke about building a multi-generational institution. What is your succession plan there? Now, coming from, now I represent an audit firm which has been in existence for 90 years. Hopefully, it will live for another 900. It's been through several, over passage of time, lots of valleys and peaks. So where do you see your institution, say, 50 years from now?
So it is similar to the ethos that I have in terms of fundamental investing. It is long term. The beauty about such investment patterns is that the value will only be received at a very, very late stage. So succession planning is a must. If somebody has to enjoy the fruits of the labor which is done 20 years back, you need that. So it is very clear for me. For me, I like to keep things very simple. There will come a time when ownership will be away from control. There is no two ways about it. So the ownership can be represented by a certain body, a professional body like a board, but you will need an executive body where the ownership may not play a part. However, the connection between these two should be seamless. I think, case in point, I think a beautiful example of a great corporate governance system is our stock exchanges themselves. Because you have an advisory board which is headed by a chairman, but you have a management board which is headed by the CEO and MD who report to the advisory board. So I think if you incorporate the ideals of democracy like our great country ourselves and get the nuances of the constitution, and if you understand the fact that you cannot be solely responsible for the success of the institution, it becomes easy and it becomes very effective for you to plan a multi-tier structure. So I'm very clear about one thing. You need to have a multi-tier in terms of number of boards to govern effectively without adding that extra bureaucracy, because it may affect decision making. So you need to, it is something that will keep evolving. And that is, I'm one of those people who will say that I'm still trying to discover the foolproof plan.
Great. What about CSR, philanthropy? To the extent you feel comfortable disclosing in public, what is, how important is it in the value systems of your organization?
You make money, so you can give money, so you can make more money, so you can give more money. It's very simple. This is the only thing that keeps the world revolving, that keeps individuals functioning and happy. And if you don't feel a connect to a larger purpose, I think you remain small. But if you feel a connect to a larger purpose, somehow that larger purpose's merit sometimes rubs off on you. So that is the effort that we have been trying to do, and I have had the opportunity being in Dubai, and of course nowadays India is also emerging as an epicenter of philanthropy, structured philanthropy as people call it, of being exposed to the Western fundamental approach of philanthropy, which is very, it's very documentation oriented, and the Indian, which is very heartfelt. So our effort has been to sort of combine both. Hopefully we will succeed at some point in time. But yeah, so I think a few things that I'm proud of is the environment. I think recently we launched a mangrove restoration. I'm very proud about that. Wildlife is something we are supporting. Wildlife SOS. Human empowerment is a given, because that's what we are. And that is going to be a very major part of our efforts. But I think it is time that we realize that there are other living beings in this world as well. So I think that is probably the core focus of our foundation, both here and our efforts in Dubai.
No, I still recollect the good work done by your foundation through your dad during COVID times, and the impact which it has had. So wonderful, great. Yeah, I'll come back to your question, please.
Hi, sir.
We'll have to wind up in another 2 minutes, so probably last question.
Okay, currently I'm from educational industry and running 2 educational institutions. The third one is in the pipeline, but which is about the the investment trading part only.
Oh, very good.
Then we are teaching how to trade from the fundamental to advanced level. So I need to know your suggestions, which I can include in my syllabus.
You're asking me to give you 4 years of work and to say it.
And free of cost on stage.
But no, but to jokes apart, I think it's very commendable what you're doing. I think it's financial literacy is something that is so important.
I just adding one more thing. So our target is almost 10 million people within 3 years. We will cover we will teach 10 million people within 3 years.
Very commendable. Very commendable. I think what I would add to that is teaching with a sort of I've seen this work in other there is a college that I go to lecture. They have a beautiful system where I think at the end of the MBA, or I don't know when exactly they do this, but there is a module where they get groups, they divide the class into groups, and then they play this software where they have to actually decide on an investment plan and actually deploy capital. It is a simulation, but they are able to get the results immediately. So elasticity of market, volatility of the situation, all that is covered in that. Maybe that could be a sort of a addition in terms of the people who learn the fundamental methods or the trading strategies and the different bell curves and everything, technical aspects of stock trading. If you could combine that into a interface where they can actually use it without losing any money, that may help. That could be a...
Excellent. So I think on that note, we'll close. It's been a very, very interesting, interactive session. We can go on and on and on. As you can see, both of us came here unprepared. I can ask him. It's almost like sitting and having a cup of coffee with him after a while and catching up. That's the mode which we have followed, and it's been great. The kind I'm certain there are at least another dozen questions here. We can go on for an hour. So Mani, in case any of your guests don't turn up, please invite us back. We can continue this conversation. So on that note, on behalf of both Siddharth and me, we thank Calicut Management Association. And on behalf of CMA, let me thank you, Siddharth.
No, thank you so much. It's my honor to sit with you on stage. And yeah, maybe we should ask them to invite once again.
Thank you so much. I request both of you all to be on the stage. May I request the past president, Professor Philip Antony, to kindly hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Siddharth, and Mr. Srinath, Senior VP, to hand it over to Mr. Vivek. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking for the tea right now. 15 minutes. We request all of you to come back. We have more interesting sessions following. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello, check.
Soul, lifestyle jewelry by Malabar.
ഹലോ, കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ ഡോക്ടർ പഠിത്തം?
ഇല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ ഹൗസ് സർജൻസിയാ ടീച്ചർ.
അപ്പൊ കരാട്ടെ ഒക്കെ പഠിച്ചല്ലോ അല്ലേ?
കരാട്ടയോ?
അല്ല, അടി വരുമ്പോ തടുക്കണ്ടേ?
ടീച്ചർ, ഡോക്ടർ വന്ദനാദാസിന് കൊലപാതകത്തിന് ശേഷം പുതിയ ബില്ല് പാസാക്കി. ശിക്ഷകൾ കടുപ്പിച്ചു. ഇപ്പൊ വെർബൽ അബ്യൂസ് അടക്കം വയലൻസിൽ പെടും. ആശുപത്രിയിൽ ആരെ തൊട്ടാലും കളി മാറും.
മോൻ എന്താ പഠിക്കുന്നത്?
എല്ലാം.
വിവേകമുള്ളൊരു തലമുറയ്ക്കായി മാതൃഭൂമി എന്നും പരിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. മാതൃഭൂമി, യഥാർത്ഥ പത്രത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി.
All it takes is one. From Malabar, your greatest love story awaits. Go ahead, find your one. Solitaire one. Find your one.
കൊച്ചിന് തീരെ തടിയില്ലല്ലോ മോളെ. കൊച്ചിനുള്ളതും കൂടെ നീയാണോ തിന്നണേ?
വനജേച്ചി പീഡിയാട്രിക്സ് ആയിരുന്നോ?
അല്ല.
ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു കുട്ടിക്ക് ആവശ്യത്തിനുള്ള വെയിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടെന്ന്. അതിനേക്കാൾ അറിവ് ചേച്ചിക്കാണെങ്കിൽ അടുത്ത ചെക്കപ്പിന് അത്രയും ദൂരം പോകണ്ടല്ലോ, തൊട്ടപ്പുറത്ത് വരാലോ.
പോയി പുട്ടുണ്ടാക്കട്ടെ.
എന്തിനാ വെറുതെ അയൽക്കാരെ മുഷ്പ?
Ladies and gentlemen, next we have an online session where we have the Chief Secretary joining us. I would like to read a small introduction about her. Mrs. Sharda Murlidharan headed the Kudumbashri mission of the Government of Kerala for 6 years and then went on to become the Chief Operating Officer at National Rural Livelihoods Mission of the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, till December 2013. She was a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj from 2014 to 2016, responsible for conceptualizing and promoting the GPDP plan that put a premium on citizen participation through the Gram Sabha. Then she became the Director General of NIFT for over 2.5 years. Highlights were the restructuring of the curriculum and anchoring 4 strategic projects from sizing to trend research and design incubation. Currently, she is the Chief Secretary of Kerala, and we most warmly welcome Mrs. Sharda Murlidharan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Mrs. Sharda with us. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Is there no context, or do I just start?
Ma'am, can you hear us?
Are you going to introduce me or not?
I did have the introduction. Okay, I can just go through it in a second, please. Mrs. Sharda Murlidharan headed the Kudumbashri mission of the Government of Kerala for 6 years and then went on to be the Chief Operating Officer at National Rural Livelihoods Mission of the Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India, till December 2013. She was a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Panchayati Raj from 2014 to 2016, responsible for conceptualizing and promoting the GPDP that put a premium on citizen participation through the Gram Sabha. Then she became the Director General of NIFT for over 2.5 years. Currently, she is the Chief Secretary of Kerala. We very warmly welcome you, ma'am. A big applause to Mrs. Sharda Murlidharan. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a bit of an echo when I speak, I think, because there are 2 close by open points there. So maybe one of them could be muted. Can you hear me? Am I echoing to you? Please either nod your head or blink your eyes if I'm audible well enough. Okay, good. Thanks. Right, so the topic which is there for today's validation seems to be, it was shared today morning, which is on trends, transition, transformation in management. Rather interesting and curious subject as far as we are concerned. The state of Kerala, if we look at where we are, the Kerala has not been traditionally regarded as a state which is good for industry, which is good for investment, which has anything significant to do with manufacturing. There has been a narrative that has talked about Kerala from the angle of unionism, labor conflict, and also high costs. So all of these have created a very strong impression that Kerala is a difficult place for business and for industry. But we have been proving, and it is interesting how we've done it, and we have been proving the world wrong in the last few years. The interesting thing is we have Kerala has been actually in a position to identify certain strengths, and these strengths have become very relevant in changing times. Globally, if you are looking at where the world is heading, frontier technology, and locally as well, and you are able to then come out with a trend forecasting statement. And this was something which, trend forecasting and the opportunities that you had by way of a whole set of people who would be able to provide information that would enable us to do trend forecasting actually. As far as the digital architecture, digital revolution is concerned, our Wi-Fi penetration is amazing. Even the most remote Gram Panchayat in Kerala now works online. It gives services online. The data that we are generating is unbelievable. And the data that we are using is unbelievable. You've got a situation right now that a person sitting in Los Angeles, in USA, can just get onto the net, connect with their panchayat, say, or municipality, say Etumanur municipality, and in half an hour get their birth certificate, some modification that they want, they can get that done. And this is like, on the one hand, you're reducing human touch, but so the capability of service delivery has increased tremendously. And this is not just for citizens and services. It has also been the same kind of attention is being given to businesses. So, which is why, surprise, we found that last year Kerala emerged from a position of being one of the poorest performers in business reforms to being the top achiever. And many are worried that perhaps it is a flash in the pan, but it is not a flash in the pan. It is. I had the opportunity of engaging with the CEO of Niti Aayog a day or two after the Invest Kerala meet, and we were talking about how, cutting across political parties, there seemed to be such a lot of consensus about promoting Kerala as an investment destination. And he mentioned about how it was only the South, including Kerala, that would be in a position to really propel India into the 30 trillion economy that we are hoping to get into. So now understand that the country itself is investing its faith in the southern states to be able to change the scenario of how we do business and how we are going to be a global player. This is something which we need to know and we need to believe in. So what are the niche areas? When we look at this, what are the niche areas for Kerala? So MedTech, you would know for a fact that in the area of MedTech, Kerala, tiny piddling Kerala, which has less than 3% of the population of the state, of the country, has 26% of its MedTech business. And that is growing. So we are the biggest player in MedTech and nobody really knows. We have some of the best startup ecosystem in the world, not just in India, in the world. Globally, we are recognized as a performing a startup ecosystem. And this was something which in our meeting, in our interaction in Davos was brought home to us. So it was not just within the a domestic framework that we were seen to be doing good. Internationally, we were being, fintechs were interested. You had organizations coming in. They're very interested in the startup ecosystems. Now, one very important change that is happening right now is the fact that we are, from very large scale manufacturing, we are going into high precision manufacturing. I had mentioned earlier too that we're looking at quantum computing and semiconductors, and there is this deep tech that that again are opportunities and the areas that we'll be looking at. Aerospace is an area that we'll be looking at, and in all of these, the narrative has been, from the entrepreneurs and from the investors and from across also the clients, what we are hearing is that we need to increase our risk-taking capability. And in order to increase our risk-taking capability, we need to have much better lab facilities, testing facilities. And we also need to have space for R&D, which is where, again, Kerala, interestingly, has been doing a lot of investment. It has been investing in graphene aurora. It has been investing in biotech. It has been investing in biomes, in nutraceuticals. You will find that it has been investing in aerospace. So we have been creating centers of excellence that actually have started to do really well. The kind of research that they are doing is drawing attention, again, drawing global attention. So there is this understanding also that the technical HR of Kerala, that Kerala produces, in terms of numbers, scale, and quality, is among the best in the world. The diaspora of Kerala has been doing wonderful work in promoting the idea of the Kerala HR, of dedication to work, of creative and critical thinking, of adaptability, of being able to innovate, of tangential thinking. So you find that all of that has now is reflecting well on Kerala. So when Kerala says, like, look, we are good at producing good HR, the world is listening. And therefore, that is yet another thing. So we've got, on the one hand, good startup ecosystem, we've got good digital architecture, we've got good HR. And so these are the areas, and this is the area where, therefore, Kerala needs to invest in. These are the kind of things that are going to be the game changer for Kerala. And while we are at this, we find that other things are also happening. And one big thing that is happening, all of us know, is the Vizhinjam transshipment terminal. The Vizhinjam seaport is incredible in that it is the deepest natural port that we have, which would enable the depth of 18 to 20 meters for a few kilometers inwards, has made us one of the most attractive destinations for transshipment. And what does that mean? It means that we are able to bring in huge carriers. The biggest carriers globally can come in and drop their containers, and these containers can be picked up right at the port and moved. So we find that for domestic movement, for import-export movement, the transshipment terminal becomes one of the most exciting things that the country has. It is, remember, it is the single and only transshipment portal. There is there is no other that has this kind of that has this kind of possibility and has actually become operational. And what will this do? This is going to open out, from Odisha to Telangana to Andhra to Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. It is going to reduce the conversion time movement for cargo movement incredibly. So instead of Colombo, instead of going to Singapore, instead of waiting in queue, you will have a situation in which movements can become much faster. So that itself is creating yet another huge opportunity as far as Kerala is concerned. So the logistics, the world of logistics is opening out here. And by virtue of connecting with the bypass, with the national highway and with the railways, bringing those connectivities in, we are looking at a game changer, again, for the state of Kerala. It doesn't stop there. We've got, again, in Palakkad, you have this the super area which is coming up, which is part of the industrial corridor between Kochi and Bangalore. So that also has its opportunities. We have already been regarded as one of the green hydrogen green hydrogen valley clusters to be on the lookout for. In Davos, we have been recognized as in Kochi, hosting one of the most significant of the 30 hydrogen clusters that were identified. Kochi was one of them. So in terms of, again, the pitch that Kerala should be making should be a pitch for A, futuristic, but B, sustainable and ethical development. So from the point of view of green hydrogen, from the point of view of solarization, again, it was, for me as Chief Secretary, coming into the post of Chief Secretary, it was actually a pleasant surprise to find that on the national level, we are doing exceedingly well in solar energy, that we are doing exceedingly well in green hydrogen. And Kerala is in. So when we say green hydrogen, it is about the possibilities and investment. At this point of time, however, the conversion into the EV and EV charging and the work that is happening there is also creating a huge new narrative of Kerala being a futuristic space for intervention. So these are some of the transformational things that are happening here. And sometimes it becomes very important for all of us who are within the state. And Kerala is known to also have a very argumentative, very cynical community of practice, where we think that, ye sab bakwas hai, this is just words, where is the truth in it? but actually the truth is there, and it's time that we owned it and took that forward. Of course, to do that, there will have to be a lot of industry and government engagement, because we are now talking about a transformational ecosystem. And a transformational ecosystem would necessarily mean that the way you do business and the way we do regulation needs to change. And how do we do that? Already as part of the investment meet, we found, investment meet, we found that there were a whole host of areas that were identified for engagement, in which we could look at, which we needed to look at maybe bringing in some policy changes. So one policy change that I could talk about, which we are working on, is the zoning. We've got these master plan zoning, the restrictions that come in by way of commercial and non-commercial activity, residential zones, etc. We are looking at global models where we see that mixed zoning seems to be something which works everywhere. So, but it brings in with it certain caveats. But bringing those caveats and incorporating an idea of mixed zoning might actually be very helpful to industry to come in. We also see that the academia entrepreneur engagement for moving IP to commercial production is again an area where government can play a very significant catalyst role. So this is something that we would be very interested in doing. Birmingham already has given us the roadmap of looking at multimodal connectivity. City logistics plans are things that we will be looking at engaging with. We are also looking at pragmatic land use. So we understand, again, that the whole issues of coverage and setback, many businesses falter around these spaces. So we're looking at best practices in the country, across the board. The government of India itself is putting that together. And we're looking at, in the matter of coverage, in the matter of land use, setback, parking, etc., if there are a whole host of reforms that we could bring in, which will both not compromise sustainability, safety, etc., but also enable businesses to forget the hassle of getting things going. That would be something that we could work on. There is also the fact that the MSME sector is something that we would need to engage with and improve upon in a very big way. Kerala and the country itself relies very heavily on the MSME sector. It is 30%. It's small businesses form 30% of our GDP. And there is about 77 lakh people in the gig economy. So the gig economy itself needs multiple things. In the way we look at our master plans, we never had this kind of thing in mind. So charging stations, accommodation facilities, insurance. Right now, 62% of this economy is around retail, transportation, food delivery, etc. We would need to figure out what their concerns are and build an ecosystem an enabling ecosystem that allows them to work and allows them to work healthy and in a productive manner, which also works for them. So that is again a space that we would all need to be looking at to improve. As far as it is, how do we get market ready labor? How do we look at leveraging skill programs and incentives that are available, and the certification mechanism, by also bringing in quality to the work that we do? Because the one thing that has been troubling the country in terms of the quality of our HR and the quality of our products has been the last mile. So bringing that last mile, making ourselves really market ready. So for the startup ecosystem too, the whole question has been, it has not been about production. We've got great production. We even have the MIT invest in an accelerator, super accelerator lab for the startups of Kerala. We've got good testing facilities, perhaps the best in the country. So all of this works well. The one thing we don't seem to have, however, is the connect with the market. So these are some lessons that we would still need to learn, and we will need to learn them fast because the opportunity is now for the state of Kerala. And we need all of us to work together to make it happen. Let me stop here and thank you for your patient, if maybe somewhat doubtful listening. Thank you.
Good evening, madam. You mentioned regarding many avenues and many verticals when Kerala is going to.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, madam?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now.
You mentioned regarding many points and many verticals regarding where Kerala is moving forward and surging ahead. Regarding tourism, when we met in your cabin, we mentioned regarding the potential of tourism, especially with respect to the Malabar point of view. And we had always mentioned that we always feel that tourism is mostly concentrated in the southern tip of Kerala, whereas Malabar tourism with respect to the 5 districts of Malabar is not being tapped to the fullest potential with respect to the tourism. Can you just throw some points into this thing, what the government is doing on this front?
Thank you. So as far as tourism is concerned, it is a fact that Malabar has been a bit late in coming into tourism. And for tourism in Malabar to really take off, we would need the airports of Kannur and Calicut to function with a lot greater, with a much greater load, because it is not for want of the attraction of tourism spots in the Malabar, but the difficulty of access from the entry ports, which is the problem right now. So we need to figure that out. So one way would be perhaps to Kannur is trying to turn around. Calicut, of course, there are again some issues that have been there in the development of the airport. And so being able to leverage a little bit more of flights to coming in, passenger flights to come in to the state in our northern, and both of these are international airports. That is a very critical factor. A second thing is in terms of the information attention which is given by the department and the industry. I don't think we are at fault there, because you will find that from the information with regard to Theyyams to the various resorts and possibilities, it is doing quite well. And we've seen how also Bekal has been able to transform itself into a fairly important destination. But it is also important to know that investment has come from the private sector. So the private sector needs to believe that there is wealth here, that there is opportunity here. And once that belief, and once you have someone with deep pockets who actually invests, you will find that in itself can change and change and help Malabar tourism come into its own.
Good evening, madam. My name is Suhail and I'm a management student. First of all, it's my honor to speak to you, ma'am. My question is, with Kerala focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship, what government initiatives should young professionals like us be aware of to leverage maximum opportunities? Thank you.
Well, first of all, of course, is the startup ecosystem itself. Go to the site and find out what opportunities are there for you. That would be one. A second thing would be in terms of understanding which are like I had mentioned of the new industrial policy too. There are some 22 sectors which have been identified as priority sectors for the state. So look up these sectors, find out what suits you, look at the opportunities that are happening within these sectors, and maybe look at how do you position yourself as a management professional in actually entering these sectors and these jobs. The good thing about Kerala is we have the startup ecosystem also has this entire framework of mentors. So depending upon the sector that you're interested in, we will actually be able to connect you with the mentor, industrialist, business, or advisor, financial advisor, who can be located anywhere in the world, and who will be able to support you. So yes, there are plenty of opportunities there.
Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Myself, Deebraj. My question for you is, the Work Near Policy Home has intended to bring back our Indian talents in abroad. What is the status of it? The Work Near Home program.
Work near home and what was
Work
it?
near home. Work near home.
Work near home, and what does it say?
What is its status? What is going on, and how it's going to be implemented?
What is the status of work near home? Is that what you're asking me? So this certainly is something which the state has been looking to promote. Primarily, it started in the context of COVID. You would find that the possibility of actually looking at entering a digital workspace and using that, which means that you could work near home if you don't have the necessary facilities within your home. Let us try to create that cyber stations and units where you would be able to, without high dislocation, be able to work and then access any kind of work anywhere in the world. That is the idea. We've had, interestingly, one of the first organizations to try to make this a reality was a block panchayat. A block panchayat in Thrissur district, Kodagara, created this work near home facility for women. And this was a post-COVID intervention that they did. And this is precisely about doing exactly this. They created cyberspaces. They also created new, creche areas, commercial areas, a whole opportunity. And they had been, unfortunately for them, they had to struggle pretty hard to bring in the moolah, to bring in the necessary financial resources that would enable them to take this forward. But they didn't give up, and they have managed to become a model for us as to how is it that even locally, local interventions can create very promising work near home opportunities. And this is something which is targeting women particularly, for those who find it difficult to move out into more distant pastures, for those who have various compulsions on account of which they have to stay close to home. And it is also telling them that just because of that, you don't lose your opportunity, you don't need not to work. We can still provide you a space that will help you to do that. It is in early days yet, but we actually have now developed working models.
Thank you. An additional question regarding to the same. Wouldn't it be great if we do that same model to retain the foreign talent laws which are happening from India to the abroad? Why can't we use that to retain our talent in India itself?
I'm sorry, you're not clear. I would need you to...
I hope I'm clear now. Good. Hello.
Are you asking me, would this be a way of bringing in our resources who are leaving the state? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was just guessing there, but that's what you were asking, right? So I am not very sure as to what my personal position is on that, because both my children are also not working in Kerala. However, they're working for Kerala, or one of them at least is working for Kerala. He's a comic artist, and everything he talks about and writes about, again in the digital space, is connected to Kerala. And so every Vishu, every Onam, every Christmas, every feminist issue, you can be sure that he has some snarky comment to make. So is that good or is that bad? Do we, so long as, particularly in a digital space, it is now the globe is your oyster. It doesn't matter where you are. But of course, it would be good for the people of the state to benefit from the work that is happening any which way. And for that, to give you one example, of a policy that is here right now, which is the ABGC policy, which the Kerala state has come out with. This is audiovisual. We'd be looking at augmented reality, gaming, etc. So this we have brought into Kerala on the understanding, and we have been told by people who are experts in ABGC nationally that some of the best human resource in ABGC are Keralites. That they are out there in Disney, they are out there in Merrimax, they are everywhere, and we need to be able to, and many of them, if there were facilities which allowed them, state-of-the-art facilities, they would actually be interested in coming back and being in Kerala, at least for part of the time, and working here. So yes, from that angle, certainly, we would be very interested into, to bring people back home.
We'll be just taking one last question.
Ma'am, so I had an opportunity to attend the recent Invest Kerala Summit happened at Kochi. And I think it was a grand success, we were able to get investment commitments from a lot of companies. But one thing we noticed was that most of the companies were homegrown companies, companies based out in Kerala. But for instance, if we compare it with the Invest Summit happened in Tamil Nadu last year, they had commitment from a lot of foreign companies, Fortune 500 companies. So what do you think is the limitation for us to get foreign investments? Because if companies like Fortune 100 companies are coming to Kerala, that would be a great opportunity for people who wish to work here in companies like that. So what do you think is the challenge from accepting investment from foreign companies?
So first of all, I would say that there is no point really in comparing the kind of investment that we're looking for in Kerala with the kind of investment that is happening in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu has a very strong manufacturing base. It has been providing facilities, land, and extremely high-value concessions to industry to come in, and they have gone and targeted global companies to bring their regional India offices to manufacturing offices into the state of Tamil Nadu, and that has been something that they have worked and perfected over time. Now, can we do something like that? No, there is no way we can do anything like that. Why? Because the cost of land is just exorbitant in Kerala. We really don't have that kind of land, and therefore we cannot afford that kind of concessional support. And for manufacturing too, for pure manufacturing, they would be looking out, on the one hand, they're looking at low costs of land, but they're also looking at low costs of labor. And Kerala has positioned itself as something where we respect labor, where we actually want to give labor their due. That being the case, that certainly is not a tree that we can go behind. That is not something that we can go behind. So we have to look at different kinds of opportunities. Which is why, so when you say that we have national companies coming in, that is not completely true. Many of the medtech facilities that have invested here are global. We've had logistics, again, the Vizhinjam port and the interests that they have come there are also global. We've had from breweries to various international food companies, we've had inquiries that have been coming in. We've had countries that have been collaborating with us. And remember that this is perhaps the first time that we have put that kind of a very focused and very promising kind of investment product together. And the reflection has also been that, we've been hearing that while you've had a lot of MOU signed, you've had people coming into many of these investment meets, because multiple states have been doing that. The exploratory teams of 5 to 6 people from one particular company coming and figuring it out whether it is worth investing in Kerala or not. That has been happening only in Kerala, and in Kerala too, for the first time. So which is about saying that people now are sitting up and listening, and they're really wanting to case the joint and find out how exactly, what are the possibilities, what are the pros and cons, and figure it out. Because investment doesn't happen overnight. These are, we are talking about thousands of crores of investment. So any company worth its salt would need to do its due diligence. But the fact that they are sending their full teams to do their due diligence is telling us a story.
Thank you, Madam. Calicut Management Association is deeply honored by your virtual presence here this evening. Many thanks for accepting our invitation and addressing us in spite of a busy schedule. You mentioned that even if you're not able to come down to Calicut, you expressed the intention to address us online. Many, many thanks. In fact, the entire talk, what you delivered here, had got its own takeaways and many points. And in fact, the questions posed to you resonated how well your talk has flowed down with the audience. Many thanks, lots of pleasure, gratitude to you for being with us this fine evening on this annual management convention. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
So we had a wonderful online session. And next, we move on to our next session. Next, we have Ms. Mia Kynedy, co-founder and CTO, Venture Factory. Ms. Mia Kynedy is a data scientist, entrepreneur, and early-stage investor based in Kerala. VentureFactory.ai is a venture studio focused on building AI startups across the globe, along with domain experts from different industries. She is a managing director and CEO at Beyond Z and CTO at Razor.ai, both of which are AI-first digital transformation companies in the US. Mia also leads tech investments at VentureWay, a unified global startup ecosystem where she serves as joint managing director. She is also an active angel investor and a member of the board of governors at Sparks Angel Network. After completing her master's in engineering from the State University of New York at Buffalo, Mia worked at Qualcomm Inc. in San Diego, California. She later went on to complete a micro-master's in data science and statistics from MIT, as well as artificial intelligence graduate program from Stanford University. She also holds a professional certificate in artificial intelligence from Harvard. Ms. Mia is also actively involved in different non-profit organizations and serves as a managing trustee at Chaya Foundation, TYL Foundation. Presently, she is also in the process of setting up GetI Foundation, a non-profit initiative that aims to make AI revolution more inclusive and impactful by supporting the growth and empowerment of marginalized women, students, and elderly communities by integrating them into the AI workforce through elementary training. We very warmly welcome you, Ms. Mia Kynedy, to speak on the topic, Adopting AI Flexible Approaches for Every Business. A warm welcome to you.
evening, everyone, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to be speaking here today. Thank you, Mr. Anandamani, for the opportunity to speak here. And it's definitely nice to come after a host of very eloquent and insightful speakers. My family is here today as well, so it's definitely a very special occasion. So, going into the presentation, so AI is everywhere. And a question that we often encounter when we speak to organizations and individuals. Yeah, that's good. So a very question that we often encounter when we speak to individuals and organizations is how do we get started with AI? How do we engage with AI? And that's what I would like to speak to today. And the essence of what I'm saying today is that there are multiple levels at which you can engage with AI, regardless of your appetite for technology, your budget, the size of your company. There is a way that you can engage with AI. So first, just briefly talk about the types of AI. I think most of us are familiar with this today. One way of categorizing artificial intelligence systems is by the breadth of its capability. So you could say narrow AI systems, general AI systems, and super AI systems. So narrow AI systems are ones that are trained for a particular objective, and they do really well at those tasks. So almost all the solutions in AI that we see today fall under this narrow AI bracket. Interestingly, even ChatGPT, which can do art and image creation, you can do coding, you can do data analysis, even ChatGPT is considered a narrow AI system because it is trained for those objectives and it does well at those objectives. The next is general AI or artificial general intelligence, which are AI systems that do well at all human cognitive tasks. And that is the current pursuit of many of the companies that are at the forefront of AI research today. It's not yet a reality, but definitely something that they're working on. And super AI is way into the future, or maybe not that distant in the future, where these are systems that do well at all human cognitive tasks, and they surpass human capability at those tasks. And of course, we can categorize AI by functionality. So you have computer vision, natural language processing, generative AI, robotics, etc. So getting into our levels of engagement. The first level of engagement that you can consider is off-the-shelf applications. This is the lowest hanging fruit. It is the easiest to implement, not much investment, not much upskilling required, and there are off-the-shelf applications for a host of areas. So I'm just going to briefly mention some of them. And as an organization looking to dabble in AI but not really sure how far you want to go with it, this is a great starting point. So chatbots, we have many today. We have ChatGPT, Claude, Meta, and so on. And these chatbots are great for bouncing off ideas, generating essays, generating content. They can do a fair bit of analysis on numerical data. They can do coding and so on. Search engines. So of course, Google has been the primary search engine that we've all used. But today there is also Perplexity.ai, which I'm sure many of us are using already. Perplexity actually does a web search and gives a reasoned answer on top of the web searches. So if you're going to use ChatGPT to ask a general question, you may get a more grounded answer with Perplexity. And even in Google search, nowadays, before they list the links, there is a small overview that comes up. That is an AI-generated overview from the results that it gets. So if you're in marketing, for generating marketing content, for measuring the effectiveness of your marketing, for targeting customers, there are various tools. Jasper is a very popular one. Of course, grammar and rewording tools. Grammarly has been around for quite a long time. So for video creating, Runway.ai is a great tool. Sora is there. Image generation, we know DALL-E, Stability AI, Midjourney. Midjourney, in fact, is one of the tools of choice for content creation because it can produce high fidelity images. Voice and music generation also. So Suno is one of those tools which generates music. Iva is a tool that generates the spoken. So you give text and it renders it in a spoken voice. 11 Labs is a tool that generates symphonic music, so in classical music. Social media management, knowledge management, slide decks, presentations, transcription assistance. So these are some of the tools that are there for all of these functionalities. In fact, I'll get into knowledge management a bit more in detail further on. So what is the kind of productivity that you can expect? I'll give you some examples. One is Coca-Cola used a ChatGPT based tool for marketing content creation. And what it found is that there was a 90% reduction in content creation costs. That is pretty significant. At one of our own companies, VentureWay, we use a custom GPT as a communications executive. So this custom GPT knows our content, knows our voice, and is able to generate content. What is the advantage? And what we see is that earlier we needed a senior employee to generate some of this content, but today a new hire can generate content with the help of this GPT. Limna is another portfolio company of ours, which had a code base in C, and we wanted to port it to Python, and we had only one resource that knew Python at the time. But with the use of ChatGPT and that one Python resource, we were able to do the migration fairly quickly. MIT, by one study, estimates that using ChatGPT tools for certain tasks can improve productivity by up to 40%, and the output quality rose actually by 18%. So that is the kind of productivity we're looking at from just using off-the-shelf tools. So it's definitely something that organizations and individuals can engage in. And one of the takeaways from it is that at the very least, your employees are sort of exposed to how AI works, exposed to prompting techniques. One thing you could invest in is good prompt engineering. So anything that comes out of an AI system is only as good as the prompt you give it. The more specific you can be, the better the output will be. So prompt engineering is definitely something that is worth investing in. The next level of engagement are targeted implementations. That is to say that in your business, you identify a certain problem or a business goal that AI can solve. You consider the data that you have, and you build an AI solution specifically to solve that problem. So it's a very targeted implementation. It's very localized, and yet it can give you great benefit. And it's a little more involved than using off-the-shelf tools, because here you're actually using your data and you're building a solution. One of those solutions is knowledge-based management. And it comes in handy whenever you have a lot of internal documentation. Knowledge-based management systems are essentially language models or chatbots that sit on top of your internal data. So you can converse with this chatbot and it will give you answers from your internal data. And one of the main benefit areas of this technology is that your employees can now converse with this chatbot to ask a question. So it reduces the number of times that a new hire needs to go to a manager and ask for something. Another way that knowledge-based management systems can be used is external facing. So, your clients can have a conversational agent that they can interact with to ask about your products, to ask about your services. So this can significantly reduce the load on your customer service representatives. So some examples, the International Labour Organization built a knowledge-based management system called AnswerMate, which has completely transformed their internal working. It has all their governance documents and it answers very comprehensively based on that document base. JP Morgan Chase also has an AI-powered assistant for its employees. You can imagine in the financial sector, as in many, there's a lot of internal documentation, and it's difficult even for experienced employees to remember where to look for a particular piece of information. This is Saudi.ai. So this is a proposal that we gave to the Saudi government. Saudi government is opening up in a big way, and this is a conversational agent that explains what can be done in Saudi, whether you're a tourist, you're a businessman, whatever capacity you may be traveling to Saudi in, this is a conversational agent that is based on their government documentation that can answer your questions for you. So predictive analytics is another class of targeted solutions that have been used extensively already and also have great benefit. Essentially what you're doing is you're using your historic data to predict future outcomes. It transforms decision making. Predictive maintenance is one of the key areas where predictive analytics is used. Essentially what you're doing with predictive maintenance is that you're using historical data from your manufacturing floor to predict when a certain piece of equipment might need maintenance rather than scheduling maintenance. So this can reduce downtime in a very big way. And there are use cases across industries. In healthcare, you can use predictive analytics to predict patient outcomes. In supply chain, you can predict and prevent disruptions. Banking, of course, fraud detection. And why AI does so well for fraud detection in banking is because it enables you to analyze every transaction real time. You cannot have a manual workforce that can do that for you. So these systems flag transactions as they happen. And then you can have a human in the loop who will look into it and see if it's a fraudulent transaction or not. Versus earlier, without these solutions, the point at which a fraudulent transaction gets flagged is sometimes when the user gets their statement at the end of the month and they look at it and say, oh, this was not my transaction. In marketing, AI analytics, predictive analytics allows you to segment your customer base very finely and to target your marketing campaigns accordingly. So this is a quote by the VP of Gartner who said, information or data is the oil of the 21st century and analytics is the combustion engine. And one thing we also see is that there are a lot of companies which are sitting on a lot of data, but they're not yet running analytics on it. So this is a great time to really think about what the opportunities might be on your data and to run analytics, to build analytics solutions on top of it. Well, so some statistics from industry. P&G saved about $1 billion by using AI in its supply chain and logistics. JP Morgan ran a pilot program where they used AI systems to develop marketing content. And in that pilot program, they found a 450% increase in click-through rate. McKinsey and Company estimates that predictive maintenance will reduce downtime by over 50%. And that downtime reduction directly impacts your bottom line. Another targeted solution is AI agents, is something that we've been hearing a lot of late. AI agents are essentially AI systems that have access to tools and they have the autonomy to call those tools. Now these tools could be an email client or it could be Google Maps or it could be anything, but essentially you're using a language model, giving it access to external tools and letting it perform as an agent for you. And you can build these systems with different levels of autonomy. You can have it, you can have a human in the loop and verify actions before the system takes those actions. So it's just a quick video about AI agents. Looks like we don't have audio. Did you check audio?
Haley, I'm delving deeper.
I'll start again.
Imagine having a team of AI experts working for your business or agency 24/7. Now, I'm not referring to purely the generative AI tools available that many of us are using daily. I'm delving deeper. Actual AI employees performing higher level, complex tasks that humans at big companies are paid the big bucks to do, but at 1,000 times the speed, accuracy, and at a fraction of the cost. This technology is reminiscent of data from Star Trek. Remember how he analyzed complex situations and instantly gave Captain Picard suggestions? Well, Star Trek is already here, and it's improving faster than warp speed. To get a taste of its potential, see what Mark Zuckerberg has to say about AI agents.
One of the things I think is really important is basically making it so with a relatively small amount of work, a business can basically, in a few taps, stand up an AI agent for themselves that can do customer support, sales, communicate with all their people, all their customers. I kind of think that every business in the future, just like they have an email address and a website and a social media presence today, I think every business is going to have an AI agent that their customers can talk to in the future. And we want to enable that for all of those. So it's going to be hundreds of millions, maybe billions of kind of small business agents.
So this is the example of Klarna. It's a Swedish financial services company which stood up AI agents for its customer service. And what Klarna has seen that it has enabled a level of customer service that was impossible with human agents. So one AI agent does the work equivalent of 700 full-time agents. These AI agents are available 24/7 in 35 languages across 23 time zones. And Klarna estimates a $40 million profit last year. So what are some of the key considerations if you want to build a targeted AI solution? So one thing to think of is what are the opportunities in your industry? What are the opportunities in your growth trajectory? What is the current state of your data? Right? The question always is, do you have the data to build the solution? And also to think about what could be a reasonable AI implementation roadmap for your organization, given your budget constraints, given the size of your company, etc. And another level of engagement with AI, which is a bit more involved, is an AI-first approach. And that is an all-in approach. You are going to use all your data, you're going to run analytics, you're going to be AI-first, you're going to be data-driven. So by some estimates, AI-first companies are going to outpace rivals by far. And to be an AI-first company, you need to bring in your data from across your organization. You know, they may be sitting in different types of systems. You could have ERPs and SAPs and whatever it is. You need to bring in your data from all these disparate sources into a central data repository and then build analytics on top of that central data repository so that that data hub and that analytics engine drives all your decision making. And what this enables, when you have data in one place, what it enables is to draw insights that are across departments, across functionalities. For example, R&D can now directly learn from what's going on in sales and marketing and finance and so on. So cross-functional, inter-department solutions are enabled with this kind of an approach. And the age of data, what data does is, when you have more data, you can train better algorithms. If you have better algorithms, you can offer better solutions. If you offer better solutions, you will have more people using it, and when more people use it, you will generate more data, and this cycle continues. So starting from a data-first, a data-driven approach and having better solutions drives the sort of exponential improvement in performance and exponential growth. So how do we make that transition? So we have, today most companies have data, they're collecting a lot of data, but that data sits in silos. So your finance department has its own data, your marketing department has its own data, sales have their own data, distribution has its own data, and so on. So the idea is to bring data from all these silos into a central data repository. That is the transformation that we would like to make, and then have APIs and AI models and all of that running on top of that data repository. But how do you go from the siloed architecture to this unified data architecture or the data-driven architecture on the right in phases? The idea is to run a pilot program, pick 2 departments, and pull all of the data from those departments into a data repository. What that enables you to do is to sort out a lot of the moving parts, figure out what kind of data architecture you need, what are your data security requirements, and things like that. And on top of that, run some analytics. And once you have those moving parts sorted, you can then roll out the solution for your entire organization. And I wanted to highlight the kind of exponential growth that only a data-first approach can enable. So this is plotting number of accounts in millions of various banks. And the green curve that is showing exponential growth is Ant Financial, which is a spin-off from Alipay. And what has enabled this kind of exponential growth for Ant Financial is their data central approach. And some numbers just to bring it home. Ant Financial has over 1 billion customers and less than 20,000 employees. In comparison, if you take one of the other banking giants like Bank of America, They have about 69 million customers and over 200,000 employees. So you can see the kind of efficiencies that Ant Financial is driving. And another thing that stands out is the speed at which they are able to respond to the market. Because they're constantly running analytics, they're able to pick up trends very quickly, they're able to respond very quickly to their customers' needs. So just to wrap up very quickly, AI is here to stay, and as Mr. Siddharth was referring to earlier, it is a technology that will affect all industries, all sectors. It is an enabler, and essentially it's just a different paradigm of solutioning for your business goals. It offers significant advantages for those who want to embrace it. There is a good possibility that if you completely avoid it, you may get disrupted, because everybody is collecting data and somebody in your sector, in your industry is going to start doing something about it. And it can be leveraged, AI can be leveraged at various levels of complexity depending on your appetite for the technology. This is the NVIDIA CEO saying every company will be a data company, every company will become an AI company, not very distant in the future. So thank you.
"25 years down the line, if AI is going this way, will banks exist? Do we need banks? Banking will remain, but do we need banks?"
As long as physical money exists, and I suppose 25 years down the line it still might. True, but it may not fully replace. So I think the case with AI, also we get asked a lot about for even coding, right? Will we need programmers in the future? But today, I think today is a time, as best a time as any to learn programming, because we are going to need good programmers to design and innovate on these AI systems, right? And even in banking, if you look at it, you need a domain expert to drive these AI systems. Or even if you take art, if I as a layperson prompt a ChatGPT to get an image, I will get a fairly bad image. But if an artist prompts ChatGPT to get an image, he knows that language of art, he knows the terminologies, he will get a much better image. So I think banks will very much exist, coding will very much exist. All those functionalities will exist, but people will need to be able to work alongside AI. I think that's where it's going.
Can you just show you a last slide what you showed? That NVIDIA persons?
This one?
The last slide, no?
I'm scrolling here, but it's not moving there.
What?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. He said all these things, but what happened to him when
DeepSeek?
when DeepSeek came? He was mentioning all these things. This was an early statement, I presume.
So DeepSeek is a huge milestone and a very interesting one, but I think the industry will correct for multiple reasons. One is DeepSeek inference is almost free, but we're not really sure if that is the actual cost of inference that the DeepSeek has. And they've innovated a lot. They've used chips that are not as high-tech, NVIDIA's latest chips, but there is still a lot more to be done with AI. So at the forefront of AI, there's so many interesting things happening, but in day-to-day, as for companies to get real benefit, there are still solutions that are going to need the NVIDIAs and everything. Right? And DeepSeek doesn't completely do away with all the other models and all the advantages. If you look today at usage statistics, people still prefer ChatGPT over DeepSeek on average, by far. It's also because it's a more complete, whole-rounded solution than DeepSeek is. But what DeepSeek has done is that it has innovated in multiple directions and is a huge milestone in the landscape.
Hi, thank you for your wonderful session. You just said this is the best time to start coding, right? But I wonder, because a few days back, Anthropic CEO said by the end of this year, AI is going to completely, do the 100% programming and replacing 100% humans and to do programming, okay? And it's already about 70 to 75%, right? And with Lovable, you can actually develop with AI tools like Lovable and Cursor. You can actually, create AI. Softwares that used to take, months and years before can actually be created with just hours. In some cases, people have come up with tools generated by AI within a few hours. Okay, so is it really the right time to get into programming? Because I think only as far as programming is concerned, and mostly when AI gets into all areas of the phases of industry, only those who are actually very good, who can actually, who are very cognate and who can actually, tell AI to do something creative, can actually have some existence value, right? Because otherwise, AI is going to do a lot of work. So, what's your take on it? How it's going to affect the manpower?
So, going back to what I was saying earlier, if you want an AI system to code for you, like I use ChatGPT to code all the time, right? But the thing of it is that I need to know what is the structure of high performance, clean, efficient code, and then I prompt accordingly and I get great results. But it doesn't really always work off the bat, right? I need to be involved to check that it is doing what I want it to do. Going forward, that is going to get much better, right? So a programmer today can increase his productivity by 5, 6, 7 times by using a coding assistant. And he should use a coding assistant. But I don't think it will ever come a day where you don't need a programmer at all, because software is the language that you talk to machines, right? So you're going to need programmers, you're going to need coders to work at that level, whatever that level is in 10 years. You'll still need trained people. You cannot have a person who doesn't know coding use a ChatGPT to generate production grade code. So that code is going to fail for sure. So you definitely need somebody who has gone through the training of algorithms and computational logic and all of that to develop code through an AI assistant that is reliable and that you can deploy, right? So I think the profession will stay.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good
You
afternoon.
are talking about the prompt engineering.
Yes.
And you said it is worth investing.
Yes.
Whether intellectually as a professional or economically as an investor.
Neither. I was saying as an individual, but to be able to use the tools that you're going to use either in your work or in your personal life, it is better to invest in perhaps doing a prompt engineering course or time to figure out what kind of prompts work better, because the quality of output that you get from any AI system will depend on how good your prompt is.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you for the wonderful session. So for most of the common people like us, I think AI is just still ChatGPT and Meta AI. I think which means that most of us are known to only this language models like that. And the thing which you have mentioned here were like a lot of things were new insights for us. But I want to ask a thing with respect to the language model itself. For instance, if we speak about English language, I think considering this data-driven model, I think a lot of data is available. So when we come to local language like Malayalam, for instance, I've heard about community like Wikipedia, Wiki Malayalam, who contribute content to Wikipedia Malayalam repository. So is there any initiative like that, or should there be any initiatives like that to strengthen the the importance of AI with respect to Malayalam language, or how can we contribute anything with respect to that?
It's a great question, and yes, for sure, that is one of those things that needs to be done a lot more. There are data sets that has, for example, there was a data set in Malayalam with significant number of rows, which is very information rich, but we need to collect more data sets in regional languages and train these models in regional languages. So if you look at ChatGPT, if you try to interact with it in Malayalam, you won't get the level of performance that you get with English, as you rightly said. And that can be improved, but the thing is that predominantly the data, training data that's available is available in English. So one big thing is to collect data, collect training data in local languages, because only then will it really be useful across, for everyone. So there's one company, I don't know if you heard of it, Karya, that is doing a lot of work with regional languages, building data sets, training language models for regional languages. But that is something that, it's a great avenue of work, actually. And today, there are so many smaller open source models that you can, run locally and fine tune. So you can really think of training for the local context.
Thank you, Mia, for the wonderful session.
Thank you.
I have one question. See, we see that e-commerce and Q-commerce, because of that, when it comes, maybe over a year, like over a period of 5 to 10 years, the SMEs get affected one way or other. Some of them closes down, some of them adopts, but they get affected. Similarly, when AI comes, there's a chance that SMEs may get affected. What's the way out? Like, how can we protect or the small businesses here? They are not able to invest in large scale AI related infrastructure or strategies.
Yes. No, so I think the essence of what I was saying was speaking to that a little bit, in saying that you can engage with AI and get involved with AI at different levels of budget and complexity. So that's definitely something that SMEs can do as well. But in a larger context, in terms of destruction of jobs, per se, I mean, every revolution comes with it some of that, but then new opportunities are created. So I think the key is to stay on top of the AI developments and to get involved in it. Maybe it is not an option to be completely removed from AI in this time.
Hi. Hi, ma'am.
Sorry.
From the investor's point of view, I think it is prospective. But from the job seekers, for those who want the employment, how it will going to generate employment, AI, and what are the preparations to be made by the new generation or the job seekers?
Job seekers in AI? Well, there is a dearth of AI talent in many ways, right? So definitely CS, people with a CS background can very quickly upskill into AI, AI skills. And you can get into, how to train models or how to fine tune models. Another thing is that AI's benefits are usually, always realized at the intersection of AI and a domain. So you have to marry AI with the domain, get that domain expertise to get some benefit out of it. So even if you're working in some other industry, it would be worth your time to look into what are the possibilities of AI for your industry, and tend to work in that direction. For job seekers, AI, and also for students today, this online courses are so good today, actually. So you can build the skills that you want, even online, without really joining a course anywhere. And so, yeah, so I think it's a very fertile ground at the moment.
Ma'am, my question is, since AI is becoming more integrated with our day-to-day lives, there are certain privacy and surveillance issues regarding it. So what is your take on that?
I think it is an area that requires careful consideration and regulation. Data privacy is paramount. In fact, there's a new act in Europe, AI Act in Europe. There's HIPAA provisions in the US, GDPR in EU. So data privacy needs to be taken very seriously, and I think there's definitely a need for awareness among lay persons as well, in terms of how their data can be used, in terms of the data they put out online. So definitely an area of concern and an area that requires consideration and regulation.
Good evening, ma'am. My question is more related to the previous question. It's about ethics. Usually our generation use AI because we have been using it, we know how to use it, but the thing is now the Gen Beta has come, the next generation of people where...
Are they here already?
I mean...
I thought we were at Alpha.
I mean the babies who are born in 2025 is correctly referred as Gen Beta.
Beta, okay.
So when these children are living and they're growing, we people, even the younger generation, believe what is there on the social media. So we think that this is the real news. So this is one of my concern, that maybe in the future, if AI is presenting all this information, isn't there a chance that the younger generation will start to believe what is there, and can the information be biased?
Yes, yes to both. I mean, that chance is here happening today, right? Because a lot of the content, by 2026, by some estimates, 90% of the content that you interact with online will be AI generated, right? And AI models do have hallucinations. Very often they're uploaded without fact checking. So your concern is very real. And there are efforts to bring in data provenance, so that anything that is uploaded, there is a way to trace where it came from, who generated it, was it AI generated, right? But it's very difficult to also implement that globally and universally. But yes, that is definitely a concern.
I hope there are no more questions. Is there anybody?
I have a question. So the kind of quantum computing which is coming up, which is going beyond our control, because what 2 months back, what Google claimed that they achieved around 25 lakh trillion years of creativity, computation in 5 minutes. The next, within 2 months' time, China claiming that they gone beyond that. And so where the AI stand with respect to the computational power which is concerned with respect to that?
It's beneficial for AI, right? I mean, what has enabled AI today is big data plus compute. The reason that we couldn't have some of the AI solutions 20 years ago, even though we had some of the data then, was that we didn't have the compute. So as compute is more available, we can train bigger models and better models. But will we know how to control and really control that training in a meaningful way is a question. I mean, that's something that needs
so
to
the supremacy is an important thing. So who is going to take, those who are having more computation can actually take care of the world? That's what I'm
But
saying.
compute is getting cheaper also, right? So it is getting more accessible. For today, you can get TPU level compute on the cloud, right? You can sort of rent compute on the cloud. So compute is getting more accessible. That said, for sure, the countries like US and China today, which are at the forefront of AI innovation and at the forefront of compute, will have an advantage. I think India, the government is really trying to support AI and AI innovation in a big way. So we'll see where that goes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I request you to be on the stage. To give the token of appreciation, may I please request the President, Secretary, and IPP, CS Sujit Kumar, to kindly go onto the stage.
friends, the 28th Annual Management Convention of Calicut Management Association is coming to an end. Extremely proud to stand before you this fine evening again. Right from the morning, with the galaxy of the speakers, starting from Mr. K. Faisal, which now ended with Mia, and in between we saw the gamut of speakers who came here and talked about the topic trends, transition and management. I was witnessing how each and every speaker was able to resonate well with each and every other audience. But I'm not going to talk much more about that thing. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു കൺവെൻഷൻ പ്രസിഡന്റ് എന്ന നിലയിൽ എനിക്ക് നടത്താൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതൊരിക്കലും എൻ്റെ മാത്രമുള്ളൊരു കഴിവല്ല. ഇതിൻ്റെ പിന്നിൽ എൻ്റെ കൂടെ അടിയുറച്ച് പ്രവർത്തിച്ച ഒരുപാട് വ്യക്തികളുണ്ട്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഷെയ്ക്ക് ഹാൻഡ് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയേക്കാം ഈ ഹാളിൽ നിന്ന് പിരിയുന്നതിന് മുമ്പേ. ബട്ട് ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് ദ റൈറ്റ് വേ. I just wish this audience should recognize a series of personalities who stood with me, who was always with me throughout, probably for last 5 days, was working for 16 to 19 hours in this premises, coordinating threadbare each and every activities. A rock support was given to me by none other than Secretary, Chartered Accountant Ravi Chandrasekhar, whom you see is standing out over there. ഞാൻ എന്ത് കാര്യം പറയുമ്പോൾ everything is his yes. But based on his seniority, even if there is a small difference of opinion, നമുക്കത് അങ്ങനെ പോരെ ഇങ്ങനെ പോരെ. He never എന്താ പറയുക demugs what anything I say. In a very suggestive way, he used to react to me and tell, and I would understand that that is the best way. And that was the balance in which we both worked together for the past 1 year. Proud of you, Ravi, to have you as my secretary. We have been seeing for the past 1 year many flying colors, flyers and all those things. Even what you saw today was the creative version of none other than this gentleman, Mr. Srinath Murchilot, who is the vice president. I used to get feedbacks from many of the speakers. Excellent flyer. Who designed it? Who created it? That is this gentleman. Innale mudal we call him. What is his name? You got a nickname yesterday, ille? Somebody called him as Elon Musk. Here somebody was calling him as Elon Musk because he came in a T-shirt and all those things. The entire team, there is still balance. Another vice president, Mr. Naushad, please come forward. He was the person who looks into, you might have, many of them sitting out over here might have received calls regarding registrations, planning and all those things. He was another person who stood strongly behind us. The other person, Mr. Ronnie, a senior managing committee member who was looking into the logistics, many other points and many strong support for this was given by Mr. Ronnie. We have a very efficient lady member of managing committee, chartered accountant Jyoti. Jyoti, please come over. She has another person who stood strong with us. There's another individual, Mr. Ghafoor. Unfortunately, he had to leave little earlier because some death has happened in his family. Have I missed anybody? And much more important was my own good friend and my own very close colleague, immediate past president, chartered accountant Sujit Kumar. Last year around this time, he did another convention which was equally marvelous. And whenever we used to have a series of round discussions and meetings, as a senior person or as a past president, he used to give us necessary guidance and correct us or take us to the correct trajectory. Thank you, Sujit, for all those things. Is there anybody whom I have now rightly missed? I think a good applause should be given to these individuals from all of your side. It is only because of them you see this conference in this grand way. I leave the podium now and hand it over to Ravi. Thank you.
President Anandamani, and a lot of distinguished personalities in the dais, and past presidents, my fellow members in CMA, invited guests, delegates, and especially my young friends out there in whose hands our future lies. Okay. You all will agree with me when I say that we had a wonderful day, because it was an excellent day. Because my day started with a small news in the newspaper which says that light can be solidified, because that is something totally different. It gives you, put you in a totally different dimension, because I think it is going to help in this quantum computing, right? All these things will change dramatically. So my day started with that. And it was a grand flow. Now it is coming to an end. And it's my duty to say thanks to all of you who are here. I don't want to miss out anyone, so I'll read from my note. It is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to all of those who have contributed to today's insightful discussion on the evolving trends, transitions, and transformations in management. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished guests and speakers who graced the inauguration and valedictory sessions. Immediate past President C.S. Sujit Kumar set the trend by giving an insight to today's theme. Then we were fortunate to hear from Faisal Kotikolan, who inaugurated the convention with words of wisdom, which set the tone for the entire event and highlighted the significance of the evolving trends in management. The insights provided into the changing business landscape truly paved the way for the engaging discussions we have had throughout the day. In the valedictory session, we are privileged to hear Sharada Muralidharan, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, whose reflections brought together the essence of various topics discussed and inspired us to continue exploring new perspectives in management. A special thanks to our speakers who deliver the enlightening address on trends, transitions, and transformations in management. Today we had Sri Jayanarayanan Unnikrishnan, entrepreneur, FMCG and retail professional, Ajit Kumar, CEO of Birla Opus Paints, Richard Anthony, India Operations Director, Global Delivery Services, Ernst & Young, John Kuriakos, Founder, Chairman, and MD, Dent Care Dental Lab Private Limited. And we were fortunate to witness a conversation between Siddharth Balachandran, Executive Chairman of CEO of Bumeric Corporation Limited of Dubai, and CA Vivek Krishnan Govind on philosophy and ideology of investment. Then we had the one fresh note from the young generation, that is Mia Kennedy, co-founder and CTO Venture Factory, as expert speaker on AI. The perspectives shared have certainly given us much to think about, especially regarding the evolving ideologies and perceptions that shape leadership and organizational practices today. The way they highlighted the importance of adaptability, inclusivity, and sustainability in management practices have given us a deeper understanding of how organizations are evolving in today's world. A special thanks to all the attendees for your attention and engagement throughout this session. Your interest and participation have made this discussion even more meaningful. I, on behalf of CMA, thank the representatives of the press for being here and covering the event. I would also like to express my gratitude to Zaitoon Restaurant authorities for providing this venue and other infrastructures for making this event run smoothly. I would like to thank President of CMA, Engineer Anandamani, who made this event possible with his tireless effort, and my fellow office bearers and CMA members for their support to make this event a success. As we move forward, let us all make the lessons from today, take the lessons from today's discussion and apply them to our own work and leadership practices, fostering a more innovative, inclusive, and socially responsible approach to management. Once again, thank you all, and I wish you continued success in your endeavors. Thank you. And one very important thing, I want to thank all the sponsors who made this program in a very grand way. And I want to thank them personally and on behalf of CMA. We had our principal sponsor, our Malabar Gold. Then we had Federal Bank. Then we had Parisons. Then Madhrubhumi. Then we had this Paragon thing. And I thank each one of them. Yeah, PK Steels was there, and their support. I thank them all of them for their support for this event. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Before we close, we'll have the national anthem. We request you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I want to thank our backup people who have helped us in organizing this thing. And please, every one of you, please join us for the iftar. This thing, we'll break the fast.